Sunday.
This lecture should help you a great deal.
It's a great writer.
Of course, he gets most of his ideas from me. It's good news, right? You're sitting in the seat. All of us are, right? Anybody sitting here? Yes, Brian Kennedy. So you got fiction on it. Why are you making rules? Well, Brian's not on speak. Beginning tomorrow, I'm going to need a secretary. I've already placed the request with the University Placement Bureau, and this man or woman, whoever qualifies, can get the job. That's very nice of you, Mr. Walker. But the surroundings will be open. Someone who's already established.
Here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel
Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. Nobody here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Biker in this house, and our broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny but gloomy Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, it's Newsday Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in Los Angeles. I am not in New York City, and I am in LA. I'm in LA. I just couldn't leave it. I mean, I didn't even get a flight after the two back-to-back cancellations. I thought, you know, Kismet. I am, you know, I'm gonna stick around, and I'm waiting on the Mahmoud Khalil's team to give me confirmation on when we can link up potentially. But there are some tiny F's happening right now, and I'm going to get to it really quickly. I'm going to explain to you exactly why those F's are happening. Hold on. Okay, listen. Last night I ended the broadcast after major F's that were taking place. As you guys know, it was a massive issue, and it was such a ginormous issue that it was unstreamable, right? There was, fuck. God damn it, what is happening with my fucking monitor? Everything is fucked up. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it's not that I ended the broadcast, it's like the broadcast ended itself pretty much, and there was a reason for that. It turns out we called Spectrum. The team came over. They called Spectrum to figure out what the exact problem was. We thought initially it was the CPU. Because it's like Intel CPUs have some issues, right? It's not the CPU. We've been doing the ping checker the entire day, and checking the ping the entire day, we found out that there's like a major drop off taking place in one of the in like my local node, I guess, right before it reaches my house. And it just, there's some reason, for some reason, we don't know exactly what it is, there's a major disconnection happening sporadically. And they said, they came in this morning, they looked at it, they said that it was most likely like an animal had like chewed on the cables were like dangling, you know, out and about, disrespectful, nipples protruding, that type of situation. And they fixed it. Hopefully they fixed it, but I don't think they actually fucking fixed it, because we're still experiencing drops early this morning as soon as we started. So there was a little mini F this morning, and the Hasanabi gaming team is already with Spectrum right now, talking to them about this issue. Might be short/fault on the node. The grounding cable can burn it off and cause the kind of thing you're seeing. Yeah, it's a node issue for sure. In any case, the cable guy is always the agent. Yeah, well, the Mossad agent that was the cable guy did not actually fix my problems at all, it seems, but we shall see. But obviously, other than that, I've just been kind of monitoring the situation over there. As you guys know, a lot of craziness, a lot of madness taking place in the world. We're going to talk about all of that, obviously. My goat, the president, the glorious president, Mr. Peace.
Oh, today wasn't a usual day, but after this, there'll be no more.
We'll do all of that and more. Other than that, went to bed, woke up in the morning early as always. What did I do? He cursed. I know the president cursed. It's crazy. Bernie on Rogan, hell yeah, we'll do that as well. You know, for all the unemployed out there, that sounds amazing. But that's pretty much it. That's all this is. That's all there is. I play some basketball. There is an issue with my ankle. That's the last thing I'll say in terms of personal news. Where my foot hurts. It's not my ankle necessarily, but my foot hurts when I put too much weight on it. I don't know what it is, but you know, hopefully it'll be resolved. But other than that, that's all we got going on. Is there a ceasefire? Trump seems mad at Israel for getting one last bombing in 12-day war. Zoran Mentum in New York City mayoral primary today. Lots to discuss. Get in now. All right, give me a blast off, meme chat. Let's go. Let's get it popping. Let's get it twisted. I'm going fast today. I'm diving right into it. Where's the Macy's playlist? Let me get the Macy's playlist. Let me get a freaking, stop sending me dumb links. Let me get the Macy's playlist. Let me get a freaking blast off meme. Okay, I like it. All right, good. Where are those glasses from? It's a Japanese brand called iVan. Okay, boom, blast it off. Did the damn thing. Did it. Here we go. We're live. We're alive. I'm not in New York, but I might go this week depending on the situation. Kaya outside hunting for the culprit of the internet. Kaya's with my dad right now. I saw the Colbert rat fuck situation. I thought it was really whack the way he asked that question. I hate Colbert now. I mean, and it has nothing to do with this last iteration. I just think Colbert now sucks. Mr. Zoran blast off, rip. Yeah, I wasn't gonna use this, dude. All right, calm down. I think we might have fixed the gray boxes as well. But yeah, this is the one I used instead, where he's handsome, and not the one where he looks like my Discord PFP, and also a cop. Actually, this would probably do numbers in Staten Island, though. If he looked like this, he'd probably be out here doing numbers, dude. Hella cops would be like, oh, that guy is like one of us. Your camera is extremely white right now? What? What does that even mean? What do you mean my camera is extremely white? What are you talking about? I presume you saw Greenblatt's last Wilds mirror review. Yes, I did. It gets so tiring. I don't want to give it any daylight, but god damn, dude, he can't get off my ass. He just can't seem to stop talking about me. Bill Burr was on Subway Takes. Hate to see Subway Takes living out my dreams and my greatest desires, linking up with Billy Bitch Tits. I am at this point, I'm starting to get a little perturbed. Okay, maybe a little disturbed. I don't like that old Billy Bitch Tits is not coming. Old Bilbo Baggins is not coming on this stream, but he's doing pretty much every other goddamn broadcast out there. Old Billy Blue Balls giving me some blue balls here. Okay, stop. I know you're trying to get my attention, Bill. but you know, you can come on, it's fine. Anyway, let's get right into it. There's a lot going on in the world. Let's get it started. Let's get it twisted. As soon as my last night, as soon as my internet got attacked, okay, as soon as my ISP was destroyed, and I went offline, Iran launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, which is, I guess, expected at this point, you know. And this is coming after there was a whole will they won't they style ceasefire that was released in the most unceremonious ways possible, in the strangest ways possible. Donald Trump didn't make it clear what the ceasefire was looking like. None of the people involved, none of the parties involved actually officially signed off on said ceasefire. It was basically as though Donald Trump came off the phone and was like, I'm doing a ceasefire, enough, cut it out now. And then I guess it happened, kind of like a couple hours after that initial tweet, like an hour later, the Iranian government kept saying, no, we didn't get a ceasefire proposal at all. But then they were like, just kidding, we did get one. And if Israel stops striking right now, then we'll stop retaliating as well. But then Iran seemingly had one last salvo remaining, which they ended up sending Israel's way. This was a very deadly attack. This was one of the deadliest attacks for Israel. 5 people died in the process. Yeah, and then Israel obviously was not going to take that, and they apparently sent airplanes in the direction, like bombing planes in the direction of Iran, and then Trump was like freaking the fuck out over it and tweeting and complaining about Israel, saying like, you better not do this, you better not do this. And Israel did get one. No, baba ne yapıyorsun? Baba eyvah! Dikkat et, ne o? Okay, tamam, evet, istiyorsan onu ver, tamam, evet. Tamam. My dad almost broke the gate.
Well, now don't tell me, let me guess.
My whole family loves coming over here as soon as I start streaming. It's like, this is the opportunity, you know what I mean? This is the time to really ask a couple important questions. Baba sıkamıyorsan boş ver, ben yaparım.
She's got a lot of talent there.
Okay. But yeah, let's do it. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it poppin'. Here is what's happening right now. Here's the latest. Trump rants at Israel and Iran as ceasefire is violated within hours. Greatest ceasefire president of all time. Greatest peacekeeper president of all time. Spectacular show, sir. You done did it again. Once again, sir, you are saving the world. Thank you for the ceasefire.
Fragile and still hanging in the balance. A furious Donald Trump today said the ceasefire he declared official at 6 a.m. this morning has been violated by both Iran and Israel. But in comments to reporters, he reserved his harshest criticism for Israel, closing them with an expletive.
You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one.
That was crazy. I mean, he just straight up gave a play-by-play. Okay, and by the way, trigger warning, guys. The president is about to be a meanie. Okay, I'm just letting y'all know. Get ready. He's about to say a bad word.
Rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand?
Oh, that's so funny. In the past, what just took place right here would be like major news. It would be major news it would drive discourse for months. But of course, in the past, I don't think that there would be a situation where the American president decides that there is a ceasefire going on after after bombing Iran, a sovereign nation. Okay, bombing Iran, a sovereign nation, and then claiming that there's a ceasefire on his own social media application that he had to create because he was banned off of Twitter. Evet, lütfen. Bilmiyorum baba, önemli değil, önemli değil. Açsa yediririm ondan sonra. Boş ver sen, tamam. Sen kendi takıl kafana göre. The comments removing the blue check marks are amazing. Anthony Blinken, some thoughts on the strikes against Iran's nuclear program? Opinion, Iran's diplomacy failed. I hope his airstrike succeeds. Yeah, interesting. Interesting that Twitter liberals are fighting this battle for no reason, it seems. Twitter liberals are living in this like fantasy world where they think like the Democratic Party is actually super against going to war with Iran, and every Democrat that has said anything about this in a position of power has basically reiterated their commitment to bombing Iran over and over again. Like they just keep saying over and over again, like, no, we love to bomb Iran. We wish we were doing it. We wish you asked us before you bombed Iran. Why didn't you invite us to bomb Iran? I love bombing Iran. Can we bomb Iran tonight, Queen? And then Twitter liberals are like, Kamala Harris would never bomb Iran. It's like, okay, well, I guess every single other Democrat was down to do it, but not Kamala, even though she's also noticeably absent from the conversation. It's not like she's dead. You know, why is she not saying, hey, I, Kamala Harris, would not have bombed Iran if I was president? Because it would be a great opportunity for her to say, you know, that that this is ridiculous and fucked up. Like, I want her to say that. You know what I mean? I don't even believe her, but I want her to say it at least. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit, obviously. We'll get to that in a little bit. So Donald Trump is pissed because the ceasefire basically was the shortest lived ceasefire of all time, I think. Iran did the Israel method in both its targeting, in both its impact sites, which, you know, had a bunch of civilians in the residential buildings that they hit. But also pulled an Israel method where they also sent like a final barrage, a big volley at the end, right? And one of the last missiles that they sent was past the point of the ceasefire. Now, there might be a different mindset here. It's like, is it about when the missiles get sent, or is it about the missile impact time? Because if it's about the missiles being sent, then like technically there was only a couple that were sent after the ceasefire period started. In any case, you know, they were trying to hit a buzzer beater, I guess. I don't know, but that's like what Israel does all the time. Israel did this with Lebanon, if you recall. They literally did the most aggressive pummel, the most aggressive volley on their way out of Lebanon, and then they kept shooting at Lebanese villagers while they were withdrawing from Lebanon. So obviously that's not, you know, that's yet again Iran behaving a little bit to the fractionally as bad as Israel behaves with regular frequency. And then of course everyone that defends Israel loses their mind whenever another country does Israel shit, even if it's like marginally, even if it's like almost a fraction of the harm that Israel does with regular frequency. But here it is. Let's continue.
It was late last night that Trump in his trademark capitals posted, "Congratulations to everyone. There will be a complete and total ceasefire. An official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world." But there was still time for both sides to launch a last volley of attacks.
It's so that the 12-day war thing is so Trump. That is so fucking Trump. Like, you know, you have the famous 6-day war, and he wants to like trademark it, right? Like he wants to be the guy who like trademarks something like that, and it will be remembered in like history books or whatever. And that's precisely the reason why it's like he does not like, even if he doesn't care whether or not the ceasefire is violated or whether or not like Israel continues bombing Iran or whatever, obviously he cares as far as like it makes him look bad. But I'm not joking when I say this. I feel like his real anger and resentment stems from this potentially not being a 12-day war, but a 13-day one. Okay? Like, he wants the marketing to be the 12-day war, double the amount of the 6-day war. So when they like, if they continue fighting back and forth, well, he already trademarked it as the 12-day war. What do you mean? That's an extra day. We can't have it be the 13-day war because Trump already said 12-day war. He already promised maximum peace, permanent peace. Like, you guys are ruining it. You guys are fucking the bag up for him. Like, he had a whole initiative behind this. Like, he had a whole marketing team behind it. Like, he's like, what are we gonna do? Send these hats and t-shirts to Africa like the losing NBA team? You know what I mean? Like, we already made the merch, dog. You can't make it 12.5 days of war. We made the merch. We had it ready to go. What do you mean? We have to go back now and reprint? We can't do that. He's so petty and such a diva. I, for one, totally believe this. I think that is definitely a primary interest here. That for sure is a primary focus here. Osita says, despite the best efforts of his advisors and donors, Trump simply does not have. This is one of the best takes, by the way. I love Osita. Brilliant guy. I had a take on this as well, but like, I think Osita's take on this was so perfect. Like, the whole fuck thing and the anger thing. Despite the best efforts of his advisors and donors, Trump simply does not have the political discipline to maintain the pretense that Israelis are rational and reasonable actors. Signs of his political inexperience. He seems genuinely upset here. What is this? It's theater response to everything. Theater for who? For what? Who comes out looking good with more power? Trump? The Israelis? Do you think the Israelis need a permission structure to do strikes here? That Trump knows what he's doing? Oh, it's theater. Oh, it's fake. Anytime anything at all happens. All right, then explain. Lay out the analysis or shut up. Osita is 100% correct. Trump understands the dynamic between America and Israel, okay? And he doesn't like it when Israel actually steps out of line. Under normal circumstances, because the whole like Israeli indifference or Israeli arrogance is supposed to be priced in to the American foreign policy interests, Joe Biden doesn't run into this problem where he's like openly disturbed and openly resentful about I don't know, Benjamin Netanyahu violating yet another red line. Okay, Donald Trump, on the other hand, doesn't have that same acumen and have that experience politically to turn around and just quietly say, oh, we're gonna show Benjamin Netanyahu what's what. Like, this is a real moment of anger. This is one of the this is one of the only times I've seen Donald Trump like actually pissed off. Political inexperience. The man has been in politics officially for a decade. It's just his character, not experience. Chatter. 1 decade in politics is political inexperience. Joe Biden was a senator and then the vice president and then the president for a career that spanned for like 60 years. What are you talking about? A decade is nothing. Yeah, Joe Biden was in there for like almost half a century plus. So, but yeah, my take on it also was this. I said, once again, one phone call is all it takes. And if it doesn't work, weapons embargo. And if that doesn't work, sanctions. And if all of that doesn't work, military invasion. This is why it'll never go beyond the phone call. Because Donald Trump was tweeting a storm earlier when Israel was very angry and wanted revenge for this. Okay, because this was Israel receiving a little bit of Israel style behavior. Okay, and only Israel gets to do Israel shit in the region. No other country gets to do Israel shit to Israel That is completely not allowed. That's not in the books. You can't do that. So of course they were very upset. They were very frustrated. And Israel Katz came out and basically said something along the lines of like, we're gonna punish Tehran, we're gonna fucking bomb Tehran, we're gonna go back to bombing Tehran. And Donald Trump put a stop to it, seemingly. But Israel still got like one radar tower. Israel got to strike one radar tower, which seemingly Iran is not even retaliating to.
In Beersheba in southern Israel, at least 4 people were killed by an Iranian missile. And in Iran, Israel launched a pre-dawn blitz, killing 9, including a nuclear scientist, according to local officials. But the sky fell silent just after 4 a.m.
It's crazy that they were like, oh yeah, we got to do one last bombing campaign. Let's kill as many scientists as we can. Like, just positively freak shit. And I know many of you in this community understand that this is freak shit. But just like, if you're new, if you're watching, if you're just tuning in because you don't fully have a grasp over what's going on here, just imagine if they were Israelis, okay? Because Iran does have the capability of striking Israel, as we have seen. Imagine if Iran was just like, oh, this is our last chance. Let's go kill like 50 people, scientists and their fucking families, okay? Because clearly the only real human beings in this situation are the Israelis in the eyes of many people in the Western world. So just, you know, think about it like that.
With Iranian state TV repeating its foreign minister's position, stopping just shy of a cast iron ceasefire, announcing instead it would stop if Israel stopped.
I will say, by the way, the inconsistencies in the messaging from the Iranian side, I do think the inconsistencies of messaging on the Iranian side also, we shall see in the future, but it was a very interesting predicament. It made me feel like there might be potentially some power struggles between the IRGC and the regime itself. Like perhaps you had the president and the envoys that are supposed to be more like moderate and more Western focused. I mean, they were literally fucking appointed for that position, right? Perhaps they were more open to negotiations, whereas the IRGC might be more militant and more invested in a hardline position, like actually fighting back. Because even the response coming from the foreign minister made it seem as though like they were done, that they were not going to retaliate to Israel, and then they did. They really did.
Mr. Aragchi said there is currently no agreement on a ceasefire or a halt to operations. However, on the condition that the Israeli regime stops its illegal
I saw the
offensive.
Economist report. I think that could be the case. IRGC hardliners have already de facto seized power in Iran in outrage over perceived weak leadership of the clerical elites. One thing that is certain is that the pro-Western negotiation factions have been repeatedly humiliated. I can see that. But I don't know. We don't know yet. I will tell you, we do not know yet. I will read that article, but I want to stress, we do not know yet. King, you're offline? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm offline? What is happening? Like, you just came into the chat and you saw thousands of people tweet, like writing in the chat, and you were like, what are these guys writing about? Like,
against the Iranian people by 4 a.m. in Tehran, we also have no intention of continuing to respond.
At 6 a.m, Trump took to social media again to declare a ceasefire official. Do not violate it, he warned. The ceasefire is now in effect. But within hours, Israel's defense minister announced Iran had done just that, and that Israel would respond with intense strikes against regime targets. After telling journalists this morning he had to get Israel to, quote, calm down, Trump wrote on Truth Social that its planes would turn around and head home while doing, he said, a friendly plane wave to Iran. Today, as the NATO summit opens in The Hague, the end of what Trump calls and hopes will be the 12-day war hangs in the balance, with European leaders holding their breath over the past few days' escalations. After the US joined the conflict directly on the weekend, hitting 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, Iran responded yesterday with a strike on America's largest military base in the Middle East, Al Udeid in Qatar, one that was largely symbolic, with no casualties, and the US warned in advance. Iran says a leadership diminished, depleted, and looking for a revenge that will save face without triggering a response. Last night, its supreme leader in hiding, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, posted on X a well-worn adage of the past fortnight. Those who know the Iranian people and their history, he said, know that the Iranian nation isn't one that surrenders. The US claims it's neutralized Iran's nuclear capabilities, one of Israel's stated aims when it launched the war. So said Vice President J.D. Vance as he spoke on American television last night, moments after Trump announced a ceasefire.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House.
Why do you watch this Western propaganda? Because if I... Yeah, you're right. I should be watching Al Mayadeen and only Iranian news channels. Why don't I just like read? Why don't I just try to like interpret Farsi? Yeah, I watch Western propaganda because Western propaganda is what your parents and what most of the people in your life, what the normies actually just watch. My job is to pick apart the Western propaganda here. Okay, I live in the West.
House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line. I think what it means, Brett, is quite simple. First of all, the president,
why do you strawman so much?
Knock on wood.
What did I strawman here? That person said, why do you watch Western propaganda? And my response was, because I'm in the West. And my job is to cut through the misinformation. Like learning Farsi. Oh, because I'm an entertainer, and a part of that is also to just like make jokes. I don't know if you know this. Maybe perhaps you're incapable of making assessments such as that, but that's called joking. Like, I don't think that person legitimately wanted me to only watch Farsi news. That was me jokingly responding to it. Okay. I know, bro thought jokes would fly.
Having a single American casualty obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. We are now in a place where we weren't a week ago.
But others aren't so confident that Iran's nuclear aims are obliterated. Its leadership claims to have moved some of its enriched uranium to a secret location before those nuclear sites were struck.
Bro didn't realize there was a ceasefire, no-fly zone on jokes. Yeah, so I said this yesterday, but Israel did not accomplish any of its military objectives. Israel did not accomplish its major objective, which was regime change. Obviously, the nukes is bullshit reasoning for this. And in the process, they actually showed all of the other regional actors that, like, if you pummel Israel with missiles, a lot of people actually show you support. And not only that, but also Israel's Iron Dome defense is not necessarily impenetrable, and that Israel and Israeli society can actually incur some penalties if they behave in this inconsistent, belligerent, violent manner. And therefore, I think this was this caused a lot of instability. This caused a lot of anger. And if you recall, I told you this last night before I got booted offline. But you will see, I said, you will see in the upcoming days whether Israel thought this was a successful initiative or not. And the reason why I said this was because clearly there were plenty of people on the Israeli side that were very frustrated, especially when the barrage of Iranian missiles came in. The barrage of Iranian missiles came in the last volley that they sent before the ceasefire. And a bunch of Israelis were killed in the process. I don't think they like that.
Struck. Today, France's President Macron said that negotiations with Iran must continue to stop what he called clandestine nuclear enrichment. Negotiations that collapsed when Israel launched its attack on Tehran 12 days ago and which now look increasingly fragile.
Joining us now is Dr. Meir Javandanfar, Iran lecturer at the Reichman University in Tel Aviv. Doctor, can you tell us, is this an error by Iran? Is this an accident or deliberate, do you think? The ceasefire has only been going for around an hour. What do you think this means now this has happened for the ceasefire?
Unfortunately, you know, when the two antagonistic sides we have, especially Iran and Israel, it's not easy to establish ceasefire since the two countries have been, well, Iran declared proxy war against Israel in 1991. And the current war has not, Iran has not fared well in the current war. And it's very important for the Iranian leadership to look like the winning side before this war ends, because it could have ramifications at home and abroad. And I think this is one of the reasons why the Iranians would like to be the last side to fire a missile in order to preserve the deterrence image in the future and to also to back their narrative at home.
How weakened do you think Iran is?
What do you think about the Reza Pahlavi using this as an opportunity to try to overthrow the current regime? Yeah, he's got no motion, dude. What do you mean? He's got no motion. That was an abject failure. I think, you want to know what my speculation is? I think Israel thought that they could like blackmail a bunch of IRGC generals and basically get him to run away and assassinate the ones that they couldn't blackmail, decapitate the leadership to a certain degree, like really cripple it, okay? And then there would be at least like popular mobilization against the regime. But because they did it in the most Israel way possible, because they did it while like killing a bunch of Iranian civilians, I think that, and because America was not invested, like a bunch of things did not go the way it was supposed to from the Israeli calculation. One, there wasn't enough popular discontent against the Iranian regime, but instead it was discontent, understandably, against Israel and Western meddling in the country. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Reza Pahlavi is utterly irrelevant in this calculation. He's got no fucking motion whatsoever. So I think they gravely overestimated his chances, or like his opportunity to like spark some kind of royalist discontent, royalist movement, royalist mobilization. That didn't work. Okay. Israel's air defenses were severely diminished in the process, making the timeline much shorter. And last but not least, the American involvement was much more limited than Israel wanted it to be, and that Donald Trump did actually take the off-ramp that Iran gave the Americans with an incredibly limited, incredibly restrained strike on an American base in Qatar, the Central Command base, which most of the missiles were intercepted off of anyway. So at least this time around, it didn't go according to plan. I think Israel's ambitions were far larger. They wanted America to join in a more comprehensive manner, and they thought that they could create enough discontent in Iranian society that people would be flooding the streets basically and demanding regime change. And that didn't happen for understandable reasons, because they were getting fucking bombed. They were getting bombed by Israel. Like, even if you are somewhat sympathetic, I want to put myself in the mindset of someone who's like maybe a royalist or someone who is like really anti-Islamic Republic, right? If I'm living in Tehran, okay, and I'm an Iranian who thinks, you know, fuck the regime, I hate this, it's bullshit, okay, and I watch Israel slowly but surely turn Gaza into a fucking crater, and maybe I don't care about the people in Gaza, right? I'm like, I got my own problems, I don't even fucking give a shit. But then I see what Israel is doing to Lebanon, and I'm like, okay, Lebanon and Lebanese society kind of reflects, you know, Iranian society to a certain degree. It's like, it's more of like a city. It's not like a open air prison. You know what I mean? They didn't do October 7. All of a sudden, maybe I'm a little bit more worried. And then Israel puts the crosshairs on me and my country. I'm obviously going to not want my country to turn into Gaza. I'm not going to want my country to turn into southern Lebanon and into Beirut. So all of a sudden, no matter what my fucking discontent is with the current order of business, the current regime, I want my government to protect me. And that's it. It's pretty obvious that like any kind of popular discontent that could have been brought about was a grave miscalculation because Israel did Israel shit. Even if someone was anti-Islamic Republic living in Iran, okay? Even if someone was anti-Islamic Republic and they're living in Iran, when Israel kills a bunch of your neighbors and blows up your city blocks, and you feel that fear that many other neighbors of Israel have felt, it becomes real for you. All of a sudden you're like, no, I actually fucking don't care. I hope they defend me. I hope my government protects me. You know? I think that was one of the miscalculations here, and the nuke stuff is just red meat for the dumbest people you know to hold on to. For the record, anyone that says you know, this was a successful military operation, they really fucking destroyed their nukes or whatever, no. The nuke campaign is a bullshit WMD style reasoning to conduct any sort of military operations that violates the sovereignty of Iran, and the ultimate goal, the ultimate purpose there absolutely was to decapitate, or not even decapitate the state, but like destabilize the state and create, hopefully create an environment that was ripe for popular mobilization against the Islamic Republic. If anything, we shall see what happens, but if anything, this created an environment where I think more of the hardliners within the current military structure were emboldened to take a more rugged anti-West stance, and I suspect that there are probably a lot more people. I suspect that there are probably a lot more people that are in the Iranian government that are probably talking about developing a nuclear program, like developing actual nuclear warheads, and taking that a lot more seriously, because now it's a matter of self-preservation. They're also literally, they voted, this is the National Council, the Parliament, like their government voted to pull out of the International Atomic Energy Agency. So we shall see where it goes, but it's very clear that every time you do diplomacy with Iran and treat Iran as like a normal country, they play ball. They want to play ball, okay? They're perfectly happy existing as a normal country that gets to do diplomacy with the West. They're infinitely more restrained than the West and Western forces. They're infinitely more diplomatic than the West and Western forces to a fault. And I have no, I don't think it's like it's a crazy assessment to make. I think it's pretty obvious, judging by all of the events that have unfolded, that if there's one party that is belligerent here and behaving in an insane manner, it is not the fucking, it is not the Iranians. It is Israel and the United States of America. But since America and Israel has cast aside diplomatic off-ramps every step of the way, and since Iran was able to withstand this 12-day bombing campaign, taking severe penalties in the process for sure, and having their sovereignty violated and feeling weaker than they ever have before. I think ultimately we'll see where this goes. We'll see what kind of decisions they make, and I suspect that they might be moving away from any sort of negotiations and perhaps even engage in nuclear proliferation to the best of their ability as quickly as possible.
Is there a chance that this just pushes their nuclear aspirations underground?
Well, Anya, that really depends how accurate the intelligence of the Mossad and the CIA is. If they were sure if they're sure about knowing what Iran does, then I think that bombing these sites would enable Israel to know that the Iranian nuclear program has been set back. Some people say now by 2 years, by 5 years, without the risk of centrifuges turning up in an unknown place, and while with enriched uranium and Iran making a nuclear bomb. So I think the amount of unknown knowns has to be very limited in this case, and I think
the Iranian professor from Tel Aviv speaking about unknown knowns. Interesting. Everyone's Donald Rumsfeld, dude. Everyone turns into Donald Rumsfeld like overnight. It's crazy. Well, there you have it. CNN reports that early U.S. intelligence. I mean, I said this already. Yes, of course. I said this already. Guys, it's not about the nukes. It was never about the nukes anyway. Okay? It was not about the nukes. This was more so a symbolic act to say, like, we're doing something. Come on. We need to do this. We need to do this because of the nukes. Come on, there's real nukes over there. But also, if you ask Marco Rubio, he's like, well, the nukes are inconsequential. I'm telling you, this also is a continued, this also gives room for continued strikes. Okay? This gives Israel room for more strikes. What did I say yesterday? They're going to turn around and they're going to say, oh, actually, what we have to do now is figure out where the enriched uranium is, and that these strikes were unsuccessful. Just like a lot of liberals hyper focus on whether or not this bombing campaign is constitutional or not, without actually addressing the real problem, which is that this bombing campaign happened at all. Okay, instead of doing diplomacy with a country that has shown time and time again that they are interested and invested in diplomacy to a fault, to a degree that actually violates their own personal sovereignty over and over again. The nuke conversation is a simple distraction, and I think a lot of people are diving into it head first. That's it. especially considering that the notion that they had fucking nukes to begin with was completely fabricated. There was no evidence for it at all. Why do you keep saying to a fault? How is Iran wrong to engage in diplomacy? At a certain point, you got to learn your lesson, right? Don't you think? I mean, that's why I mean to a fault. If you think that you can do negotiations with America and then Israel strikes you and then you go back to the table to do more diplomacy after 12 days of bombing, after Israel establishes air superiority over certain parts of your country, and then America comes in and also bombs you as well in the process, while again you were in the process of doing negotiations, then don't you think that that is diplomacy, like trusting the West to a fault? What should they do instead? I don't know what the options for the Iranian government are, but if oh, gray boxes are back. It didn't work. The thing. Hold on. Anyway, I guess what's their other option? But they don't really have much choice, surely. Yeah, their other option would be to work to the best of their ability with China and Russia, establish sovereignty, and develop nuclear warheads. It's to turn into Korea, basically, to North Korea. And I think if left up to the IRGC, that's what they would do. The Economist. Let's look at this article from the Economist. Okay, and then there's a Foreign Policy Magazine article as well. IRGC hardliners have already de facto seized power in Iran in outrage over perceived weak leadership of clerical elites. One thing that is certain is that the pro-Western negotiation factions have been repeatedly humiliated. Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, is 86, and for years there has been speculation about succession, although who might gain the upper hand has been far from clear. The war is changing that, turbocharging a power shift to the regime's military arm, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In the first days of the fighting, Mr. Khamenei, aging and isolated for his own safety, disappeared from the scene like the Shia's hidden imam. He delegated decision-making to a new council, or shura, dominated by the IRGC. The country is in effect under martial law, says an observer. As the IRGC gains control, its elite is being transformed at speed by Israel's assassinations. Another thing that I speculated, which was that Israel might have been unironically culling the top brass of the IRGC in a way that actually changes the dynamic of the IRGC against Israel's goals. Because if they are killing all the older IRGC generals and top brass, you might unironically be making them more resistant to any sort of Western incursion. You might be bringing up younger successors that are far more invested in, one, defending themselves, defending the country, and be far more combative towards any sort of Israeli intervention. Do you think it's crazy how news breaks faster in places like your Discord than it does in mainstream media, i.e. the US not completely destroying nuclear sites? No, it's not crazy at all. We have 44,000 people. We have a stadium full of people in here, and we are dialed in on a lot of the open source stuff. We're dialed in on all the breaking news coming from journalists as well. So it's not shocking at all. We didn't have that as fact, just speculation. Yes, but it wasn't just like a completely made up notion. It made sense, especially because of the previous information that we already had Like, for example, the enriched uranium. Iran said that they had already moved the enriched uranium days before America struck Fordow. That wasn't new information. All of a sudden, the media pays attention to that statement when they want to make an assessment on whether or not America accomplished its military goals here. We knew that Fordow was deep underground. Brother, your audio is messed up for 2 minutes straight, just like it started yesterday. What are you talking about? It's only on your end, it seems. I haven't heard from anyone else saying that. And for the record, CNN exclusive, early U.S. intel suggests American strikes did not destroy Iran's nuclear sites and likely only set the program back by months, sources say. So, one thing that we knew about Fordow, especially, and all of Iran's like ballistic missile production sites and all of Iran's nuclear sites in general, the ones that could be weaponized in the future, where you can build like fuselages or centrifuges and enrich uranium, like they are deliberately placed on the side of a mountain deep underground with the sole purpose of withstanding withstanding nuclear strikes even. It is designed specifically so that like even if America's greatest bunker buster bombs strike it, it's supposed to withstand that. If the nuclear issue is a distraction, then why did the Obama admin commit to the JCPOA? Or are you saying it's only used as a distraction by the Israelis? I think the reason why Barack Obama committed to the JCPOA was that it was unironically one of the few instances where the State Department at the time and America at the time were able to commit to a diplomatic solution rather than a militant one. And yes, Israel absolutely hated that. Are you kidding me? Why do you think there is this notion that Obama is the world's greatest Jew hater? Have you never heard this before? Talk to any Zionist and they will say Obama hated Israel. Obama was the #1 enemy to Israel. Why? Because of this. Because instead of using Israel's advice, Israel, which has always wanted to destabilize Iran, they actually went with a diplomatic role. They actually played a diplomatic role and successfully stopped the Iranian government for even enriching uranium. That was what it was. That's what happened. Anyway,
I can say with reasonable confidence that the recent operation was undertaken against Iran's nuclear program, knowing that it would be difficult for Iran to hide additional nuclear sites.
And you're in Israel. What's the mood like there over this situation?
Difficult, 12 days we've been being woken up twice a night by missile attacks. I'm a native of Tehran myself. I'm used to, my childhood was spent during the Iran-Iraq war. And now my children in Israel, they've had to go to bomb shelters twice a night, and children across Israel. It's been a hard war. We've seen houses demolished. Iran's missiles are very powerful. We're very lucky to have defenses against them. Unlike the war in Gaza, Anya, what's interesting is that 70...
Yeah, I don't care about this interview. All right. Furious. Hosts react after Trump drops F-bomb. Guys, Trump is not happy with Israel. And I do think Trump is not actually happy with Israel, for the record. I don't think it's fake. I don't think that's a phony, oh, I'm really mad at Israel. Not that it matters. Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants still, I think. Israel's still the top dog. Make no mistake. Okay? And we'll see where it goes, but like I do think that Trump is genuinely upset because his big beautiful ceasefire proposal was tarnished. But going back to the IRGC, so like we were saying, Khamenei gives control over to the military council, and the country is in effect under martial law. As the IRGC gains control, its elite is being transformed at speed by Israel's assassinations. Gone are the veteran commanders who for years pursued strategic patience, limiting their fire when their totemic leader, Qasem Soleimani, was assassinated in 2020, and holding it when Israel battered their proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, in 2024. Now a new generation, impatient and more dogmatic, has taken their place and is bent on redeeming national pride. The maximalist position has been strengthened, says an academic close to the reformist camp. He claims the decision makers in place before the war were debating whether to ditch their anti-Israel stance. But everyone is now a hardliner. Compounding the generational shift is a newfound cohesion in a military-industrial complex renowned for paranoia and scheming. A year ago, I wonder why. Okay. A year ago, the regime was rocked by infighting. Businessmen, military professionals, and ideologues battled for supremacy inside the IRGC. Hardliners chased pragmatists from state institutions. Rival factions blamed each other for the death of the country's president in a mysterious helicopter crash in 2024. Now they appear to be coalescing against a common foreign enemy. How much support does this emerging new power configuration enjoy? Many Iranians rue the billions of dollars their generals squandered on 2 decades of pointless proxy wars, and even now some in Iran are describing the Israeli-American strikes as chemotherapy to remove cancerous cells. This is wish casting, for the record. It's the fucking Economist after all. So they're doing a lot of wish casting here. This has been a point of discontent in Iranian society. Why are we fighting so many foreign wars? Right? That's like, ironically enough, you know how like we say in America, why are we spending so much money on like foreign adventurism and foreign affairs? Why are we giving so much money to Israel? Our city streets look like, you know, developing nations, fix the problems here at home, instead of all of that. There has been that kind of attitude in Iran as well, where they see like Hezbollah and supporting the Houthis, supporting Hezbollah, supporting Hamas as like a way that invokes too much anger and resentment from Israel and America, and then that will inevitably turn on Iran. Like they are provoking the United States, and they're provoking Israel by doing this kind of stuff, and it's fucking bullshit, right? Like that is an attitude, certainly. That is certainly an attitude. It's just that I think it's overstated how much anger that has, how much anger and discontent that creates in Iranian society. Israeli bombardments seem to design to tap into the seam of dissent and destabilize the country. It failed spectacularly. Recent targets in Tehran include the police headquarters and the entrance to Evin, Iran's jail for its most prominent political prisoners. Yet in parallel, the war has triggered a nationalist surge and narrowed the gap under a ruler and ruled. Do you see what I mean? It did the exact opposite. It did the exact opposite. There are plenty of regime supporters in Iran, right? You have hardliners that already don't want regime change. You have secular forces that do want regime change, but don't want Israel to be conducting this kind of military offensive. Okay? And ultimately, Israel's actions, Israel's violent actions, have unironically forced even the secular forces within the country that want to engage in popular mobilization and showcase their discontent to back the IRGC and the regime, at least as a matter of self-defense in the interim. No one has responded to calls from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, or Reza Pahlavi, the royalist pretender, for a popular uprising. Early admiration for Israel's military prowess has turned to outrage as its targets have widened and death toll has mounted. Scorn for the IRGC's haplessness has turned to pride at the speed with which it is reconstituted. Iranians who fled the capital are coming back. Those who once championed Israel are now handing over suspected Israeli agents to the police. Female political prisoners, the mothers of executed protesters and exiled Iranian pop stars have all issued calls to rally to Iran's defense. Like, people who have been imprisoned in the Masa Amini protests are literally writing letters from prison being like, fuck you, Israel. Think about that. That's pretty important. These people are in prison, okay? They're in prison and they are basically offering support to the fucking regime that imprisoned them unjustifiably, mind you. Like, even when Israel was trying to liberate the Evin prison, right, where all of the political dissidents are kept, this notorious prison, right? What did they do? They fucking blew up the prison. They didn't liberate the prison. They blew up the prison. They made it worse. They made the situation worse. I covered this yesterday because you can't do fucking bombing campaigns and try to liberate a country or destabilize a country with bombing campaigns unless you completely fucking destroy and decapitate the leadership and virtually every other group you possibly can. And even then you have to do that. You can only effectively do that with like a way heavier bombing campaign, and you have to kill maybe tens of thousands of Iranians in the process. You can't just like bomb these countries and expect it to work. The most effective way to do such a thing would be with boots on the ground military invasion, which is a death sentence for American empire, given the way that Iran is positioned, given the natural landscape of Iran being surrounded by mountains, making it incredibly difficult to deploy troops into Iran to begin with. Like, that would be a horrible situation for everyone involved. It would be an incredibly bloody affair.
What is
Israel has rejected 5 UN resolutions calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, continuing genocide in Palestine. So why did it agree to the one in Iran? The difference is ballistic missiles. Professor of World Studies at the University of Tehran, Dr. Fouad Izzadi, told Jeremy Scale in an interview this morning. This is exactly what it is, by the way. This is exactly what I've been talking about. Israel only backs away by force. Israel only recalculates how much damage it can do to countries in the neighborhood, to countries in its vicinity, by how much damage, how much penalties they will incur in the process. Okay? This is part of the reason why I said Iran has been far too restrained this entire time, in a way that actually harmed Iranian interests as well, in a way that actually harmed Iran's sovereignty. That is what I mean when we talk about the back and forth going on between the forces within Iran that want to present a more moderate, more restrained approach, a more diplomatic approach, versus the more militant factions within the IRGC that most likely wanted to establish militant deterrence early on. Because your red lines don't mean anything if Israel can just cross them. And the more Israel crosses those red lines and you don't do anything about it, the more Israel has appetite for further incursions. The only reason why this 12-day war was 12 days is because the Israeli air defenses could not withstand missile barrages coming in, and the American help was not even making up for the limitations that the Israeli air defenses had. Okay? All the while, bombing Iran galvanizes the public and emboldens the more militant factions in Iran. scorn for the IRGC's haplessness has turned to pride at the speed at which it has reconstituted. Iranians who fled the capital are coming back. Those who once championed Israel are now handing over suspected Israeli agents to the police. We were just talking about all of that. This backfired on Bibi, says a former official turned dissident using the nickname of Mr. Netanyahu. The shift at the top could dramatically alter decision-making in Iran. Hardliners have always been against talks with America. They remember Muammar Gaddafi, the Libyan dictator who surrendered weapons of mass destruction in exchange for lifting sanctions, and Saddam Hussein, who granted UN monitors unfettered access to Iraq. Both were toppled by Western interventions. Now even moderates feel burned. The last round of talks with America, set for June 15th, fooled them into lowering their guard just as Israel attacked. This person's statement is correct, by the way. Perhaps Iran will come to resemble the DPRK, where the Communist Party was sidelined by the armed forces. They've kept the Kim dynasty for the sake of continuity, but it's the generals who run the country. They did not hesitate to acquire nuclear weapons when an opportunity arose. And even Murtaza, who is like kind of a lib, says, I actually have come to respect the DPRK's ability to survive in a ruthless world. If might is right, and America's attack dog and destabilizing force in the region only responds to militancy, only responds to militant deterrence, military deterrence, when they incur too much of a penalty in for broader Israeli society, right? Not just its military, but for broader Israeli society, their appetite for death and destruction diminishes spectacularly. Earthquake? I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it at all. It must have been a small one. So let's take a look at what I mean in terms of establishing deterrence.
What is your sense of why Israel would agree to this ceasefire right now? Is it what Netanyahu is saying, that they already achieved their objectives, or is there something else at play?
Israelis have been asked by the world to stop their genocide in Gaza, and there have been 5 UN resolutions so far asking for a ceasefire in Gaza. And the United States and Israel have refused to do that, and the United States has vetoed these resolutions. So that's a ceasefire. So why is it that they refuse to have a ceasefire in Gaza, and then, according to Trump, Israelis asked Trump for a ceasefire? So what's the difference between Gaza and Iran? I think the difference are these ballistic missiles. Unfortunately, people of Gaza are defenseless. An average of 20 children are killed in Gaza on a daily basis the past 19 months. And because they are defenseless, there is no cost in killing women and children in Gaza, and that continues. Attacking Iran has cost. And I think that is the reason they are doing a ceasefire with Iran, they're accepting a ceasefire with Iran, they're requesting a ceasefire with Iran. I think they made, Israelis had 3 miscalculations. The first miscalculation was...
Yes, the audio is bad. The audio is bad. He's fucking talking from Iran, okay? Anyway, because they're defenseless, there's no cost in killing women and children in Gaza. That continues. Attacking Iran has a cost. Dr. Rizadi also dismissed Netanyahu's claim that Israel agreed to a truce because it had achieved its objectives. The point... he points to the major Israeli miscalculations, over-reliance on U.S. air defenses, failure to anticipate how quickly Iran's military would recover, and a regime change strategy that backfired by uniting the Iranian public as reasons why Israeli leaders feared the consequences of continued escalation. I wouldn't say that they were fearful of continued escalation necessarily, as I would say that America did not step up and join the military campaign in the way that Israel wanted them to. I think Israel probably overpromised and underdelivered on the regime change side. Israel overpromised and underdelivered on the regime change side, and it didn't happen, and there wasn't the destabilization that they thought that would take place. and also Trump was not as Trump was seemingly not as invested as like escalating the military campaign, and therefore they were not able to basically separate, divide the attention of Iran in terms of self-defense. Because if they were able to get America involved more heavily, and Iran was focusing on defending itself from American bombs, and also even establishing deterrence against American incursion by like targeting American bases in the region, targeting American assets in the region, and took more serious military actions against the American troop positions, then Israel would have been able to perhaps continue this, because at least it would diminish the amount of missiles that are being lobbed at Israel, but they never stopped. So, you think it's better to be North Korea, lol? Are you really supporting that for the people of Iran? What are you talking about? Is North Korea getting bombed? I'm talking not about domestic affairs. I'm talking about instability and death and destruction. I'm not talking about like internally, you know, having this this dynastic approach that is like incredibly repressive. The Islamic regime is already the Islamic Republic of Iran is already fairly repressive, especially on social issues. I'm talking about foreign policy. Yes, out of all of these countries that quote unquote were deemed to have weapons of mass destruction, or quote unquote deemed to have nukes or whatever the fuck, there's only one that actually does have nukes, and that one suspiciously is a country that hasn't been bombed. So yes, in terms of defense, in terms of sovereignty, in terms of self-defense, yeah, bro, is Saudi going to get attacked and close their airspaces or not? Wait, what? Saudi gonna get attacked? No, I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it. I think the big change in attitude here was the lack of appetite from Trump, at least at this stage, to get more heavily involved in a bombing campaign in Iran. Interestingly, JD Vance, Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. We are seeing a foreign policy doctrine develop that will change the country and the world for the better. 1, clearly define an American interest. 2, negotiate aggressively and achieve that interest. 3, use overwhelming force if necessary. For once, for my entire life, American presidents have so misused American power that many in my generation have lost confidence in our country. President Trump is rebuilding that confidence brick by brick. It turns out you can just do what you said you would do. No mission creep, no protracted. Okay, they didn't do what they said they would do. Nathan J. Robinson says, interestingly, this actually precisely matches Chomsky's description of how U.S. foreign policy works. Decide what we want and then threaten people with violence if they don't do what's in our interest. The main difference between Trump and prior administrations is that Trump just straight up admits he's an international gangster who follows Vance's take what we want and threaten those who get in our way plan. Previous presidents pretended they cared about human rights. Exactly what I've been saying. Exactly what I've been saying. The major difference between Trump and previous administrations is that Trump does not play the nicety game in the way that previous Republican and Democratic presidents have played. When Democrats are in charge, they find they release an unlimited amount of NGOs, all these civil society organizations in the country that we want to destabilize. A much more sophisticated propaganda campaign to justify why we have to do this. And perhaps they might even be a little bit slower to pull the trigger, but they still pull the trigger. Okay, but they try to at the very least play the soft power game, whereas the the Republicans have also done that as well, make no mistake, but Trump doesn't do that. He just goes, I'm the boss, I'm the king, kiss the fucking ring. That, I think, in the long term will have inevitable consequences for America because it destroys their soft power capabilities. And without soft power, you can't maintain 800 military bases because 800 military bases go from being a joint security cooperation to 800 different invasions. Okay? But that's later down the line. You know, that's not something to think about at this moment. Emily Schrader goes, somebody is in bed with Qatar, because Donald Trump said, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do it, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. This was so funny. The panic tweeting from Trump was hilarious. Okay.
John's father objected. John has no father. Oh, poor John.
Now, unlike Vladimir Stop, Donald Trump could stop Israel. He has all the power to stop Israel. He can stop Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. He can stop Israel from attacking Iran. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with Israel because Israel can't do anything without us. Okay? Anyone who tries to tell you Israel's a sovereign nation, they have every right to do whatever the fuck they want. Israel could do whatever they want. They would just find different allies. No, the fuck they won't. Israel is a simple extension of American foreign policy in the region. Anyone who tries to tell you that Israel is a sovereign state that can do whatever the fuck they want has not been paying attention. I'll give you one very clear example. If Israel was a fucking foreign nation state, okay, that does not have to rely entirely on the United States of America, they would not have spent tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars on developing a sophisticated propaganda network in Western society, because that is supposed to create a permission structure for Israel to do whatever the fuck it wants, and that is supposed to make it so that average people don't actually ask the question, why the fuck does Israel get so much money? Why do they get to do whatever the fuck they want? Israel also has to maintain its seeming sovereignty and autonomy so that when they do stuff like this, there is a level of plausible deniability that's not supposed to bring the attention back to the United States of America. Israel could not exist without the United States of America's unlimited backing, just as the state of Texas could not exist on its own without unlimited backing from the rest of the states and the federal government. Okay? It is utterly ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous to make it seem as though Israel could do any of these things without American support, especially since October 7, when there is enough reports on how much America has played a formative role. 70% of all of Israel's defense and offense has come from the United States of America. 70%. It is our missiles that defend Israeli society. It is our missiles that create a sense of safety and security so that Israel can behave in this belligerent way. It is our missiles and our targeting systems, our weapons that blow up tents in Gaza. It is our genocide just as much as it is Israel's genocide. This is precisely the reason why Israel spends so much time and so much effort making sure that they do a flow of Hasbara here in the West. Texas is the worst example. No, it's not. Texas is the best example because people think Texas could survive on its own, but its fucking energy grid, in an effort to maintain its independence on its energy grid, Texas has experienced tremendous issues.
Straight to a Fox News alert, President Trump says he's unhappy with both Israel and Iran, saying both nations violated their bilateral ceasefire agreement.
The president warning Israel that any military action will go against the deal after a senior Israeli official told Fox News that they will have to retaliate with force against Iran's missiles.
So the president right now is heading to the Netherlands to meet with NATO leaders. Here's what he said right before he left. Watch.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. Ridiculous. How are you going to respond at the ceasefire fire? I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful.
Is it possible that Trump doesn't know he can stop Israel? No, he knows he can stop Israel. Get out of here. Get out of here. Of course he knows. Everybody knows. If you know, he knows. What are you talking about? Especially someone who is as invested in like maintaining power and doing like shows of force like Donald Trump. That's all he knows. That's the language that he speaks. It's the only language that he speaks. If he truly wanted that Nobel Peace Prize, he would have stopped Israel the moment that he came into office. He would not have allowed Israel to continue its ethnic cleansing campaign. The reason, one must ask the question, why he allowed it to continue. And the answer is simple. It's because he doesn't mind the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. He wants all of the Palestinians, he wants Israel to finish the job, to complete its final solution, to complete its complete genocide, its Holocaust in Gaza. Okay? He believes that this is he personally believes that this is a good objective, a military objective that Israel can accomplish. There's a difference between Israel striking a defenseless, vulnerable, captive population in its open-air prison versus Israel striking a sovereign state with ballistic missile capabilities that is also propped up in part by another mighty foreign adversary, Russia, okay, that has economic ties to another major global power like China, and with a militant deterrence capability that can actually punish Israeli society, and that Israel cannot continue its military conquest without America joining the fight. Israel cannot achieve its military objectives in Iran without America possibly directly invading Iran, as a matter of fact. Trump at this stage does not have the same appetite for that. Trump is like, yeah, keep doing genocide. If you want to bomb Lebanon in the process, go off, king, you know? But there's a difference between that and America directly involving themselves. A show of force as far as like striking nuclear facilities from America was I will say this much: the generals that were in Trump's ear were correct when they said Iran would not escalate significantly and punish and end up punishing the American forces and American assets in the region. They were right. It did look like Qasem Soleimani. It did look like the aftermath of Qasem Soleimani. Only time will tell if this was the smart choice from Iran. Why don't you talk about over the last 150 years, none of the Trump family has served in our military? Well, yeah, I mean, they're German. So, not that long ago, they wouldn't have served in the American military. They would have served in the German one. Okay? And secondly, who gives a shit? MAMDANI? Oh, he's getting hit with the same shit. MAMDANI. Are you a tanky? Tanky, are you? I have to pee. I'll be back. This guy only asks this question over and over again. Why did you lie super hard about Iran breaking the ceasefire first when Trump himself admitted Israel broke it first? Wait, what do you mean? Lie super hard about Iran breaking the ceasefire first? No, Iran lobbed ballistic missiles. Literally, the last barrage of ballistic missiles that Iran sent was right at the precipice of the ceasefire, like immediately after the ceasefire. Okay? They did what Israel does. They behaved in the same way that Israel did. Israel considered that to be a violation, and I think if Trump were to allow Israel to continue striking Iran, they would have done way more than just hit one fucking satellite, or not satellite, one radar facility in Iran. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to be the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East, saying to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia has done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new zone in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
It's in, the region is going to a new place with the visit agreements. Can you talk what's the super plan for Gaza, for the hostages?
Yeah. It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Nariya Cross, an Israeli channel for 2 years.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Did you guys speak with Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I took everybody.
You urged both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all.
Yeah, so he's more mad. He's more mad at Israel because he's saying that, like, Iran, lobbed a couple extra ones on the fucking as a buzzer beater, okay, versus Israel deliberately, way past the point of the ceasefire, fired up their jets and traveled in the direction of Iran in an effort to go and do another bombing campaign in retaliation way past the point of ceasefire. So he's more mad at Israel than he is at Iran. I assume that even if the last barrage had no missiles lobbed past the point of the ceasefire, like the hardline ceasefire time frame, Israel still would have tried to do some kind of retaliation because Israel would have still tried to do some kind of retaliation because, like, they were very upset because they did kill a bunch of people.
And I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
How confident are you that Iran has been completely demolished?
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much.
Yeah, it's because the New York Times and CNN have now officially confirmed that the sites have not been demolished, and it makes Trump look bad. Preliminary U.S. reports says bombing sealed off entrances to 2 Iranian sites, but did not collapse underground buildings, meaning nuclear program is set back only a few months. So all they need to do is reopen the tunnels and dig back in. So he's mad. He's obviously mad about that because then it goes against the propaganda that he wants to implement, which is like, yeah, we're so mighty, our dicks are so hard, our lethal military really destroyed the Iranian nuclear facilities. Now, that is This is also kind of interesting, I think, because if the strikes set back Iran's nuclear program only by a few months, I worry that like Trump is going to look at this and be like, okay, then we got to hit it again. And I don't want that to happen, obviously. You know what I mean? Because this kind of stuff also gives Israel more cause to demand more military action from the United States of America.
Much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated. And
Hi there, joining you after a week of internet shutdown in Iran. Sorry for the broken English. Don't know if you're aware of this or not, but after the government decided to agree to the ceasefire, whose statements got read first? The president, not the supreme leader. Food for thought. Yeah, I mean, the supreme leader's been awfully quiet.
And the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
You don't believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with
no
every one of
moon.
those things. And
There was no moon. It was a special night. Nothing to see here, but they did it anyway.
that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys...
This is awesome. He's like, you have to apologize to my big, beautiful pilots, saying they didn't actually successfully bomb it. How dare you? This is not about me. It's about the pilots. It's about the pilots. They did a beautiful job. CNN hates our big, beautiful pilots. There was a woman pilot, too. CNN hates women. Clearly, CNN hates, Clinton News Network hates the women. We had DEI pilots. We had black pilots, white pilots, brown pilots, pilots of all different backgrounds.
It's really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real ugly.
Israel says that they violated the...
Dude, it's so funny because, like, this was the most obvious assessment of all time. Once again, if we here at the Hasanabi broadcast, at the Piker Broadcasting Service, can make this assessment early on, okay, then obviously the American military can make that make the same assessment as well. And notice how the initial military accomplishment was to destroy the facility and also eradicate the enriched uranium supply, even though the enriched uranium had been moved from Fordow before the strike even took place, a week before the strike even took place. So so obviously that goal was never going to be accomplished. So then they moved on to the second goal. The goalpost moved to, well, we actually destroyed the facility sufficiently. Well, it turns out they didn't destroy the facility sufficiently. So now there's two options. Either you just keep claiming that you destroyed the facility sufficiently, or it gives more of an opportunity for Israel and America to go back to the bombing campaign and kickstart the process once Israel's air defenses have been replenished.
This is CNN breaking news.
We have major breaking news into CNN. 3 sources tell CNN that according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment, the U.S. military strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back a few months.
That's right. So this is an assessment that actually is out from the Defense Intelligence Agency. That is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it was based on a battle damage assessment conducted by U.S. CENTCOM after the strikes, according to one of the sources. Let's go to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand, who has this exclusive new reporting.
Your silence is deafening. Why didn't you go to New York and go on the Sam Cedar broadcast? Is it because you hate Jews? That's crazy. That's great.
This is to that question that has been asked about how much damage has been done. This is a real question. It's also a political question that has been to something that Donald Trump.
Remember, what did this accomplish? What did we accomplish here? We spent a fuck ton of healthcare units, okay? Every military action should be every metric of looking at military action should be judged by how many healthcares did it cost, okay? Even from the American perspective, how many healthcare units did we waste on this? What were the military objectives here? Targeting the Iranian enriched uranium, targeting the Iranian nuclear facilities, and obviously the major objective here is to do regime change swiftly and efficiently, create popular mobilization, take advantage of any sort of sectarian infighting that takes place in Iran. None of those happened. Not a single one of these military objectives were accomplished, and in the process, hundreds of Iranians were killed. Almost 30 plus Israelis were killed in the tit for tat in the back and forth between Iran and Israel. Israel's air defenses looked not so great, you know. And that is with the entire Western world backing Israel. So what happened? Nothing. What could have happened, on the other hand, is Trump telling Israel not to do this, stopping Israel from doing this, and actually engaging in some kind of negotiation and lowering sanctions, lowering the nuclear sanctions with Iran, and have a much more reasonable, much more diplomatic Iranian leadership get success out of this negotiations process and go back to the JCPOA. Go back to the commitments that they had to the initial JCPOA agreement that was set up under Barack Obama. That would have actually made Trump look good. But he relied too much on the Israeli side driving the fucking process. He gave the steering wheel to Israel, and Israel is an insane, belligerent country. They're psychopathic. And here we are. Now you have now you have an Iran that is angry and understandably resentful, that is slated to leave the International Atomic Energy Agency, who might actually work towards nuclear proliferation down the line in an act of determining sovereignty, in an act of creating some semblance of protection for themselves. None of this had to happen.
Trump has been sort of dealing with here recently.
A
What
more
are you learning,
unified
Natasha?
Iranian population as well.
Yeah, look, Brianna, this is the first assessment that we are getting that the U.S. intelligence community has found about the battle damage that resulted from those U.S. military strikes on these.
This is crazy, bro. MOPs were created specifically for Fordow. There have been around 20, probably more to be honest, MOPs that have ever been created, and the U.S. dropped 18 of them on Fordow on Saturday, and it was a tactical failure according to American intelligence. Maybe, dude, let me say something. Let me say something to you. Enshittification, okay? Have you heard of it? Have you heard of it? I think capitalism is so self-defeating that maybe it fucking even ruins the American military.
These 3 Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend, and as you said, it was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm, and it is worth noting that it is a very early assessment. The strikes were only a matter of days ago.
Lockheed is quiet quitting, dude. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, quiet quitting. Boeing is already quiet quit. We know that already. Too much DEI. Too much corner cutting, cost cutting.
And the intelligence community is still gathering intelligence. They are still working to come up with a full, comprehensive picture of what exactly happened here. But based on a battle damage assessment that was carried out by U.S. Central Command, essentially looking at the images and looking at what was actually damaged. The Defense Intelligence Agency has assessed that the core components of Iran's nuclear program are largely intact, and that Iran's nuclear program has essentially only been set back by months. Now, we presented this information to the White House for comment, and White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, she did acknowledge the existence of this assessment, but she said in a statement that the administration disagrees with it. She said, quote, "This alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted..."
Dude, this is so lame. Oh my God, this is so soy. This is so unimaginably soy. Dude. Incredible. Incredible soy right. Incredible things are happening on the soy right. You're hurting the feelings of our big, beautiful pilots. I can't wait for them to even mention that the pilots are women. It's gonna happen. Trust me. Okay? How dare you hurt the feelings of our big, beautiful pilots by leaking the intelligence community's assessment that their strikes was actually not successful. How dare you? I do worry that this kind of quote-unquote leak might be coming from the hardliners that want, like, the more hawkish elements within the State Department that want to continue bombing Iran. I don't know, that are just like super invested in Israel's ambitions here. That is something that I worry about a little bit. Taking advantage of Trump's insecurities to be like, oh, you didn't do it? Well, I'll show you. I'll do it right this time. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
A perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their target.
Like, I don't know if we're having a serious conversation here for a brief moment. Those brave, beautiful warfighter pilots, okay, are war criminals. What they engaged in was a war crime, okay? I know that this is a scary thing to broach for a lot of Americans, but like, it doesn't matter if it's an American pilot or an Israeli one doing this. When you fly into a foreign nation's airspace with the express purpose of blowing up their nuclear facilities, what you are doing is a war crime. What those pilots were doing, even the female one, okay, girl boss war crimes. That's what it is. I like that we don't even think about that. I like that that is not even a matter, that is not even something that's in consideration here. Like, no one is even entertaining the notion that, like, this is actually, one, an act of war, and two, a war crime. I truly feel crazy about, didn't the UN guy say it was legal though? Wait, what do you mean? What? Anyone that sanctions a tactical first strike, that anyone that sanctions a tactical first strike against nuclear facilities is insane, okay? There is no world in which this is appropriate or allowed. And it probably wasn't a UN guy, it probably was a fucking NATO guy. Yeah, it was it was Rutte. He wasn't the UN guy, he's the NATO General Secretary. And of course he said that. That's NATO, that's not the United Nations. Here, I'll give you an example from the not so distant past. Russia was engaging in a battle near a Ukrainian nuclear power plant. Do you remember how terrified everyone was that Russia was doing this? The dynamic doesn't change when America does it, because the actual war crime here is hitting a nuclear power plant. And it did get hit. Yeah, Zaporizhia got hit. Like numerous nuclear power plants were under fire in the process. That doesn't change when it's like the receiving, on the receiving end you have not Ukrainians but like Iranians, you know what I mean? That's like not allowed or appropriate.
Its total obliteration. Now, it is worth noting here that there has been dissent, I should say, within the intelligence community, within the defense community, about just how much of an impact these massive bunker buster bombs would actually have on Iran's nuclear facilities. It was far from certain, given that these bombs had never been tested in an actual combat scenario, whether they would actually penetrate those very, very deep underground tunnels that lie underneath these nuclear facilities. And what we are told is that as of now, this Defense Intelligence Agency assessment, it does conclude at this point, again, it is still very early, that those underground facilities...
Yeah, NPT is completely destroyed since a country doing everything right got its nuclear facilities attacked. Why most nuclear armed nations even did not condemn it. From here on, the NPT means nothing is also correct. Like, what good is any of this? What good is the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, also known as the NPT? What good is that but a piece of paper to wipe your ass with if all of the fucking signatories are openly stating that this is actually very cool that America hit a fucking country's nuclear facilities that was actually abiding by the same fucking treaty? What are we doing? This is what I mean. If it's the rule of the jungle, then, and it's might is right politics, then everyone has to get more militant. Do you understand how this makes the world a less safe place? Do you understand how America's belligerence and Israel's belligerence in the global stage is making the world a less safe place? Now, obviously, the other side of the story is that all of these treaties and all of these conventions are mere suggestions, or rather, rules and regulations that the Western world has created specifically to bully whoever they've declared their adversaries, while they themselves violate all of those fucking rules in the process of enforcing these regulations and restrictions upon others. That is how it's been in perpetuity. That is what Western dominances look like. And now that America's time is passing as the singular sole global hegemonic superpower, other countries that are regional powers are also themselves violating these rules. Also, yeah, this was the other thing. Brigadier General Ismail Qaani, commander of the IRGC Quds Force, is alive and well. He appears in public at Iran's victory celebrations in Tehran, beating widespread allegations that he was killed by Israel. Yo, Brigadier General's gonna be older than 23. Ironically enough, Iran has the opposite issue, where in Israel, everyone is like 18 years old and they're Brigadier Generals because they have rank inflation. Iran has a much older. Iran has a problem with like their Brigadier Generals being too old. Yeah, they have a gerontocracy themselves. Like there's no comfortable middle ground here where like everyone is like 83 years old in a position of power in Iran. Meanwhile, in Israel, it's like it's all inexperienced 18-year-olds. This is very similar with how Germany invaded and annexed Austria, and that led to appeasement. It was one factor, the World War II starting. The main difference is now that America is the one attacking and invading. The other countries are appeasing us. Yeah, no, I think that if the only analogy we have at our disposal is World War II, then yes, the sad state of affairs is that we are the Nazi Germany now. with nukes and also complete military dominance around the globe already. Like, that is the sad state of affairs for sure. They've turned Fox News into a podcast studio. Lol. Wait, what? CNN intel assessment contradicts Trump. MSNBC ceasefire hanging by a thread. Fox News. Is Trump a Mount Rushmore level president? This is awesome.
And refuges, including the highly enriched that everyone has been talking so much about, those are largely intact. Now, of course, this does stand at odds with what President Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth have been saying in recent days about the impact of these U.S. military strikes. Of course, President Trump said it was totally obliterated, and Secretary Hegseth did as well. And he actually also provided CNN with a statement. And he said that, quote, based on everything we have seen, and I've seen it all, our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. Our massive bombs hit exactly the right spot at each target and worked perfectly. The impact of those bombs is buried under a mountain of rubble in Iran. So anyone who says the bombs were not devastating is just trying to undermine the president and the successful mission. Now, our sources did emphasize here that there was severe damage that was done largely to the above-ground structures at these nuclear sites. And so there was damage done, of course, by these massive bombs. But the core components of the nuclear program, we are told, they are...
How are you going to call yourself a professional streamer while letting this issue go on for weeks? Because I live in the United States of America, where infrastructure is purposely dog shit and there's not much I can do about it, even though we've tried to fix the problem, and I've literally brought in technicians here to fix the problem, and yet the problem has not been fixed. Unless I just I don't know, somehow contact Hezbollah to fucking lay down miles of fiber optic cables like they have in Lebanon, I'm not going to be able to fix this issue on my own, unfortunately. You know?
Are largely intact, and it only set the program back by a matter of months. Boris Brianna.
Natasha Bertrand, please stand by.
That is true, by the way. Hezbollah does have fiber optic cables. That's not even a joke.
Your gutless news. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group.
I thought you finally realized a fucking hardware issue and not an internet one. Yes, it is an internet one. We ran tests for the past 48 hours. We thought it was a hardware issue. We thought it was an Intel CPU issue. We actually changed the CPU, and the issue still persists. So clearly, it's not a hardware issue. As a matter of fact, it is the. We also have been nonstop looking at DNS. There is a ping plotter that is going on this entire time while I'm live. Okay, in real time for the past 48 hours, nonstop. And that ping plotter shows that there is one of the nodes that is closest to me is basically acting out. Intel network chips are prone to defects, though. Most motherboards have them regardless of the CPU type. No, I know that. Please trust that we are working on, we are monitoring every aspect of the issue here, and that the test that we've conducted shows that it was, as a matter of fact, one of the nodes that it jumps off to before it reaches my internet from the ISP that is experiencing blips. Yes, I did talk to the ISP, and yes, the technician came this morning. There's packet loss happening at one of the nodes before it comes to before the internet reaches my home.
For people, and the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. but the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to cease?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel was committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one...
Israel came out and said no loads refused. Taking far too many loads. They got loads, the biggest loads you've ever seen, folks. Unacceptable. The amount of loads. Terrifying loads. So big. So hard. So fat.
One rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
I don't care about Trump's condemnations of Israel on camera. I care about what he does behind closed doors. I care about what Israel wants to do and what Trump will allow them to do going forward. I also care about Trump scaling back Israel's violence and stopping it in Gaza. Okay? He can do that as well. This kind of like obvious resentment and anger that he's demonstrating towards Israel here is meaningless if it doesn't lead to policy changes.
Now, we basically have two countries that are...
As I've said before, Donald Trump says, Vladimir, stop. He doesn't have any power to like actually stop Vladimir, but he does have the power to stop Israel.
Fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Wow, and that's too. A lot of people talking about the expletive at the end, but that's he just being honest.
He's furious. Right. I had the opportunity to just talk to him before we just went on air for the 8 o'clock hour, and I said, I haven't seen you this upset in a while. What's really going on? He had just hung up with Bibi Netanyahu, the prime minister, and he said that the prime minister is bringing all the planes back. I said, why are you so frustrated with Israel? And he says because he didn't feel like it was good faith, that even though they still had some time until the ceasefire, that they essentially unloaded on Iran. I said, what about Iran as it relates to some of the reports that they're still doing their program? He says they got to save face for the country. They still got to appear to be strong. But he goes, their program is done. He said, our pilots fixed all of that when they hit their targets there. But he goes, I'm not happy with both of them, but more so Israel, because he goes, it's over, it's done. The program is done.
Well, and he also said in that press conference that he's upset with Israel because Iran targeted them after the ceasefire, but it was one missile that went nowhere, he said. So for Israel to retaliate against that when nothing happened with that Iranian missile, he doesn't feel like that was in Israel's, they shouldn't have done that, he said.
I'm all for Israel hitting every target possible within those final 8 hours. They got about 100 launchers hiding under tunnels. There's other people. There's other assassinations got to take place. These nuclear scientists got to go. These higher commands got to go. They spent their entire existence trying to kill Israelis and kill us. And now
we're back. We're back. Am I watching fucking channel? Am I watching Khan? Is this channel 14? Am I watching Israeli news right now? What is happening? We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta bomb them. We gotta bomb them harder. We gotta bomb them harder. Brian killed me. Yeah, Brian killed me went from Brian killed myself to Brian killed them.
What the president's referring to, and I think he's right, I don't know if they can do it, but when you have Iran's chief nuclear scientist, Mohammed Eslami, say on Tuesday, they're going to immediately tell Mir News they're immediately going to start again with their nuclear program. I mean, that's like in your face to us and to Israel.
Well, we knew they were going to do that. We saw those trucks removing some of the enriched uranium out of the facilities. Mike Tobin confirmed that, exactly. So where is that enriched uranium? We saw those 5 planes go in from China, go into Iran. Did they take enriched uranium back to China to protect it while Iran was preparing to get blasted? Where is that enriched uranium? But I have faith in this president, and I appreciate hearing him say they will never have nuclear facilities again.
But here's the other issue. They have to stop financing all their proxies. Ceasefire's great, but if you want to get to the next step, I don't know how you enforce this. Hamas can't get another dollar, Houthis can't get another dollar, and Hezbollah can't get another dollar. They did not back Iran when the chips were down. Either did Russia and North Korea, either did China. So we got to make sure that they just can't reconstitute and we're not back here in 18 months.
But if they do, Israel has great intelligence. We have intelligence. We would know where it is. And look what our military did on Saturday. They could do that again.
Well, but it's very hard to take down what they did with Hezbollah. There's only going to be one pager operation, one walkie-talkie operation. They can't do this again. They cannot get rocketed from both sides. And Hamas has got to be finished. And in a couple of weeks, I guess they're going to look to talk and get the final hostages out. But they have no more money flowing to them right now, no more money flowing to Hezbollah. If that stays the same, then we could watch these guys wither. Lebanon could actually get Lebanon back.
Brian, you know, from an ideology standpoint, I agree with you. I agree with you that this is something that is deeply rooted in the radical Islamic ideology there in Iran, and they're never going to stop. But I do see the president points up, you got to give peace a shot, because he's not only dealing with Iran, but he also has to at least appear to the Muslim world, to the UAE, to Egypt, to Jordan, that he's trying to get a close to this. So working a lot of different factions.
But as you know, Iran is enemies to all those countries.
100%.
They just don't want to come out and say it.
Because of their people.
Right.
The Ayatollah. Most of the Iranians don't like this regime, but they have a lot of power.
The mullahs and the clerics.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
The mullahs and the clerics. Dude, these guys will die if we're not actively killing Muslims somewhere, okay? If we're not actively killing brown people over there, I will die. Okay, just please. One more bombing campaign. One more bombing campaign against a Muslim population, and it will be packed up. I promise it's going to be good. I promise this time it'll be different. Just please kill a little bit more. Just a crumb of more death and destruction, please. Yeah, it's like China in trade, exactly. China is like, please, one more node of development. One more node of development. If I don't send Labubus, a shipment of Labubus, to the American countryside, I will explode. And for America, it's like, if we don't kill Muslims, we can't. We'll die. There's a life force that is preserving America, and that is exploding Muslim children overseas. We have to do it. We have to do it, or else we'll die. You don't want us to die, do you? I mean, come on. Come on, that'd be really fucked up. It's quite anti-Semitic of you to not want us to kill Muslims, actually. Why are there so many Muslim countries surrounding our forward operating base, Israel? They have to be eradicated. You sound very anti-Semitic.
Hello, everybody. Great afternoon. How are you?
What is this?
How are you? We have breaking news. Everything
is broken.
And they said you can expect very great. Put out a statement of truth, and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, he's also chalking that up as a W for himself too. He's like, yes, I've contained Israel by tweeting. I stopped Israel by tweeting super hard. I truthed.
That this might not happen again. Say in a couple weeks that.
Tired of it. I think they don't want it to happen again. And Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon, by the way. I think it's the last thing on their mind right now.
Mr. President, did Iran make any commitments yesterday about uranium enrichment?
About what?
About uranium enrichment and
they're not going to have enrichment, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they know that. They're going to get on to being a great trading nation. You know, they're very good traders, and they're going to be a great trading nation, and they have a lot of oil. They're going to do well. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
So did they promise?
The last thing on Iran's mind right now is nuclear weapons.
Can you clarify what you meant when you mentioned regime change in your Truth Social post the other night?
Which?
Regime change. Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people. And they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job, which is exactly where I've been saying for years, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But we're going to...
Oh, yeah. Trump is also wrong about the Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran's Atomic Energy Agency, according to Tehran Times, says Iran's nuclear program will resume without interruption, and we are ready to restart enrichment. Our program will not stop. Now, this could mean two things, okay? One is an emboldened hardliner position that has now taken root within Iranian society and certainly within the Iranian government, where they are now going to go full tilt on nuclear deterrence. Or it can mean so that they can once again have leverage. Oh shit. Okay, calm down. Calm down, internet. I know. A little F, little blip, little baby F, little F's, small F's taking place. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Lots of F's, micro F's, but many F's nonetheless. We got it back. We're good. No more F's will be taking place eventually. Let's test out the delay, folks. The Biker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers. That's right. $6 a month or free in the form of a Twitch Prime. Your subscriptions are what keeps this broadcast going. The Biker Broadcasting Service will never serve ads unless they are contractually obligated to do so. Subscribe now to the Biker Broadcasting Service. You can also gift a sub to others. Burgles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs to the Biker Broadcasting Service, PBS. PBS. I don't believe anything it says in this voice. Could the Trump admin be further calcifying their war starting pretext with these leaks? They complain about CNN saying the operation was actually unsuccessful, but are they actually upset about CNN saying that the threat is still there and is more real than ever before? I mean, I think they would say it themselves. I think they would, what do you call it? I think that the administration themselves would say it instead of leaking it to CNN. The admin themselves would be like, oh, our operations were very successful, but obviously it's not enough. We need to go again. I think there's different ways of going about it if they wanted to go back and create more, create a media environment that is already very thirsty for perma-war with Iran. I will not do ads unless I sign a contract to do ads. Yeah, it's true. Wemby posing with Mao? No. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my God. Victor Wembanyama stuns with Mao Zedong in newly shared photo. He's a ball knower. He is a ball knower. This is amazing. He's living his best life, dude. I'm stunned. I am stunned. Resurfaced photo. Resurfaced photo shows Wemby might have become a Maoist third worldist. Victor Wembanyama comes back to the United States of America with newfound appreciation for global trade. Victor Wembanyama believes that the One Belt, One Road initiative will offer global prosperity to all parties involved, including the United States of America. Resurfaced from 2 minutes ago. JD Pond-Wemby, welcome to the team. All right, let's keep going.
Be with, where's Marco? I think Marco's here someplace. You know, our great secretary has said, but we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, the last thing on their minds is nuclear weapons. They don't even want to think about nuclear. And our B-2 pilots made this all possible. They had a magnificent hit in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. They hit the target perfectly, wiped it out. And the press is very disrespectful. I saw CNN fake news going, well, maybe it wasn't a perfect hit, it was perfect. They said maybe it did destroy it. We agree, it did destroy it, but maybe it could have destroyed it more. No, it couldn't have destroyed it more. Everyone hit. And it's very disrespectful to those great geniuses and patriots that flew those planes through tremendous danger.
Yeah, this is such a funny way to defend the military. This is such a funny way to defend like the otherwise failed military objectives by being like, you're disrespecting the troops. Like, you're not only are you disrespecting our armed forces, but you're disrespecting the brave individual troops that conducted this strike. It's hilarious.
So CNN and MSDNC are a disgrace, and so are the others. I mean, they're pretty much all a disgrace. But it's an amazing period of time. Now we're going to NATO, and we'll get a new set of problems. We'll solve a new set of problems.
Do you think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
They're calling them chair force. Believe it, folks. These guys, they are not sitting on chairs, okay? They got Tostitos fired up in the microwave on the B-2 bomber. 42 hours. They got a bed in there. I'd love to be on a B-2 bomber myself. Probably better than the Air Force, folks. Believe it. The Air Force One, not the best plane. That's why I wanted a plane from Qatar. Love to be on one of those B-2 bombers, watching the bombs fall down.
Yeah, probably. I'll see him. Yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing? They're tough. He's in a tough situation. Should have never been there.
Was there a couple days ago that you didn't think the U.S. should have to agree to the 5% increase in GDP on defense?
No. I was the one that said that's what they should be paying, as you know. No, I should do something. And they're having a problem with Spain. There's always a problem with Spain. Because Spain's not agreeing, which is very unfair to the rest of them, frankly.
So the U.S. won't be increasing our GDP to 5%.
We should pay what everyone else. You know, they're in Europe. We're not. You know, a lot of that money goes to rebuilding their bridges, their roads, so it can take heavy equipment. And, you know, we don't have any roads in Europe. We don't have any bridges in Europe. So, no, it wouldn't be quite the same thing for us. But we're with them.
Are you still committed to Article 5 of NATO?
Depends on your definition. There's numerous definitions of Article 5. You know that, right? But I'm committed to being their friends. You know, I've become friends with many of those leaders, and I'm committed to helping them.
What do you want the role of NATO to be going forward once these other countries are spending more?
By having a unified system, I think we're going to have stronger peace, better peace. And I think we have that. You know, when I went to NATO, they were broke. When I first started this whole thing, it seems like a long time ago, 9 years, right? But they were broke. I knew it immediately. I said, you guys are broke. They weren't paying their dues.
How do you define Article 5? Like you read it and you understand basic English? I mean, the funniest version of this is that he just simply doesn't know what Article 5 is, which I doubt. I know he's stupid, but like, I don't think he's that stupid, okay? I'm sure he knows what it is. I think he just means like, what are the limitations of invoking Article 5? I don't know, like, or how America interprets it. Like something that I've talked about in the past is like, would Article 5, would America or all the NATO nations invoke Article 5 if like Lithuania was being attacked? You know what I mean? I don't think it would. I don't personally think they would. It's just a matter of like what the response is, how much they want to defend Lithuania. I mean, in the past, there have been, as you guys know, when Turkey and Greece got into conflict, Turkey, a NATO nation, very clearly did not trigger Article 5, or sorry, Greece did not trigger Article 5, and neither did Turkey when they, you know, when they fought one another. Maybe he means like that, you know?
Seven of the 28 countries, at the time it was 28, were paying their dues, but they were.
Dog, you have like 10 Lithuanians watching and what you're saying is scary. I'm just trying to make sense of what Donald Trump means here, okay? That's all this
weren't
is.
paying very much. NATO was broke. And I said, you're going to have to pay, and we did a whole thing, and now they're
Clip it for when Hasanabi
then I said, you're going to have to lift it to 4% or 5%, and 5% is better. And they just, I guess they're voting on that today, but they're going to be lifting it to 5%. That's good. It gives them much more power.
Mr. President, if there's language in the final summit.
Wait, he leaked a text from Mark Rutte. Mr. President, dear Donald, congratulations and, oh God. Congratulations and thank you for your decisive action in Iran. That was truly extraordinary and something no one else dared to do. It makes us all safer. You are flying into another big success in The Hague this evening. It was not easy, but we've got them all signed on to 5%. Donald, you have driven us to a really, really important moment for America and Europe and the world. You will achieve something no American president in decades could get done. Europe is going to pay in a big way, as they should, and it will. No, he didn't write this. This is not real. Is he writing? First of all, it's shocking how he's able to write this text message while he's bouncing on it, if it's real. Okay? Because I don't know how he was able to see the phone through the bubbles he was blowing right in front of his eyes. Secondly, they confirmed it was real. What? Dude, he's mimicking Trump's text patterns? Europe is going to pay in a big way, as they should, and it will be your win. Safe travels and see you at His Majesty's dinner, Mark Rutte. That is so cringe, dude. It sounds like sarcasm. No. Mark Rutte is a major dick rider. Okay? So no, I don't think this is sarcasm. Especially the part about Iran being like, you did an incredible thing in Iran. In Iran, you did an incredible thing. In Iran, believe it. Like that makes sense. Oh God. These guys are such fucking losers, man.
A
They're
declaration
such losers,
about
bro.
aggression by Russia. Would you be okay with that kind of language?
Well, I'll have to take a look at it, but you know, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you." And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia. It's a shame. 6,000 soldiers died last week. More, 6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine, a war that never would have happened if I was president. So enjoy your flight.
Let me ask you one more follow-up. In your comments just now about Article 5, that will probably make some people in Europe concerned. Can you clarify what you mean? Are you still committed to mutual defense?
I'm committed to saving lives. I'm committed to life and safety. And I'm going to give you an exact definition when I get there. I just don't want to do it on the back of an airplane. Okay?
And one other question on energy. What's your take on the oil price situation right now, and are you concerned?
Great. I love it. It dropped almost $10 yesterday. I put out a statement, get it down, because a lot of people aren't able to do things when the energy goes down. We're going to have a lot less conflict. So it came down, and our energy department's doing a great job. We're drilling like we've never drilled before. We're keeping it down. We're going to keep it down until all these wars are settled. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you.
Freudian sleeper cells in the United States.
Biden led a lot of super cells, and Biden was an incompetent president, had no idea what he was doing. He hardly ever signed a document. Other people signed documents for him with the auto pen. It was gross incompetence. And among everything else, he let a lot of super cells in.
Super cells? Raw earth, super cells. This man is so fucking Brandonized, dude. He is so goddamn Brandonized. The Brandonification is complete, brother. Super cells? Okay, now I genuinely do believe. In the past I've said, maybe, jokingly said, maybe he truly believes that like asylum seekers are actually escaping insane asylums. Now I 100% believe it. He literally thinks that asylum seekers are not actually going through a legal process of seeking asylum in the United States of America, but instead actually escaped insane asylums in like Guatemala and shit. And he thinks sleeper cells are called super cells. Oh my God, he is so fucking stupid. God damn it, dude. Supercells? %. The MS-13 knuckle tattoo Trump still believes has the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3 on Kilmar Breaker Garcia's knuckles too. He straight up thinks all of these things. Oh my Lord, he is so fucking dumb. Oh my God, he is so stupid. How can someone be so fucking stupid? How can... God, America is so dumb. America is so stupid that they looked at this spectacularly stupid guy and were like, this guy should have access to the nuclear launch codes. Oh, yay, what a fucking insane country we are. Jesus Christ. And they still glaze him. They still say 5D chess moves, sir. Excellent moves, Mr. President. And as long as he does stuff that like the liberal media and the military industrial complex appreciates, like fucking bombing Iran, they will continue glazing him as though he is some normal ass dude making normal ass decisions. Incredible. He thought stealth jets were literally invisible. He's like, I saw them. They're not invisible. They're very visible. Why do they say they're invisible?
Find out a bit more right now about the president's very stern call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just a little while ago as the ceasefire was hanging in the balance. CNN political and global affairs analyst Barak Ravid is joining us right now. He's also a global affairs correspondent for Axios.
Yeah. Okay. What a wonderful state of affairs here. Guy who worked for AIPAC interviewing Israeli defense operative. What is our media, man? Okay, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Wolf Blitzer, Papa Wolf, love him, okay? literally an AIPAC a spokesperson. This is not like me being ooh, like anti-Semitic or something. Like straight up worked for AIPAC and was a press person for AIPAC. And the guy he's interviewing, Barak Ravid, who is a famous quote-unquote journalist, award-winning journalist, is literally an Israeli, was a fucking Israeli intelligence operative, and possibly still is an Israeli intelligence operative. Okay, what the fuck?
Barak, thanks so much for joining us. I want to read what the president posted on his Truth Social site earlier this morning after cursing out both Israel and Iran. He wrote this, and I'm quoting Trump. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Barak, what did you learn about that conversation between Trump and Netanyahu that led to that post?
Hi, Wolf. According to Israeli news official, this call was pretty difficult. One U.S. official told me Trump was very direct and firm with what he told Netanyahu. He basically told Netanyahu abort mission. And Netanyahu, according to Israeli officials, told the president, look, I can't abort mission. The Iranians violated the ceasefire. They fired the missile. I have to do something. So at the end, Netanyahu told Trump that he's going to scale back this attack, and from a list of 12 targets, many of them in the center of Tehran, at the end, the IDF struck one target, one radar outside of Tehran, which I think it's a pretty unprecedented thing that, you know, the President of the United States goes out in public calling on Israel to abort mission, and Israel doesn't. I think it's quite extraordinary. And if we, you know, if there's one thing that showed us.
By the way, I do get to say I called it here. Okay, I told you that Israel was not fucking happy, and this was even before the Iranian last salvo of missiles came through. Like, it was clear that they were not happy about what had taken place, and they wanted to fucking shred the ceasefire. And I think that they still want to shred the ceasefire, for the record. Reports are coming out of both Israel and Iran suggesting drones have been detected either heading to or in each country's airspace. We'll see what that means. We'll see what's going on. I think the Israeli Air Force just released a statement too. Let's see. The Air Force intercepted 2 unmanned aerial vehicles. Whoa, what the fuck? They just changed the way that they translate stuff now on Twitter. The Air Force intercepted 2 unmanned aerial vehicles earlier this evening that were heading toward the country's territory, likely from Iran. The interceptions were carried out outside of the country's territory. Alerts were activated in open areas in accordance with policy. Didn't you say one phone call would stop Israel? I guess the phone call didn't work. If you think that Israel simply wanted to take out one of the fucking radar sites in Iran and not just like immediately go back to a full tilt bombing campaign, you're out of your fucking mind. It wasn't one phone call. It was one tweet that stopped Israel. So that's number one. And number two, the reason why the one phone call thing works, the reason why the one phone call thing is like what I've stated time and time again is like the power that America has over Israel is because of what comes after the phone call if Israel doesn't follow through on the phone call. As I said earlier today, I said one phone call is all it takes, and if it doesn't work, weapons embargo, and if that doesn't work, sanctions, and if all that doesn't work, military invasion. I disagree with you, Avi. I don't believe that Trump has any actual frustrations with Israel. I think their public messaging is just way too, is just this way to keep the anti-war sentiment to not gain foothold in the Democratic establishment as they climb the ladders of escalation. Oh, I don't think you're wrong. I think he's just mad because Israel is like sullying whatever plans that, whatever long-form plans that they have in place. Israel has internal pressures that and also their own personal ambitions. And I see this as Israel testing out the grounds of like how far they can take it, how much they can move beyond whatever lines that Trump has set. They did this with Joe Biden. They walked all over Joe Biden with regular frequency, and Joe Biden just ate it over and over again. Now we'll see if Donald Trump is invested enough, or if he will hold back Israel for at least an extended period of time, so they can like successfully rearm, defend itself appropriately. Because if Israel has no defenses left and they're still trying to go back to war, and with their air defenses diminished, all of a sudden America has to go in, because America has to protect Israel. America's most important asset is Israel. So Israel violating this red line is a significant escalation. That it is a intervention, is a demand for intervention by America. Israel wants to provoke some sort of escalation, so that when they get to a point of retaliation, America has to intervene. I don't think that like this is completely off the table, for the record. I just think that America has a different design or a different plan, maybe sometime in the future, as opposed to right now. Not only has Trump escalated the situation, but is also baiting the Dems to the Taco Trump messaging with his half-ass "we don't want chaos in Iran" takes after quite literally committing a war crime by bombing nuclear facilities directly with American planes. Trump doesn't care about the Democrats. At most, he might care about like massaging public opinion, but even then, it's very clear that he doesn't give a shit about the public opinion either. They literally did this strike against the wishes of the public. It didn't matter. Iran's military unified command headquarters issues a statement after drones were spotted over the city of Rasht, warning Israel and America that further incursions will result in a more crushing response than previous Iranian attacks against Israel and on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. The troubled Zionist regime, with false and baseless claims by Netanyahu and the criminal Trump, has become accustomed to lying. This regime is violating the country's airspace with drones, and since this morning has already targeted and attacked several areas of the country. The powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, whilst having complete distrust of the false guarantees and lies of the criminal leaders of America and the aggressive Zionist regime, possess full intelligence and operational oversight, and are 100% prepared and ready to counter enemy aggression, any enemy aggression. We call on America and the Zionist regime to learn from the crushing blows of the brave warriors of Islam from the north to the south of the occupied territories and from the American base in Al Udeid. Otherwise, they will receive a more crushing response with broader targets. Yeah, seems like they were launched a while ago. No. Israel is claiming that Iran launched 2 drones at Israel, but they were intercepted by the Israeli Air Force earlier this evening. This is the Israeli military statement. Having said that, however, having said that, Israel did launch drones, or at least someone launched drones into Iran as well. According to the IDF, the drones were shot down outside of Israel's borders. The military estimates that the drones were launched in the morning hours at the same time as the ballistic missile barrages. Drones take several hours to reach Israel from Iran. So, I don't know, maybe they had launched those drones early on and Israel intercepted them, considering that they're much slower than the ballistic missiles. But it seems like Israel has also launched drones in Iran, in Iranian airspace. These are like baby steps. This isn't as severe an escalation, for the record. Yeah, we already covered this, yes. Iranian air defenses shot down attacking drones in the northern city of Rasht. ISNA news agency reports citing deputy provincial governor.
That's how angry Donald Trump was, is that he used this morning on camera the F word in the context of the Israel-Iran war. And we remember, when is the last time Donald Trump used the F word about Benjamin Netanyahu? So I think it shows how angry and frustrated he was.
Do we know what came first, that Iranian strike on that residential apartment building in Beersheba that killed 4 Israelis, or the Israeli strikes that took place in Tehran?
So as far as I understand, according to the sequence of things, the Israeli strikes in Tehran happened before, and the Iranian missile strikes happened afterwards. But according to the timeline that President Trump himself laid out, both were still.
German journalist, Israel, I mean, I told you this already. Israel did not allow us to film or report Iranian missile impacts on military and strategic locations. We were only allowed to show impacts on civilian areas. I don't know who this person is, but I don't really care about their personal anecdote here. It's very obvious that, like, Israel, I mean, we know for a fact that Israel did that because they released from Central Command new directives to the entire population. And we also know that they arrested people as well for filming some of the impact sites.
Still before the ceasefire came into effect. I think what created the problem was that the Iranians fired the missile one time 6 minutes into the ceasefire. Let's say, you know, that's borderline. But the second time they fired a missile 3 hours into the ceasefire, and while the missile was intercepted, didn't hit anything, it was still, you know, something that Israel saw as a violation and threatened to strike in retaliation in the center of Tehran.
In a statement after the phone call with the President, Prime Minister Netanyahu's office said this, and I'm quoting, "In the conversation, President Trump expressed his great appreciation for Israel, which achieved all of its objectives for the war, as well as his confidence in the stability of the ceasefire." End quote. What objectives is Israel claiming it achieved during the course of the last 12 days?
So I think there's no doubt that Israel achieved almost completely its 2 main objectives, which were, number one, destroying the Iranian nuclear program. I think the program, even if it's not 100% destroyed, it has been severely damaged, and it would take the Iranians a long time to bring this program back to a place where they can even try to produce a nuclear weapon. The other thing is the Iranian ballistic missile program. While the Israelis set out an ambitious goal of, you know, removing this threat completely, they did not. But they, I think, degraded Iranian ballistic missile capabilities significantly, at least 50%, maybe even 60% of Iran's.
Damn, so Israeli intelligence officer Barak Ravid is wrong, considering that new assessment that came out that was leaked to CNN shortly after this interview directly contradicts the Israeli intelligence community's assessment. Oh, Congress would have approved the strikes on Iran. U.S. House rejects effort to impeach President Trump 344 to 79. Anyway. Donald yelled at baby Bibi. Trump raised his voice at Netanyahu and demanded to stop the attack, with the Israeli Prime Minister managing to say little during the call, according to the Jerusalem Post report. I mean, at this stage, I don't even know if that is like fake to make it seem like they are no longer in bed with one another. I just don't. I don't know, and I don't really care. The only thing we can wait for is like what Israel does in the upcoming days. If Israel keeps prodding and keeps poking the bear again and again and again, we shall see. Supposedly he was just angry that they undermined his ceasefire, like you said. Yeah, I don't think Israel is happy about this. Urgent. Jerusalem Post quoting officials. Trump and Netanyahu's call was difficult, and Trump viewed the ceasefire as a personal achievement that no one would undermine. What is this? I wonder if other VPs had as much excitement as I do. Thomas Massey asked Mike Pence about his last month. Damn, that's crazy. What is the Israeli appetite for war with Iran? Oh, it's fucking, it's the buffet. I think Israeli society, is not as important here. Their opinions are completely inconsequential. Yeah, this was the other thing that I saw. I responded to this as well. Not much backup from Dems today as AOC saying Trump could be impeached over the Iran strikes. No, that's a big threshold to cross, says Nancy Pelosi. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. To which I responded, Lamau, that's not what Twitter Democrats keep telling me about the party. She is the Speaker Emeritus, and the reason why she fucking intervened here is because Hakeem Jeffries has no motion and no smoke. So, Dems already voted the impeachment down, by the way, so, you know, congratulations to the Democrats on this one. Here is the drug-fueled rant this morning. Oh, also, yeah, AOC had, Trump had some smoke for AOC. Stupid AOC, one of the dumbest people in Congress, is now calling for my impeachment, despite the fact that the crooked and corrupt Democrats have already done that twice now. The reason for her rantings is all of the victories and that the USA has had under the Trump administration. The Democrats aren't used to winning, and she can't stand the concept of our country being successful. Again, when we examine her test scores, we will find out that she is not qualified for office, but nevertheless far more qualified than Crockett, who is a seriously low IQ individual, or Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country, yet the failed country that she comes from doesn't have a government, is drenched in crime and poverty, and is rated one of the worst in the world, if it's even rated at all. How dare the mouse tell us how to run the United States of America? Who's the mouse? Is it Ilhan Omar? Is he calling Ilhan Omar the mouse now? Is that the new thing? Anyway, I don't want to read the rest of this. Who gives a fuck? He's just AOC's response, she was cooking him. Mr. President, don't take your anger out on me. I'm just a silly girl. Take it out on whoever convinced you to betray the American people and our Constitution by illegally bombing Iran and dragging us into war. It only took you 5 months to break almost every promise you made. It's not, that's not bad. He called Chuck Schumer the great Palestinian senator. She better start worrying about her own primary before she thinks about beating our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, whose career is definitely on very thin ice. She and her Democrat friends have just hit the lowest poll numbers in congressional history, so go ahead and try impeaching me again. Make my day. Yeah, whatever. This is, who cares? I don't care. I don't care about this. Jeffries did a live stream earlier today and he had 82 people watching Lamau. Yeah, I saw. Funnily enough, this is also all Brandon's fault. Brandon gave Netanyahu the slightest taste of free will, and once Israel tasted that free will, there was no going back. Once Brandon let the attack dog off his leash, it's next to impossible for Trump to get that leash back on. Yeah, that is a Brandonian failure, but I would say that is a Brandonian failure born out of Trump's initial failure to do the exact same. And here is, you know, don't take my word for it, obviously, because I'm a radical, right? I'm this radical guy, right? Here is, where is it? I want to show you Matt Duss, who is a liberal Zionist, and Bernie Sanders is former foreign policy guy. We don't agree on everything when it comes to foreign policy, certainly. But here it is. Unmentioned is that Biden's promise to rejoin the JCPOA and broke that promise. Unmentioned is that Biden promised to rejoin the JCPOA and then broke that promise, squandering an opportunity to set up and setting the stage for conflict. Unmentioned is the Gaza genocide that Tony helped perpetrate, the result of a regional strategy he shamelessly now seeks credit for. This is in response to Anthony Blinken's horrendous op-ed in the New York Times saying, opinion, Trump's Iran diplomacy failed. I hope his airstrike succeeds. This is why I say American foreign policy is uniparty. And the reason why I say this is not to get a fucking, like, shitty victory over the libshits on the timeline being like, Kamala Harris would never do this. We'd be at brunch right now. Even if Kamala Harris would do exactly this, we'd still be at brunch. That's not my point. I don't care about this. Kamala Harris is not the fucking president. But I want my fellow countrymen on the Democrat side, on the liberal side, to recognize the reality that if they are truly anti-war, which I suspect many are not, and they're simply looking for a reason for why they are not going to go out and protest against Trump, because they did their very best, that going out and voting is not the end of the political process, the end of the political journey. If you're truly anti-war, if there's policies that you actually believe in, you have to be committed. You have to have a steady commitment. You have to keep protesting. You have to pressure the Democrats to reflect your values. And what's frustrating is that so many people on Twitter will rather fantasize about how Kamala would do things differently at a time when the Democratic Party, and at least like the most powerful Democrats, are seemingly posturing in the exact opposite way that these guys are fantasizing. It's very, very frustrating. Stop fantasizing about an alternative reality when the Democrats are positioning themselves and signaling that they are on board with this Iran stuff. They're just not on board with the process. They don't like that there was no congressional approval. The problem is not that there was no congressional approval. That is a problem. That is not the problem. The problem is going to war with Iran instead of doing diplomacy. A problem in the process is doing it without asking the fucking asking Congress for permission, as is stated in the Constitution. It's very, very frustrating. Here's Brett McGurk, former Biden NSC coordinator for the Middle East. Literally the architect, by the way. The architect of the Gaza genocide. Perhaps the Steve Witkoff to the Biden administration. If Marco Rubio is the Anthony Blinken, Brett McGurk was the Steve Witkoff. Or more than Steve Witkoff. Like, he was the architect of the Gaza genocide, of the bombing campaign in Lebanon, okay? Modern day Kissinger. Brett McGurk, former Biden NSC coordinator for the Middle East. This is about the best place we can be. I give extremely high marks to his national security team and President Trump for managing this crisis. Good morning, says Akbar Shahid Ahmed, senior diplomatic correspondent at HuffPo. Joe Biden's chief Middle East advisor wants you to know Trump has brought us the best place we can be, and the White House wants you to know he said that. McGurk crafted the policy Trump doubled down on driving the dangerous Iran-Israel war, which is likely to resume. plus ongoing bloodshed for Palestinians, a blank check for Netanyahu, and minimal accountability or reflection for U.S. choices. He's also extremely ambitious. See this in the context of his work for presidents from Bush on, an era in which the U.S. has a deeply questionable track record in the region he focuses on. Plus his sense that he can secure an even bigger job sometime soon under Trump or a Democrat. It'll be quite a choice to again empower McGurk. There will be new details on McGurk's role in the nightmare in Gaza and the Middle East broadly in my upcoming book, says Akbar Shahid Ahmed. Tracking figures like McGurk matters not so much because of who they are personally, but because of what they represent. A tired, failing foreign policy establishment that rejects introspection, fueling bloodshed and alienating Americans. No hope of progress without addressing that. And once again, as he also points to Matt Duss's statement that was critical of Anthony Blinken, Biden did not rejoin the JCPOA. So when Kamala Harris said at some point that she would rejoin the JCPOA, that rings hollow, as she also stated time and time again that Iran was a major issue. Iran was the most significant enemy, and that her foreign policy perspective would not actually step away from Biden's foreign policy perspective at a time when there was unprecedented violence unfolding in broad daylight as Israel continued with the blank checks that they were getting from the United States of America with our munitions, a live streamed child holocaust. The notion that Kamala Harris would be any different is insane. This is not to say, oh, you shouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris. Okay, that's not my statement at all. Because I have also time and time again mentioned that Trump would be worse. Okay, of course Trump would be worse. But on this issue, the idea that Kamala Harris would be a peaceful dove is idiotic. Okay, the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to be like, I told you so, or to secure this like weird moral victory. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you are a liberal and you voted for Kamala Harris and you believe that Kamala Harris would present a alternative vision for American foreign policy, you have to recognize the reality very quickly and mobilize against the current Democratic establishment to ensure that when there is another opportunity for elections where your voice can maybe be heard, you make it known that you are anti-war. You make it known that your anger and resentment, your frustration, is not the same kind of frustration that the Democrats are currently presenting, that this was done without congressional approval. Because while congressional approval is an important part of this puzzle, it's not the most significant part of this puzzle. The most significant part of this is going to war with Iran at all and not actually following through on diplomatic outcomes at all. Do you understand? So if you are on the one hand stating over and over again that, well, Kamala Harris would have listened to Congress and would have gotten the approval from Congress to strike Iran, and talking as though like striking Iran was a necessity, you are ultimately no different than the Republicans. Playing it by the book and preserving the institutions is meaningless if the outcome is still the same. That is my argument. If you care about the outcome, if you care about actually being anti-war, you have to pressure your representatives to also reflect that opinion. And this is not an opinion that is unpopular. This is an opinion that is immensely popular. Okay? 85% of the country said that they did not want to go to war with Iran. And only 5% of the country in the latest YouGov poll said that they would want to go to war with Iran. Only 5. The rest were undecided. If you can't even get on board with the fucking 85-5 issue, what are we doing here? Then democracy is just a lie. And you recognize that it's a lie, but you want to entertain yourself with the notion that, like, if your team wins, maybe the alternative is that the other side's team gets sad for a little bit. McGurk wasn't brought in just by Joe Biden. He's been in NatSec Middle East foreign policy game since 2015 when Obama appointed him to be his ISIS guy. McGurk resigned under Trump when he found out Trump was withdrawing troops from Syria. He's not just a Democrat, but he's an ideological demon in it for the love of the game of which is killing brown people. Yes, at the behest of Israel, too. Like, Brett McGurk's purpose here, alongside what was the IDF guy, the guy that literally served in the IDF, was it Amakai or whatever? There were two dudes. It was Brad McGurk and the other dude who was literally an IDF guy that designed Biden's foreign policy. Amos Hochstein, sorry. Amos Hochstein is funny. Yeah. No, it's not Hochstein. Former Biden admin official, I wish the Trump admin would just hire McGurk already. Would be so much easier to then go after the he represents and impose on our admin for not to absolve anyone for Biden's record, which directly brought us to a more dangerous place, but to note how frustrating, how frustration is rising in Dem. I didn't see an F. Why does this guy go Omega F anytime there's like a baby blip? Like there'll be like a minor blip and the chatter will act as though it's over, like the stream is done permanently. The stream is perma-fried. Drama queens. But to note how frustration is rising in Dem foreign policy circles, the question is if that leads to a process of accountability, reflection, and even remorse. Also, President Trump's disapproval went up as well. He's now sitting at 57% disapproval rating. His approval rating is at 40%. His approval rating went down. His disapproval rating went up. Ben Shapiro praises Trump for standing up to Iran.
In the face of those who believe, both left and right, that America...
Bro, he has no motion. I genuinely think Ben Shapiro, even talking about like Trump's, even Ben Shapiro praising Trump's actions in Iran, unironically causes more resentment among the Republican base. I feel like they see this shit and they get more mad. They hate Ben. Ben's got no motion. He fell off so hard.
Involvement in the world is somehow the prime evil, the great driver of world suffering, that the world is somehow better off in the hands of the Chinese and the Russians and Iran going nuclear. He stood up. He stood up to the morons like AOC on the left who proclaim that Trump himself is a Hitlerian threat to the world by standing up to a true Hitlerian threat to the world. And he stood up.
Wait, really? He stood up to Benjamin Netanyahu? He stood up to himself?
Up to the dolts on the right who thought that they could somehow claim the movement Donald Trump built, the Make America Great Again movement, for themselves, painting Howard Zinn America-hating turd with a coating of MAGA language and then trying to pass it off as filet mignon. He stood up to all of them, and he proved that America is great again.
Oh, yeah. America's only great when Israel is running the show. Great. Great take by Ben. Great take by Benny Hanna. Yeah, we have the interview with Brad Lander and Steve Colbert. I will get to that in a little bit when we do the Zoran Mamdani segment. It's coming up. It's coming up soon. But yeah, this last barrage of missile strikes was crazy for Israel, for the record. And I think that even without the last barrage of missiles, even without this last barrage of missiles, I would say that Israel was already demonstrating a lot of like the Israeli officials were already pissed off that Trump did not enter the conversation in a more meaningful way. Here's also Ynet signaling that there is more to come, for the record. Israeli media are already pushing for another round of war with Iran. Months are needed to assess damage, but Israel must prepare for another round with Iran. This is another case of I hate to say I told you so.
Quickly, but
Let's get to Harry Enton.
These are initial readings, and I will say from a historical perspective, I am surprised that the net approval rating is so low on these strikes, and it's in 2 different polls. It's our CNN.
Why are you surprised? Why are you surprised by this? Americans look far and okay. It's not surprising. You want to know why it's not surprising? Because look at American cities, man. Literally go to any fucking small town. It's a ghost city. It's a shell of what it once was. There's homelessness everywhere. People are in a constant state of fucking panic, thinking that crime has exploded because they see homeless people everywhere. Okay? America has a lot of issues. And then Americans recognize those issues and then look at Israel receiving all of the dollars that should be going to the United States of America. And of course they get fucking pissed off. Eyvallah baba. So obviously they're gonna be fucking pissed off. Why wouldn't they be pissed off? What's shocking is more people are not pissed off. Why is it that we always have money in the banana stand for fucking killing people and for bombing campaigns, sometimes at the behest of a foreign nation like Israel, but we got no money to fucking fix the problems here? That's all. It's that simple. That's it. It's very annoying to act as though like Americans already, because of the way that the media is set up, shelter themselves from the immediate consequences of war because of our proximity to the war that happens all around but never comes back home. And then the media also plays a role in making people feel as though they are not an active participant in war at all times. But that is part of the reason why Americans can also fancy themselves as like peacekeepers and peaceful doves. But beyond that, they do see a lot of fucking money being spent on these things. And they get resentful. They're like, why is there always money for this shit, but no money for us? Why is there no money to fix the fucking ISPs? Why is there no money to help people get a leg up? Why is there no money? Why is there never any fucking money? Like, do I have to be Israel to be able to pay for healthcare? What the fuck is this shit? Is the domineering attitude. So of course, even when it's a thing that every American government has done, which is a non-congressional approval strike on another fucking country, the attitude is the resentment is slowly brewing. Okay.
SSRS poll, 12 points underwater, 1 thumbs down. How about the Reuters Ipsos poll? Look at that, the exact same reading, -9 points underwater, 2 thumbs down. And why am I so surprised from a historical perspective? Because usually airstrikes rate fairly highly. What are we talking about? Let's go back through the time.
For the record, my suspicion, oh yeah, look at this. Oh, airstrikes rate pretty highly. My suspicion is, and this goes back to like Zoran as well a little bit. My suspicion is all of this talk about Zoran being anti-Semitic and Zoran being anti-Israel is actually going to backfire. I think it's actually causing people to look at Zoran differently. Like much hay has been made about how the Jewish voters are an immensely important voting bloc in the city. And they're of one mind. They only care about Israel and nothing else, which is obviously not true. Zoran has the 2nd largest base of Jewish support in the fucking primaries. Okay, make no mistake. If that was the case, then New York Jews would not be voting for Zoran, and they clearly are. But also outside of that base of support, all of this talk about Israel is only adding to the fucking frustration that average Americans feel and see all the time when they're like, we got our problems. Here's a guy who's like trying to address some of those problems. And people are constantly yelling about how fucking anti-Semitic he is. Well, okay, I don't give a shit. Why the fuck does he have to constantly answer questions about Israel, man? What is happening? I think Zoran is playing this as close, like being Muslim. Obviously, there's a lot of Islamophobia baked into the commentary here, so I think Zoran is being as careful as possible in his messaging. But I think if he was a white dude, like a fucking straightforward white guy, I think, and he was running with the same positions that he's running on, he could literally be like, I don't fucking care about this. Like, I think if he wasn't a Muslim, if he wasn't a brown Muslim dude, and if he was the same exact guy, okay, handsome, 33 years old, charismatic individual, who, when faced with a barrage of anti-Semitism allegations, just simply turned around and said, why is it that we're constantly talking about Israel? What is this? I'm running for mayor of New York. Shut up. Nobody cares. If he was more aggressive, I don't think he would suffer at all. As a matter of fact, I think he would benefit from that. The very fact that he is a brown Muslim and seemingly has not experienced that many issues in his polling, in spite of the barrage of anti-Semitism accusations, shows that reality. That's my take.
Machine. Net approval of U.S. airstrikes. You see it here, Iran, minus 11 points underwater on the average. Compare it to ISIS back in 2014, 58 points in the positive direction. So this is a nearly 70-point difference. That is why I'm so surprised from a historical perspective, because normally these airstrikes rate quite highly, but this one, you go back through history, it rates as the lowest that I could possibly find on the historical record.
In military action, often popular at the beginning.
I have a sneaking suspicion that the most popular candidate in the future will be like a white Jewish dude who is deeply anti-Israel. Like a white Jewish dude who is open, like not Bernie Sanders style. I'm talking straight up like, nah, fuck this Israel shit. Like talks like Thomas Massey. A white Jewish dude who speaks about Israel like Thomas Massey would be doing LeBron numbers, okay? Straight up. Because you can't hit him with the anti-Semitism shit, because Americans would be like, what are you talking about? He's Jewish. To be fair, they absolutely did that with Bernie, self-hating Jew. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter. Self-hating Jew is inside baseball. Nobody gives a fuck. It's not outside baseball. Zionists can fucking claim self-hating Jew all day, every day. Not a single fucking person outside of like those circles will ever actually take that shit seriously. They'll be like, what are you talking about? Who gives a fuck? Anyway, let's do the Zoran Mamdani. This part was like went super viral on Twitter. What a disgrace Stephen Colbert has become. The only speculation I have here is that the campaign, like Brad and Zoran's campaign themselves, asked for these questions to be asked, because goddamn.
And in many.
What tension, bro? Motherfucker thinks it's like 2002 and there's a masjid being fucking placed near ground zero. Remember how fucking insanely, if you want to know how insanely Islamophobic this country is, there was a Muslim group that wanted to build a fucking masjid. There was like an Islamic center that happened to be in the vicinity of fucking ground zero, and they stopped it, dude. And people unironically were like, what do you mean you want to build a fucking place of worship near ground zero? You did this. It was funny. Yeah, it was funny if you're fucking not Muslim. If you're Muslim, you're looking around being like, what the fuck? One of the most psychotic things that dominated the discourse from liberals and Republicans alike.
In many ways, that's the most New York City thing we can do, because for so many of us who've grown up in this city, difference is something that we celebrate. It's something that we know is actually a part of the fabric of this place that we call home. And you know, many years ago, I was the campaign manager of a Jewish candidate for state senate, and I took him to a mosque in Bay Ridge. And after he gave his speech at Friday prayers, an older Palestinian man came over to him and he looked at him and he said, cousins. And I think that there is this possibility of building a shared life in our city, because ultimately that is the story of New York City. It's a shared life of people from across the world, and it's one that we know, even in the language of the hostage families themselves, everyone for everyone. We are tied together as one.
Well, we have to take a quick break. We're right back with more Brad Lander and Zoran Mamdani. Brad Lander, who are both running for mayor of New York and have endorsed each other on the ranked choice voting system. Now, guys, as I said, I'm not endorsing either one of you, so would you please switch seats right now?
Very good. Right. All right.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
thank you, Joe.
This is good. All right.
Welcome to the hot seat, friendo. Okay, Mr. Lander, one of the reasons why you're here is not just because you're doing well in the polls, but last week you were handcuffed by ICE for linking arms.
God, it's supposed to be such a fucking powerful photo, and I literally cannot get over how goofy Brad looks here. I hate that. Like, I wish he looked way cooler. He just looks like Tim Robinson, dude. It looks like a I think you should leave sketch, and I can't get over it. Like, it's such a fucking powerful goddamn photo, and he literally is dork maxing in it. I like, mad props for Brad putting his fucking body on the line, okay? That is exactly what you're supposed to do as a local politician. He's a fucking New York City comptroller. Much respect for him doing this, okay? I give him his flowers all day, every day. But god damn, this photo is so fucking bad. What is this, Chubby Bubbles girl? I mean, kind of. Masha Gessen, columnist of the New York Times, surviving autocracy, the future is history. Powerful New York Times piece, the attack on Zoran Mamdani show we need a new understanding of anti-Semitism. Whoa. The I think you should leave reference?
But it's lunch. Yeah. Obviously. Going to do that. Hey, dude.
This tweet is for Tim Robinson and only Tim Robinson. I have an extra ticket. Oh shit, Brad follows me. I didn't even know. This tweet is for Tim Robinson and only Tim Robinson. I have an extra ticket to the New York Liberty game tonight. You in? That's oomph. That's oomph. That's my Twitter oomph.
With an immigrant that they attempted to detain. First of all, Why was that important for you to do? And as mayor, what ability will you have to resist the federal authorities on immigration policy that you think is abusive?
So I've been going down to immigration hearings for a few weeks now. About a month ago, Department of Homeland Security changed the rules. It used to be that these folks who are coming, who have done everything right, they registered at the border, they got a hearing date, they showed up, expected to be able to say why they're afraid that if they'll be deported, they'll face violence or persecution back home. About a month ago, DHS just started dismissing their cases and saying you no longer have status as an asylum seeker. They're like bewildered. They leave the courtroom, and a gang of ICE agents, not wearing uniforms and wearing masks, grab some of them and essentially disappear them for deportation. So volunteers have been asked to show up at the court, bear witness, try to give them a little know your rights information to let them know they can object, try to connect them to lawyers, and that's what I was doing here. I met that gentleman, Edgardo, and I just took his arm, tried to walk him out of the building. 5 times before, I've been able to get families walked out of the building so they could go back to their neighborhoods. In this case, you saw they grabbed us, separated us. I was in detention for 4 hours. Edgardo remains in ICE detention today.
And as I said, you're the comptroller of the city. What is that?
Fair enough. Everything is under control.
What do you do?
Chief Financial Officer in New York City. Manage the $275 billion pension fund that is the retirement security of teachers and cops and firefighters.
All right, so you're the money guy for the city.
The money guy for the city of New York.
You're the money guy.
Yes.
And wait a second, you're the money guy, and he's a democratic socialist. You're a socialist endorsing the money guy, and the money guy's endorsing the socialist.
Oh, brother! Wow, bro, you're so funny, dog. What a fucking brilliant. Like, if you're the king of satire, and the joke that you are fucking trying to fire off here is literally something that you see from a blue checkmark reply guy on Twitter, quit your fucking job, dude. Quit your goddamn job, Stephen Colbert. What a shame. A person who I don't really mention that much, but was also formative in like the way I see the role that comedy plays. Like, the Colbert Report was awesome. I have a fucking right-wing character, Hank Pecker, partially designed around this. I cannot believe his fucking fall from grace, dude. Truly, truly insane. Legitimately. Like, at first, for a moment, I thought he was gonna do like you're the money guy, you're Jewish, like maybe like a subtle, light anti-Semitic joke or something. And he went with the fucking, oh, you're the money guy, he's the socialist.
Socialist guy, why does socialism not scare you? Because socialism scares a lot of people.
I mean, look, I am a proud progressive, and I think that's in the tradition of New York City. I mean, this is an incredible city, generates so much creativity and energy and wealth, and the job of city government and of the money guy is to invest in the public goods that keep that thriving going, and then share opportunities so much better. And that's what our schools are, and our parks are, and our libraries are. That's what we're paying for with all those dollars. And that
great response too. Like, he's just like, bro, the money. What do you think the money guy does? It's distributive policies. My entire job revolves around adequately distributing the fucking wealth that New York has in its coffers. That's all scary socialism.
That's the city we love.
I think what...
There's literally no F on my end. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
What Brad has also shown by being the money guy is holding people accountable. Right? One of the main reasons that we know that Elon Musk took $80 million out of the city budget was because that was something that Brad discovered. And I think that...
And we're going to get it back, so every penny.
And at the core of this is about actual accountability.
It's also lame as fuck that, like, when Zoran was sitting in the front seat, it's all like, okay, Zoran, how many Jews have you fantasized about violently murdering today? Why do you want to kill all Jews? And then when he's asking Brad questions, it's like, Brad, you're brave, you're bold, you're beautiful, you put your body on the line to save fucking ICE agents. You're a comptroller, you're the money guy. Doesn't socialism scare you? You're the money guy. Look at the guy you're next to. He's a socialist. Not only is he scary brown and Muslim, he's also a socialist Muslim. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, dude.
Because what we have is a federal administration in Washington that is authoritarian in its actions and its vision, and we deserve leadership here in New York City that is actually an alternative to it, not something that looks like a mirror image of it.
Well, I want to talk about that. I want to get back to what happened down at the court. So it is expressing its power in an authoritarian way. This administration, Trump has said he is sending troops to New York, just like he sent to Los Angeles. Let's start with you, Mr. Leonard. What can you do as mayor, similar to what Karen Bass was faced with in Los Angeles? What can you do if there are troops in the streets of New York to protect New Yorkers?
Yeah, well, there's a lot we can do to protect New Yorkers. I'll start with the fact that, I was proud to be there for Edgardo, but you know what would have been better for Edgardo was a lawyer, and the city of New York should be paying for legal representation for people who are facing deportation so we could de-escalate. And what I was proud of in what happened last week was it's in the nonviolent tradition. We are standing up against authoritarianism, and we can do it in a way that is nonviolent, that de-escalates, that shows the best of New Yorkers and the best of Americans. We are going to need to come up with more tactics for doing that. That's peaceful protest. That's bearing witness in the courts. And yes, that's keeping a peaceful city. Even if they send National Guard here, we will not back down, and we will show what New Yorkers are made of in a peaceful way.
We've only got a minute here, and I've got to get to a couple of other things here. New York is a big old town, okay? It's old. It's not necessarily machine politics like the Chicago that I used to live in, but there are a lot of bodies buried, you know?
Still a lot of machine politics here.
Okay, and one of the things that people say that they'll vote for CUOMO is like, he knows where the bodies are buried. He knows how things are done. Mr. Mamdani, you're 33 years old.
Oh my!
You know, a fresh face is very...
Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Even when he's glazing Brad, he's using that as a way to fucking attack Zoran. He either directly attacks Zoran by barraging him with anti-Semitism questions and violence questions. Then he's glazing Brad to again attack Zoran. And now he's once again attacking Zoran directly. What the fuck is happening? Every single question that he asked Zoran was a perceived weakness, right? Like what he thinks is a good line of attack. It's actually shocking how bad this interview is. I cannot believe it. I was not expecting Stephen Colbert to do that. I did not realize he was like this. I knew he was like a shit lib. Not one policy question. The only time where he teetered on the edge of a policy question was basically when he said Zoran's policies are too expensive, kind of. It's interesting everyone talks about what a failure Brandon Johnson has been in Chicago to warn about Zoran Mamdani winning, but there's no talk of Michelle Wu having a 61% approval rating in Boston. She took office at 36. It's actually remarkable how bad this is, especially for someone like Stephen Colbert. What the fuck, man? I didn't realize it was like this. In 2016, Stephen Colbert had Donald Rumsfeld gently try to push him on the Iraq War, which killed hundreds of thousands. Rumsfeld ran circles around him, won over the audience, and Colbert obliged by promoting Rumsfeld's new Solitaire app.
Most people in the United States understand that government's not perfect. I mean, look how long it takes to get snow removed. But on the other hand, I think what's really important are the intentions and the capabilities. of the people, and for the most part, I think it was Churchill who said that democracy is the worst form of government except for any other that's ever been tried. And
you know what else he said? Try my solitaire game.
Oh, God. Fucking ew. God, he sucks. Look at Zoran's face, bro. This man is constantly smiling. It freaks me out a little bit. I don't know how he eats it all the time. He's got the chops to run for office, that's for sure. Because I'd be fucking losing my goddamn mind, brother. Oh, my Lord. I would be fucking red hot.
Very good. New ideas are very good, but why should the city trust someone with so little governmental, especially executive experience, to run the greatest city on earth?
No, I think it's a moment for New Yorkers to ask themselves.
The best way to fucking use this is your lack of quote-unquote experience is actually a benefit here. Americans are sick and tired of business as usual politics. Americans are sick and tired of business as usual politics. Andrew Cuomo represents the calcified corruption in New York politics. He is responsible, as our former governor, for every single cost of living adjustment that you have had a hard time with, that you have seen your neighbors leave this beautiful city over, that you've seen your friends and family leave the city in droves over. His redirection of funds away from Medicare at the state level, his underfunding of the MTA, or his initiatives of austerity that have made it so that the subways don't run on time. We have to change that. And if comfortable politicians that are more invested in sitting on this seat and less invested in changing things for the better are going to continue running the show, the resentment against them will grow. This is why I, Zoran Mamdani, have been able to, with an incredible grassroots operation, been able to go from being a lesser known entity in this race to one that can potentially dismantle the previous order of business, not only in the New York mayoral race, not only within the New York Democratic Party, but hopefully shape a pathway for a future that will make the Democratic Party be a fighter again. Fight for people's rights, fight for people's liberties, fight for the working class Americans. This is what the people demand. Something along those lines is what I would say. I don't think he said all that. I don't think his lack of experience, quote unquote, is actually a fucking problem. It's just a talking point that they're using to avoid. It's a talking point that they're using to avoid all of his policies.
Ourselves what kind of experience we want. Because what we see in Andrew Cuomo is the experience of resigning in disgrace, the experience of cutting Medicaid, of cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for the MTA, of hounding the more than a dozen women who courageously stepped forward to credibly accuse him of sexual harassment. The experience that I offer is that one that I'm very proud of. You know, as Brad was saying earlier, I think of the experience of Richard Chow, a taxi driver who lost his brother to suicide. Someone who had been sold a dream by this city as a ticket to the middle class. I organized alongside Richard and thousands of working class taxi drivers won $500 million in debt relief that brought so many of these drivers back in the dignity that they'd been denied. And alongside that, won the single largest infusion of money for the MTA's operating service in better subways, better bus service, the first of its kind fare-free bus pilot, a track record of fighting for working-class New Yorkers. And ultimately, in this moment, we can also see a glimpse of how we would run the city and the campaigns that we're running.
Well, for both of you gentlemen, what's your relationship with, like, unions, with police?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the things that run the city. What's your relationship with the police?
Well, look, you know, that's my job as controller. I invest their pension funds, and I'm happy to say last year their pension funds were up 10%. I work closely with representatives, even as we invest in more affordable housing and show how you could run the city well.
All right, how about you? What's your relationship like with the police?
You know, it's a relationship.
How about you? You're a brown guy. You get stopped by the cops. You're probably doing something illegal. You're probably doing illegal stuff, right? I don't know. Globalizing the intifada, huh? Zoran. Zoran Hamasdami.
Where when I've had conversations with rank and file officers who've told me that they joined the police force to tackle serious crimes, I've heard their frustrations that they've instead been asked to play almost every single role that city government can imagine. The same people who thought they were signing up to deal with shootings are instead playing the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And ultimately, it's part of why we see 200 officers leave the department every single month, with about a quarter considering doing so, because we're not letting them do their actual jobs. And that's part of...
Isn't it kind of like a softball interview, though? No, fuck no. A softball interview would be, you're young, you're dynamic, you have an incredible campaign, you were a lesser-known person in the New York State Assembly, and now you're the talk of the town. How did it happen? What are some of the policies that you are implementing that is so, that is bringing this kind of response out of New Yorkers? The reason why this looks like a softball interview, even though it very clearly is not, it's a hardball interview, is because Zoran is a fucking baller. Okay? This is not a softball interview at all. It's just Zoran is balling so fucking hard that it looks like he's actually dunking and Steve is just throwing up alley-oops. He's not. He's becoming the mayor of New York, not the mayor of Tel Aviv. This Israel stuff is ridiculous. 5.9 thousand likes. Can we please stop asking mayors about foreign policy and framing questions in a way that depict Mamdani in a negative light? All it does is force him to spend time defending himself against baseless accusations. You spend half a Zoran segment asking him questions about Israel. No policy, no nothing, just talking about a foreign country in a New York mayoral race. Zoran's patience is seriously incredible. This line of questioning from Colbert and others is so upsetting and ridiculous. This is why I think this kind of like constant Israel this, Israel that. Are you an anti-Semite? Admit to me that you hate the Jews. When is the last time you made a Jew joke? Tell me now. Is backfiring, I think, because people see that and go, what the fuck is this, bro? What are we doing? No, like literally. This is backfiring, I think. You forgot the age-old important question to ask New York City mayoral candidates. Does Maldives have a right to exist? You forgot. Asked, does Palestine and Gaza have a right to exist? Colbert grilled Zoran harder than he did Trump. I've literally never heard liberals ask Trump more than once about this his very well-documented anti-Semitism. This shit is making me go insane. I'm a longtime Colbert watcher. Zoran was not on my radar until I started seeing him everywhere and talked to some volunteers from his campaign. He is by far the most inspiring candidate to run for mayor that I've seen since living in New York. This way that Colbert treated him made me very uncomfortable. I'm a Jewish person, and I would have preferred that you ask him about his policies or ask him about how his life was threatened recently. And he still walked across New York and spoke to people in every community. When will people realize Israel is not important to us in the majority? If anything, Gaza is of greater importance. This is why I said, if he was a white dude, he could just easily be like, why the fuck do you keep asking me about Israel, man? It's a foreign country. Like, he could be way more stern, and it would probably come across as like, as a cathartic moment for a lot of people, like me yelling on the Piers Morgan show, where people will go, oh, you can do this. Like, actually, there's someone finally saying the thing that I've been thinking. You know what I mean? But because he's a brown Muslim guy, he has to fucking play ball. You know? CBS YouGov poll. Do you approve of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities? Disapprove 56%. Approve 44%. Independents disapprove 64%. Democrats disapprove 87%. Republicans approve 85%. God, Republicans are so cooked. New York City Board of Elections using the Hamas carrot. Wow. They put a red triangle. What's next? Free parking? Ay, ay, ay. As the war on terror began, Zohran Mamdani's father, Mahmoud Mamdani, wrote the critical book, Good Muslim, Bad Muslim, about how the U.S. policies U.S. polices Muslims to answer for all terrorism, all anti-Semitism, any bad Muslim, in air quotes. 21 years later, his accomplished son runs for mayor of New York City, and far too many interviews still reduce him to his same bigoted line of questioning. I mean, straight up, like, I don't know. I like to, I try to the best of my ability to not let my own personal experiences shroud or cloud my judgment on this, okay? But this is something that I have to fucking deal with on a daily basis. There is no other issue. I'm a white dude, I'm straight, I'm tall, you know, I have bro-y tendencies. So any other issue I talk about, any other issue whatsoever I talk about, any other defense of marginalized communities that I engage with, nobody ever fucking questions me in this way where they're like, you're only biased because you're gay. Like, you know what I mean? If I'm talking about like homophobia or some shit, nobody goes, oh, you're biased because you're gay. This impacts you. So clearly you're not, you know, you're not thinking straight. But the one time where I talk about American foreign policy, which is predominantly impacting Muslims in most circumstances, everybody immediately goes, oh, of course you're fucking pro-terrorism. Of course you're glazing Iran. You want Sharia law to be implemented here. It's like, bitch, between you and I, who the fuck do you think is closer to some kind of religious fundamentalist form of governance? You, the white Christian conservative who wants this to be a fucking Al-Qaeda ass country, or me, the guy who's fucking pro-trans? It's so fucking annoying. Cuomo leads in New York City Democratic mayoral primary odds. Okay, it doesn't matter. The fucking the election is taking place. Stop looking at predicted or Polymarket or whatever. What happens happens. Okay, if you're in line to vote, stay in line. Wait, you're gay? No, man. I said I'm straight. You not hear what I'm saying? What is this? Look at the other post other than the one you posted today. You're so stupid. Yeah. Even if Zohran doesn't win in the primary, God forbid, okay, he still has the general. He can run for the working families ticket. And just like, even if he does win, Andrew Cuomo will still run on the general as well. We want him to win in the primary, for sure. But it doesn't end there, even if it doesn't, God forbid, even if it doesn't happen. Incredible new achievements in racism are being unlocked. This is the first time I've seen yelling at Sikh headwear for being Muslim racism applied to an actual Muslim. Yeah. Look at Mamdani. We do not want this jihadist as New York City mayor. This is a new meta. This is like the old meta, but redefined. In the past, if you were wearing Sikh headwear, okay, they just assumed you were Muslim, but you were Sikh. Zoran is actually Muslim, but he's wearing Sikh headwear, and they are still being Islamophobic to him. Look at this evil jihadist Mamdani. Yeah, dude, liberals, by the way, are actively showing their fucking asses. They're actively showing their asses. I've seen some like crazy shit. I've seen some crazy shit on my timeline, dude. I've been seeing actually nutty shit. Like people who claim to be liberals, claim to be progressive. What is this guy? Mason McCann. I saw this. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can find this real quick. There was this guy. Okay. 21, Utah, establishment progressive, social democrat, founder of Utah Dems. Okay, where is it? I could not fucking believe it, dude. This man. All of these guys like this, there's like a couple of these fucking accounts that are trying to be like liberal shit posters. Okay. And they wanna act as though they're like they wanna act as though they're pro Zoran, but actually they're no longer fucking pro Zoran apparently. Where is it? Oh, yeah, I really won't be sad when Zoran loses, not gonna lie. Okay? This is what he said. If he loses, Zoran owns it. Yeah, the establishment behind CUOMO and he's out fundraised, but Zoran's unforced errors gave CUOMO the ammunition. What was Zoran's unforced error? Being photographed next to me. That was his unforced error, doing an interview with me. Okay? Someone was like, what's wrong with Hasan? He goes, Hasan is a monster. Someone said, yeah, I really won't be sad when Zoran loses, not gonna lie. Why is this upsetting to you? I don't get it. Hasan is a monster. Motherfucker. Like, no disrespect to anybody here. Zoran is at this position because of incredible efforts put forth by both his own personal ambition, his charisma, his vision, his dynamism, and that of his team, which I'm happy to say is basically half Hasanabi heads, okay? Many of which are from DSA as well. I'm honored that so many people in this fucking community are out there door knocking for him. Like, these guys literally don't understand anything. They think it's like, they think this is like a legitimate issue. And it's crazy. Bro, I had your back with the out of context clip a little later. I got you, big dog. It's crazy that these fucking cornballs think that like they constantly and endlessly fucking complain. They constantly and endlessly fucking complain about what do you call it? They constantly and endlessly complain about how the Democrats have lost like the white guys. What's going on? What's wrong? Why can't the Democrats find a Joe Rogan to the left? And then there's like a million articles written about how, you know, this community could possibly be the Joe Rogan of the left. And then the moment where there is a fucking guy like Zoran who has actually captivated the attention of this fucking base of support, every single establishment Democrat is like, I hope he loses, actually. I hate white guys. And they're using the exact same fucking cynical identity politics nonsense that was incredibly, it was incredibly annoying. The same, like, cynical identity politics shit that was the reason why this party is seen as, like, repulsive and almost comedic to the average fucking person. Like, they're an unserious, they're just like an incredibly fucking unserious, incredibly stupid group of people. Nancy Pelosi, we must find the next generation's Democratic leadership, young, charismatic, exciting candidates who can energize the party, people that voters love because they're not 80 years old and sold out the big capital. Chuck Schumer behind the sniper rifle found one. Pelosi, take the shot. Muslim Obama didn't say I didn't warn you. Wait, I thought Obama was Muslim. These guys went from saying, what? Liberals? Hasan wearing a 9/11 was an inside job t-shirt while canvassing with a New York City mayoral candidate. If that isn't bad enough, Hasan also runs the store that sells it and modeled it. Oh wow, is she trying to get my shirt to be sold out again? Because it already sold out once. CEO of Progress Libs. These guys unironically fucking run around and try to actively do the silliest, stupidest fucking shit that they possibly can. None of this is serious. None of this will work, for the record. Okay? But it is so crazy that there are like a million different groups called like Progress Libs, head of progressive establishments. Yeah, this shirt makes fun of fucking conspiracy theories, you absolute baboon. That is the joke. The entire collab, the entire fucking collaboration, or the entire fucking, the entire thing is about conspiracy theories melting people's fucking brains. Welcome to the World Wide Web of disinformation, as you posted. Where are these people coming from? Who gave them the money? I don't understand. Vice Chair of CN Liberalism, Center for New Liberalism. Oh, God.
Here we are. I'm living up to what I said about conservatives and progressives. We're having a conversation. So you said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah. When you're in a not getting the joke challenge and your opponent is a liberal, New Liberalism used to be the r/neoliberal account. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, these guys are fucking, these guys unironically are the quote unquote groups. Destiny is a great one. He's right now doing a series of conversations with all the DNC candidates. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's where these guys are coming from. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. They're all orbiters? I thought you knew. Why the fuck would I know that? Why would I know that? This person got 3 likes on this post. They just got more fucking clout than they ever have in their entire fucking existence. Anyway, a lot of the abundance guys run around and talk about the fucking groups, right? The groups are bad. The groups are bad. Not realizing that there is no world for this attitude, this kind of politics. They want populist messaging to be unpopular, but it doesn't work. But they have to constantly spend a fuck ton of money standing in opposition to populist messaging from popular candidates that have to work tirelessly and canvass endlessly to be able to get that message across and to cut through all this fucking noise. Only to turn around and be like, see, people just don't want this. People just want a fucking repulsive sex pest monster who basically conceded power to the Republican Party in the state in order to make sure that he was never unseated. Yeah, this is the progressive person that person wants as a progressive voice. Let's hear what he had to say. Apparently, when he went on his Hasbara tour in Israel, this is what Sex Pestany was doing.
I think Israel has unique issues. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna do fucking war crimes, it's fine. Commit war crimes and be a depraved loser, just don't film yourself. Spectacular. Now, of course, the irony is not lost on me that Sex Pestany, who is currently going through active litigation through numerous victims that he has sometimes consensually and sometimes unconsensually filmed doing sex acts that he distributed to other people that he wanted to have sex with, and the distribution of revenge porn is telling the Israeli occupying force soldiers not to film themselves doing gross acts such as this one. Brilliant. Incredibly ironic. Yeah, maybe he was speaking from personal experience. Doesn't he have to go to Sexual Assault Disneyland to actually have a high enough concentration of fans for an IRL meet and greet? Oh no, literally. He's like, come on, dude. Let me tell you how to do a genocide properly, okay? I love what you guys are doing. Spectacular stuff. Anyway, update. Although I still want Zoran to win, I will not actively be happy if he loses. Clearly, the left haven't learned their lesson and need to be embarrassed again. Until you freaks learn how to stop harassing your allies, don't be surprised when you keep losing. Brother, nobody gives a fuck about you, okay? Like, your personal feelings, because people replied to you in a mean fashion, does not change the fucking dynamic. Like, what do you mean you'll be happy if a not progressive person wins the New York mayoral race because the people that you suspect are progressives were fucking mean to you? Just eat a dick, okay? I don't give a shit. People like yourself and people with your mentality attack me all the fucking time. I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, your positions should be your own positions. You're calling me a fucking monster here. So stupid. Yeah, peak liberalism is caring about your own personal fucking feelings instead of a goddamn race. What is this? Hassan Piker shares he is shaving before meeting Zoran Mamdani in New York City for election night, just in case he told reporters. Just stop. He's already getting fucking blasted on the timeline, dude. I'll hit it a like, it's funny. Zoran is a married man. Let's see what Dan Pfeiffer had to say.
What Mamdani has done is to build a very inspired campaign that has energized young people for a mayoral race in a way in which no one has seen in a very long time. While that's happening, you have seen this panic among the Democratic establishment, not just in New York, but outside of New York. You have all these centrist Democrats saying, this is going to cost us races and we can't have a Democratic socialist. And once again, the Democratic establishment is circling the wagons. They have a super PAC funded by billionaires running just nonstop negative ads against MAMDANI. You know, we're all having this conversation, like, how do we get young people to stick with Democrats? How do we win them back? And then every single time there's a candidate they get excited about, some members of the Democratic establishment and billionaires get together to try to torpedo that candidacy. To do that is bad. To do it for Andrew Cuomo is really unforgivable. You're doing it for someone that the entire Democratic Party leadership, including the President of the United States at the time, wanted to resign from the governorship because he sexually harassed 11 women. He abused his power, involved in this nursing home scandal, and everyone's getting behind that. The idea that we are more scared about a Democratic socialist as the mayor of New York than Andrew Cuomo with his record of corruption and sexual harassment is insane to me.
I don't get your hate for sock dams. It's quite literally, I don't hate sock dams, dude. What are you fucking talking about? What? People who call themselves social democrats seemingly have a lot of smoke for me and people that are like marginally to the left of their position. I don't fucking hate social democrats. There's hella social democrats in this community. You always bash us on here in Scandinavia. Oh my God. As long as liberal, Democrat, social democrat, doesn't fucking matter. As long as they are not standing in opposition for further progress, I don't have any smoke for you. Bernie Sanders is a great example of this. Bernie Sanders is supposed to be a socialist, but he spent his career advocating for marginal, modest social democratic reforms. Okay, Bernie Sanders is a liberal Zionist. But because Bernie Sanders doesn't fucking let that get in the way of his advocacy and doesn't stand in opposition to people who are more radical than he is on any number of different issues, I have no issues with Bernie Sanders. If he spent a whole deal of time constantly fucking talking shit about people to the left of him, or people who are anti-Zionist, for example, then that would be a different equation. European social democrats misunderstand my criticisms of European social democracy. It's because a lot of the European social democrats do not actually advocate for more gains and more expansive, more robust social safety net, and stand in opposition of more radical elements within the party, within their own politics. They think, no, this is good. We have it all. We don't need anything more. Not realizing that their material conditions are slowly but surely withering away because the reactionary forces are implementing austerity measures while simultaneously redirecting the attention towards refugees, migrants, and the like. Okay? It's a failure. It is true. This is a dad who doesn't speak English being led to his voting site by his daughter to vote for MAMDANI.
She stopped working a year ago.
Wow. Devastating. Throwing up blood and dying at the sight of someone in New York who doesn't speak English. Heartbreaking. Man has a relationship with his civically engaged daughter. Cuomo volunteered to vote for Zoran. That's crazy. Building coalitions? Ain't no fucking way he went around and took photos with a bunch of Cuomo volunteers who want to vote for him. That's so good. American brain. This man has no idea what he's doing. Just a poor zombie being abused by his socialist daughter. Reality. Daughter explains Zoran to her father and he agreed with his policies and they're gonna vote for him together. Yeah. Yeah, campaign paid canvassers are so funny. They're not actual real volunteers because who the fuck would go out there to volunteer for Andrew Cuomo? This was a Cuomo rally from this weekend. Live check from the Cuomo Rally Community Event Co-op City that started at 12. Andrew Cuomo will never actually have a serious crowd unless it's like a fucking labor union thing. And the union leaders brought rank and file there. Sometimes lying to the rank and file about how this was supposed to be a union mandated meeting that you have to attend. That is a real thing that Andrew Cuomo has done, by the way. There will be a mass exodus of Jews from New York City if Zoran wins. New York City is home to 1.3 million Jews, the largest population outside of Israel. Rest assured, the great city of New York will collapse if this happens. Was talking with a Jewish friend this weekend, and she noted a historical pattern. When Jews no longer feel safe in a city and leave, it often collapses culturally and economically. Baghdad and Aleppo are strong examples. What? What did Felix say to this? Sadly, it's too late to leave. I heard reports of cops stopping Jews from escaping into New Jersey. Even worse, the most upper Manhattan gyms have closed temporarily because too many Jews were using their leg press machines to commit suicide. That's amazing. Transit cops are checking in the trains in Secaucus. People are being turned back. The path isn't operating. I've heard that they're administering allergy tests at LaGuardia and JFK to apprehend Jewish flight risks. Permanently, this is not happening yet at EWR. That's what the tunnels are for. I was there that night. NYPD officially handed them over to Zoran, and that was like a year before his candidacy. Unfortunately, this has been in the works for a long time. Oh, that's amazing. Rabbi Benjamin Goldschmidt says he lived in Israel during the Second Intifada. He's blasting Zoran Mamdani for not condemning the phrase globalize the Intifada. I want to ask you all to vote tomorrow like your life depends on it, because it does. Jessica Ramos says this is the most important primary the city's seen in years. By the way, earlier today, Cuomo was asked if he's ranking anybody else, and he said no. So fuck you, Jessica Ramos. You fucking cuck. Oh, you're so cooked. Oh, amazing. Oh yeah, Will Menaker said Baghdad and Aleppo. Is Brianna threatening to bomb New York City?
Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go.
Yeah, here is fucking Cuomo turning around and not even giving Ramos or Tilson a ranking. Yes. Oh, so awesome. Selfish prick. No, it's great. They deserve worse. Yeah. Don't compare Gaza to the Holocaust. Compare a mayoral candidate who wants to freeze rent to the Holocaust. Like, this was incredible. New York City Jews for Zoran. Jews for gas chambers. I'm sorry, but this is literally so hysterical. Who believes this? I feel like there is a group of people who do believe this, and they just kind of sit around and hop up on one another's fumes and basically make each other insane. Okay? They're constantly like in a circle making one another more insane than they were prior. Are you worried that this has 4.7 million views? No, because it has 4.7 million views because people are dunking on it, chatter. That's why it has 4.7 million views, because everyone is fucking ripping it apart. I think you know the group that believes this. Tread carefully. What? Yeah, people who are deeply insane about Israel. I know. What do you mean tread carefully? Like, what are you trying to say? The Jews? Is that what you're trying to say? The Jews? Like, Tread carefully. What's gonna happen? Fucking the premier advocacy group that combats quote unquote anti-Semitism is gonna come after me on national TV. Wait, what's this?
We've been talking about how the...
Oh, this wasn't what I was looking for. Sorry. I thought you were gonna show me. I thought you were gonna send me the fucking ADL clip. Zohran Mamdani's inner circle includes Linda Sarsour, Rashida Tlaib, Hassan Piker, Mehdi Hassan, Mohammed El Kurd, Brianna Joy Gray, Ali Abunima. That's what I'm saying. Don't want people to call you anti-Semitic. Not all Jews. Hold on, we're gonna do the CNBC thing in a second. Today's mailbox, inside of a New York City voters mailbox, featuring a slew of anti-Mamdani mailers from the pro-CUOMO Super PAC Fix the City and mayoral candidate Whitney Tilson. Zohran Mamdani is a dangerous choice for mayor. Stop anti-Semitism. Dangerous man. Zohran Mamdani wouldn't condemn the Holocaust. We can't trust him to be mayor. What is this? Oh, now Ethan's got an opinion that people attacked him for supporting Cuomo being anti-Zohran for the typical anti-Muslim reasons. By the way, I don't have a problem with Zohran. I haven't been following the New York City mayor race, to be honest. I just think it's a little bit of a brand risk to associate with the America Deserve 9/11 guy in New York of all places. Oh, never mind. He was just helping the Zohran campaign. Thanks, man. Anyway, here's what I was talking about. This shit doesn't fucking work. We have a massive goddamn community aching to do something, okay? We have activated this massive goddamn community of progressive people on a ginormous door-knocking canvassing operation, okay? You can suck all the dicks on the planet. And mine.
Jonathan.
Well, actually, no, I wouldn't say that to Ethan because I think he does want to do that. Very weird the way he behaves.
I have a question. As a Jew myself who is very involved with Reform Judaism and goes to synagogue and is committed to Judaism, is there space to criticize Netanyahu without criticizing the...
Yeah, the answer is no. Here, Jonathan Greenblatt will spend the overwhelming majority of this conversation actually subtly defending Benjamin Netanyahu, or maybe not so subtly defending Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? Let's take a look.
Other Jews, is there a space to... And I'm wondering if you can speak about that, because I think that's a real, I don't know necessarily that Netanyahu has the backing of many Israelis, because we see a lot of Israelis are maybe not so happy with some of how he operates. And I'm wondering if you could talk about that, because that's a real disconnect that a lot of us have.
So there's a few things to unpack here. So first of all, I'm definitely not an expert in Israeli politics, and I know that his approval numbers were quite low before and then immediately after October the 7th. Yeah. But from what I understand, Molly, they're quite high now. Israelis of both sides of the spectrum, people like Ehud Barak, who's certainly not a fan of Bibi, or Ehud Olmert, not a fan of Bibi, have said very clearly, and even the way he's doing the war in Gaza, said very clearly we needed to deal with Iran, and they're appreciating that. So I'm seeing that the Israeli public is very positive on this latest round, because Iran keeps saying Israel is a cancer, Israel is a tumor, we want to destroy it. Now, that being said, there was a lot of space to criticize policies of the Israeli government, the way they're prosecuting the war in Gaza, the way the prime minister has pushed for judicial reform. Like, there's lots of ways to criticize the Israeli state and not to demonize Israelis. Yeah, to take on policies of the country without delegitimizing it or questioning its existence. So, look, ADL does that. Lots of American Jews do that. But in this moment, what I'm focused on, really?
What about non-Jews? Are we allowed? What about Muslims? Are we allowed to do that, Jonathan? Also, the ADL does not do that. As a matter of fact, the ADL is the opposite of that. The ADL plays the opposite role of that, which is to defend Israel all the time and attack Israel's critics.
Are how the fringes, like the woke right, the Tucker Carlson's.
By the way, the woke right shit is also a Republican op. He's directly using Republican terminology here.
Steve Bannon's, the Candace Owens, and the sort of radical left, the Hassan Pikers, and people like Mehdi Hasan, unfortunately. Max.
I'm glad he mentioned Mehdi Hasan after me, because Mehdi Hasan is a fucking former MSNBC contributor. And by the way, shame on these dipshits for not pushing back on that. That was your fucking coworker, dude. Really? That's your fucking coworker. Like, sure, Hassan Piker, maybe you don't know who I am, and that's fine, okay? I would like to keep it that way. But the fact that you wouldn't even fucking push back on your goddamn coworker, the shame. Where is it? Where is your shame? Do you have any? Do you have any fucking decency at all? Why the fuck does this asshole get to just go on television and just slander people and unjustly fucking malign them over and over again?
Blumenthal have been fomenting anti-Semitism, blaming this war on the Jews or the Zionists.
Point to one fucking instance where I've done that, dude. Point to one instance. Don't say blame it on the Jews. There's never been a fucking moment where myself or Mehdi Hasan has blamed anything on the Jews. Both myself and Mehdi Hasan, as a matter of fact, routinely fucking criticize people who do that. Okay? If you were to say blame it on the Zionists, then yeah, of course, there certainly is a formative role to play for the political ideology of Zionism. That's the real issue that he has with me. And for the record, as far as Zionists goes, the overwhelming majority of Zionists are not Jews. They're fucking Christian, you bald fuck. Yeah, blame it on the Zionists like Joe Biden, who is a fucking Catholic.
And the neocons. And I...
What are you, Mark Levin? Neocon is an anti-Semitic slur. Dog, this guy's on MSNBC, okay? This is supposed to be here, look, you might not have seen it because I'm covering it. This is MSNBC, MSDNC, as Trump calls it. This motherfucker is over here being like, oh, I can't believe they're calling out the neocons. This isn't fucking 2007, dude. This isn't 2006. What are you talking about? Neocons as an anti-Semitic pejorative? Are you fucking insane? Trump calls it MSDNC. I do too.
I think that kind of classic anti-Semitism, I find...
Yeah, that's classic anti-Semitism. Neocons. Jonathan Greenblatt is a sleazy propagandist who casually libels people all the time from his permanent perch at MSNBC, and no one big enough ever calls him on it because he can manufacture bullshit anti-Semitism charges against anyone who meaningfully criticizes him on it or Israel. Here, Greenblatt casually lies that former MSNBC host Mehdi Hasan is blaming this war on the Jews. MSNBC doesn't give a shit about other people. Okay, but if they zero institutional pride or class that they have, they let a former employee be falsely smeared like this, utterly embarrassing. You think his position has ties and is rooted in anti-Muslim racism? Dude, what do you mean? He's a dick rider for Israel. Of course, there is a tremendous amount of Islamophobia baked into his ideology. What do you think Zionism is? White guys going to the booth to vote for Mamdani? Yeah, by the way, white men for Mamdani, baby. 56 to 44. Women, on the other hand, 52% CUOMO. What the fuck is that about? White people, overwhelmingly pro-Mamdani. The whites are back, dude. The whites are fucking back. Hispanic, 60 to 40 for CUOMO. Black, 62 to 38% for CUOMO. Asian, 79% to 21 for Mamdani. It's the white Asian summer, dude. Let's go. W, white people. Is white boy summer turned into jihad summer? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm fucking talking about. Rare white people W? No, Cuomo, I mean, the crosstabs beyond this are actually really interesting. Mamdani has cultivated a very interesting coalition. And as far as like the women vote, I don't really know what to say about that, honestly. It's just older people, that's it. And it's not even boomers, honestly. It's fucking Gen X. Gen X is so busted, dude. We need to reset. We need to hit a hard reset on Gen X. It is the worst generation. We've been shitting on boomers for so long, but honestly, it's fucking Gen X. It's the lead poison generation. They are such fucking psychopaths. And I apologize to the Gen Xers in my chat right now, but you know what your generation looks like. They are so fucking awful, dude. They are so fucking awful. They're worse than the boomers. Yeah, Zoran's coalition rocks because you can simultaneously frame it as one consisting of demos other Dems do poorly in, men, young voters, Asians, Latinos, depending on the poll, but also their declining insular Brahmin base, high education voters, wealthy voters, high propensity voters. The Brahmin base. It's true. It's like college educated people and wealthier people, or the other demos that the Democratic Party is like pushed away. The group that is not voting for Mamdani is the calcified institutionalist voters. They just literally, I'm sorry, okay, no disrespect. I don't want to play this fucking like you're being racist for this game, but there are groups of fucking Gen Xers out there who just are slammed to the fucking TV. And whatever the TV man tells them, they just go, okay, yeah. Like, straight up. Straight up. There is a constituency out there that literally will jump when the television man tells them jump. Oh, MSNBC said Zoran Mamdani is scary and anti-Semitic. Well, I guess I care about that. I don't think I will vote for him now. These are also ironically the same people that think that they're above propaganda. They think that they're like smarter than the conservatives, but they are basically the same as the fucking QAnon freaks, dude. But instead of getting their notes from like Facebook memes or whatever, they're just getting their notes from legacy publishers and legacy papers and mainstream media, where, you know, they hear like a watered down version of whatever fucking Jonathan Chait wrote on TV, and they go, oh, okay. And yes, black voters are a constituency here as well, for sure. Gen X black voters specifically. Young black voters are not like this, obviously. Young Latino voters are not like this. But goddamn, dude, Gen X is fucking insane. Dumbest fucking take ever. Bitch, our generation gets blamed for a ton of shit. We had so little to say in the shit that got passed, so fuck off with that noise. No, that's bullshit. That's not fucking Gen X. Okay. I knew some Gen Xers were gonna get mad when I say this. It's worse than fucking boomers, okay? Lead poison generation, straight up. Yeah, we have polls. Gen X is more right-wing than boomers. Like, I'm talking, obviously not every single person. Sam Cedar is Gen X. He's my favorite political commentator. What are we talking about? And even Sam Cedar agrees with me on this, despite being Gen X. I know that there's Gen Xers in here, okay? But I'm sorry to say, it is straight up, yep, generation lead. Distribution of childhood blood lead levels by age in the United States. Also, yeah, getting mad about generational politics is also very Gen X. It's the Karen generation, not a joke. The fetishizing of personal responsibility and rallying for Reagan is a new age for America generation. Yeah. It's the lead poison generation that got fucking base boosted by Ronald Reagan and believes that, like, Reaganomics is the way. obviously not. If you're in here and you're Gen X, this doesn't mean you. Let me help. Older women have been taught to expect men to be sex pests. Someone make it make sense. There are entire generations of women who were taught boys will be boys by sex pests, date rapism, violent male behavior in general. And they were also taught that if a man rapes, gropes, harasses them, then they simply fail to stop him. They were also taught that disgusting, rapey, and womanizing behavior like that means a guy is a ladies' man. It's toxic, internalized patriarchy designed to silence women's own self-defenses so that men can violate them. This also kind of makes sense. It's like, this actually does make sense. For sure. It's the same principle behind like black voters going for Joe Biden, where they're like, yeah, both parties are fucking racist, and they know, and it's almost like it almost becomes like a survival mechanism. It's like, well, this racist is a little bit better than the other racist, so I'm just gonna go with the racist that I know, that I trust, the racist that I know that at least was like Barack Obama's vice president. I think that's what it is. And younger generations obviously don't put up with that shit and immediately write that stuff off. But I think especially Gen X goes in that direction. That's why CUOMO sex-based behavior like Bill Clinton's doesn't surprise them. These women are specifically taught that men have both the ability and the right to harm women. God forbid any young woman has a complaint about a man that needs to go. Any other woman who's Gen X or older, because those bitches will absolutely defend the man 9 times out of 10. I've seen it happen to young women in a million contexts. I mean, yeah, look at the generational divide here. 18 to 29, Mamdani plus 14. 30 to 44, Mamdani plus 36. And then 45 plus is fucking 30 plus for CUOMO. This was the Yale poll. I don't know why Faillennials are rising up in spectacular ways here. Other polls I've seen, by the way, show a larger chunk of this constituency under 65 with a bigger CUOMO slant than even the fucking boomers. If 1.1 million will vote in New York City, Queens needs to get to 33.2%, impossible, of the remaining E-Day votes, and Bronx needs 17.6%, doubtful, of the remaining E-Day votes to get the 2021 vote shares. Brooklyn and Manhattan will overperform their share of the vote by 1.5 to 2% each. Even higher thresholds. Since we didn't get any breakdown or borough-wide votes, it's hard to tell what to make of it, but keeping Queens and Bronx on the lower end of the side is one of the recipes for Zoran, but he must hold his own on outer borough areas. Yeah, election day turnout is actually terrible so far. It's too hot. It's like, it's literally deadly if someone over the age of like 50 is outside for an extended period of time. Especially if you're like 65 plus, you could die. And I don't think anybody wants to fucking die to vote for Andrew Cuomo, you know what I mean? Yeah, bulb temperature has been reached. Wasn't early voting high? Yes, but Zoran did a major turnout for early voting. Whereas Andrew Cuomo only tried to pick up last minute to try to do some early voting turnout. And the assumption is that it didn't work that well, especially considering where the early voters turned out. Manhattan and Brooklyn especially. My boss would rather die than not see an Italian become mayor for New York City. That's funny. What is Adam Carlson saying? 6 p.m. last update. Since 3 p.m. update, here's how the primary vote day has shifted. Manhattan down 0.7 points. Bronx up 0.5 points. Brooklyn down 0.6 points. Queens up 0.5 points. Staten Island 0.2 points. Things are moving in the direction for Cuomo, but not dramatically. If Cuomo loses, he'll use the heat as an excuse to run in the general. No, he doesn't need an excuse to run in the general. He will definitely run in the general if he doesn't win. AIPAC says they don't get involved in local elections, but making an exception for Zoran. AIPAC in an email blast to New York City members regarding mayoral primary. The stakes are high, and the choices we make now will shape the future of our city. In a race where turnout is typically low, your vote can have an outsized impact. They're pulling out all the stops, dude. This was my analysis last month. Seems like it will hold up. Based on the level of engagement that Zoran voters have, I think he may actually be ahead. Turnout is going to be relatively low. High active campaigns are going to have a big advantage in turnout. I hope AOC and Bernie endorse very soon. No excuse for letting Cuomo win. Oh, this is the funniest one I saw. This is real, I think. It's funny because they were like, he's too hot. How are we supposed to compete? And decided to instead make him look like a cutie patootie. Zoran is fat now. I don't know if this is real or not. But I saw another person post it. No, I saw a couple other random people post this, and because at first I was like, this is a meme, right? There's no fucking shot this is real. But then I saw a bunch of other people post it too. So I don't know if it's real. I don't think it's real. But in my head canon, it is real. It's real to me. It's real to me. Why is his smile so radiant? It's just how he is. Because he's eating good, man. Don't ask questions. But yeah. So we covered Gen Led. We covered the crosstabs. We covered the fucking insane smears. Let's get back to the business community's fears of Zoran. This is reminding me of that famous Bernie Sanders is going to execute me at Central Park for the crime of counter-revolutionary behavior. I'm a day trader. Oh, it's so good.
There is, dare I say, like a little bit of a panic attack happening, I think, in the business community about how close to the wire, down to the wire this is going. I think that the business community was hoping for Cuomo to win, and now this avowed socialist is, at least from Polymarket and Kalshi and some of these other polls and things, either very close or in some case winning. What's going on inside the...
What are they even afraid of? Is positive not that radical? I think we have to contend with the reality that a big chunk of the fucking population is just straight up schizophrenic. And when someone on television tells them, like, this is scary, even if it's like a policy that if they took a deep breath and reconsidered would be on board with, they just go, okay, it's scary. Like, they're bots. And they whip themselves up in a frenzy. I mean, many of you know this. Many of you know this because you have parents that are like this. Or at least, like, you have parents whose neighbors are like this. You know what I mean? Like, you have probably been around a person like this without even realizing. Like, they're bots. Your parents are fucking bots. Their neighbors and their colleagues are fucking bots. They just hear something and just, like, without thinking about it, they just regurgitate it. They're like, oh, yes, the rent freeze, what? It's like, bro, you don't have a house. Like, what do you mean a rent freeze terrifies you? Are you a fucking landlord? No. What are you talking about? Did you know that rent freezes were done in the past by other fucking mayors in New York? No, you don't know anything. You just fucking heard someone on TV say, this is terrifying and it will cause a capital flight. And you're just regurgitating that because you're a fucking baboon, okay? Anyone who says rent freezes are impossible to fucking contend with and it will be devastating should be asked if they would like to pay more for their rent next month. Why don't you pay more for your rent? I'm gonna call up your fucking landlord and tell him that you actually don't want a rent freeze at all and they should increase your rent. Seems like you're on board with a rent increase. Yeah, Bill de Blasio. This fucking guy did rent freezes. This fucking guy also did a lot of... Bill de Blasio is such an interesting character because he's panned a lot. Everybody hates him because he's a goofball. But like, in spite of all the criticisms that are valid and fair, Bill de Blasio was kind of fucking... He wasn't radical, but he did some decent things in New York. Mr. Socialist Bill de Blasio. Yeah, universal pre-K. My dad is a 65-year-old MSNBC liberal who's an insane Russiagate Trump hater and still might enlist if we ever did an anti-communist invasion of China. Jesus Christ. This was Bill last year alone. They're closing the archives? What do you mean? Wait, what? National Archives at College Park, MD will become a restricted access federal facility with access only to visitors with a legitimate business need. It will no longer be open. No. Oh, they're closing the National Archives website. What the fuck? Why is Tectone's egg ass trying to say you ruined your life, Lamau? Why are you openly admitting that you watch the rapist child of a rapist? Like, what is wrong with you? Generational sexual assault. Who gives a shit, dude? Drama perverts. Oh, this was funny as well. These people took 3 dogs to the polling place. We need people like this gone. Get out there now. Save the city. Jeff and Pamela Lieberman and their 3 dogs said they're likely moving out of New York City if Cuomo loses and Mamdani wins. I think it's going to be devastating for small businesses, which is what I have, said Pamela, a physical therapist. As much as I am a dog fan and want to bring my dog everywhere, it's okay. I agree with Felix on this.
The minds of the CEOs that work with you?
Well, I think they've noticed there's a race, and they're not terribly happy with the direction it's going. That would be correct.
Is that the polite way to put it?
Probably so, but terror would be perhaps more accurate.
Terror is the feeling?
Terror is the feeling, in the sense that, you know, we have worked so hard over many years to bring New York back from 9/11, from past crises, from the COVID, in particular in the last 5 years. And honestly, New York is in much better shape than the political rhetoric would have you believe. We've got $1 trillion economy. We've got more jobs than we've ever had, 4.8 million. I mean, we are not falling apart. We've got a strong tax base, stronger than ever. So there's much, you know, there's much positive in New York, but that could quickly shift if we lose confidence in the mayor and if we don't find practical solutions to the problems ahead. And unfortunately, the candidate who's surging, Zoran MAMDANI, presents an ideological argument about the solution to every problem is to spend more money, and it's more taxpayer money. So, you know, the business community is very concerned.
And therefore, doing what about it? Meaning, is there, what we don't know, and I haven't heard, is the business community, you know, leading drives to push employees to go vote today, to do all sorts of things? By the way, he's come on so strong, frankly, in the last 72 hours, that I don't know if anybody was actually like mobilized before this.
Now, the business community doesn't, nobody wants to, especially these days, play in partisan politics in a public way. They've got customers on all sides. They've got employees on all sides. Yeah, right. We have a very young workforce in New York City, so you can only imagine that getting out the vote among the youth of the city has been very good for Zoran MAMDANI. So, so there's an issue there.
So you think he might do it?
For the record, I think if institutional Democrats, instead of attacking someone like Zoran, was immediately fucking pumping Zoran, all of the demographics that are currently on board, all the demographics that are currently on board with Cuomo would also, because they're fucking bots, I'm sorry, okay, they're fucking bots, would be actively voting for Zoran MAMDANI. This is the problem, that a lot of that money spent against Zoran MAMDANI does actually end up swaying a lot of the dumbest bot-like fucking voters. Same principle with Bernie. Bernie activates a base of support that Democrats cannot fucking draw from, but the institutional powers use every fucking waking moment to attack him, and then they use cynically identity politics by being like, well, see, black voters, they don't like Bernie, they don't fuck with Bernie. Maybe it's because he's a giant racist, when that's not the fucking case. Over the past year, Bloomberg alum Weisel has maxed out the one politician, Richie Torres, if anyone's confused by this. A hedge fund manager who used to be the CIO of Goldman Sachs and is allied with the #1 funder of Andrew Cuomo's super PAC. It's real fucking gross watching a money tsunami create basically a completely fake anti-Semitism narrative just by inundating everyone with insanely charged bullshit in the 11th hour, and we've seen the same ugly script weaponized in the primaries like this over and over again. And then they fucking sit around and go, why do people resent us? Why do people hate us? I don't even want to entertain this fucking severely mentally ill fat Australian loser, even if it's to dunk on him and his creepy sexual fantasies. I'm not even gonna read the shit that he was saying. What is this? Probably the one halal truck I'll be steering clear of. What? Why are you fucking posting? Why are you? Ugh. Mossad halal food. Okay, that's a good one.
But then you don't think he's the eventual mayor?
I don't. I think that
a lot of you dummies do this shit to me too. Okay, stop. No one is in on the joke. Okay, other people are not in on the joke. The knives are fucking out. Be aware. Be aware of what you're highlighting. Be aware of what you're highlighting. Okay, we're no longer doing inside fun.
I think people will come to their senses.
Your first reaction is anger, Lamont? Yes, because I'm scared. What do you fucking mean? Look at this. The knives are fucking out. They're looking for anything and everything they can. Brother, they're literally saying Zoran MAMDANI. Like, a month ago, the same institutions that were writing fucking praise articles about people like myself are now turning around and being like, well, I don't know, Zoran MAMDANI, who has seemingly captivated the white base of support, is a dangerous radical element. He's also hanging out with a person that we called the Joe Rogan of the left. Both of these institutions are actually truly, truly scary for the future of black Americans, like shit like that. And it is a threat. It's a threat to the Democratic establishment.
I think that
they're not Cuomo, though. You think
Cuomo run as an independent?
If you think Eric Adams, I like Eric Adams too. That would be an amazing.
I would not count Eric Adams,
Be
Mayor
amazing
Adams
comeback.
out. I would not count him
Boy, you said some very optically bad shit today. It's funny to get upset over this. Yeah, I say optically shit bad on my own. I am my own person.
out. I think that
I'm not fucking running for mayor.
For one thing, he has showed humility and apologized, and I think that matters.
For what, the first-class upgrade? For that stuff, you mean?
Well, no.
Or for appeasing the bad orange man. That's more of a problem for him than.
I think it's. I think that nobody likes to see the first mayor in history to be indicted. For whether
he was indicted because
legitimate reasons,
because he got off the reservation on immigration. And those were ridiculous.
Oh, that's why he was indicted. Yeah, no one in the Democratic Party has ever been more right-wing on immigration before without penalties. What planet are these fucking dipshits living on? Just stick to numbers on the board, man. Put the fries in the bag, old ass. Put the fucking stocks in the bag, okay? Leave the political commentary to like actually fucking non-functioning psychopaths like myself. Dumbass. The idea that like fucking any Democrat would ever get punished by the National Party for being more right-wing on the issue of immigration is so fucking laughable. Yeah, put the ticker in the bag, Unc.
Charges.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you that that the mayor, I think, has a shot to come back.
That'd be amazing.
I think that
more than CUOMO.
Well, the city again is being painted as being in terrible shape, and it's not in terrible shape. I mean, the big challenges we face right now are basically coming from the federal government. The threats of cuts in food stamps, in housing vouchers. In general, the fiscal challenges we're facing are coming from the federal government. Our economy is healthy.
Yeah.
What do you think would happen if MAMDANI did take over? Where would you see the city a year from now?
If MAMDANI would take over.
2 years from now.
Well, the truth is, New York City is very much subservient to Albany, to our state government. We have, constitutionally, we have a very strong state government. We've got a governor who is moderate and thoughtful and has shown that she is tough. So I have.
Liberals spend every fucking election cycle being like, you have to. Liberals spend every fucking election cycle being like, oh, are you diametrically opposed to the things that we're advocating for? Suck it the fuck up and vote. And then the moment that there is an electable socialist, they're like, we have to kill him. We have to kill him with knives. We have to kill him with weapons. We have to shoot him dead. We can't. I would rather have Adolf Hitler be the president than fucking a socialist.
Doubt that the worst is not going to happen. Whoever we elect in as mayor, it's not going to be a disaster.
Yeah, look at this. Centrist, the left needs to win the argument. Zoran starts winning the argument. Centrist, this man is brown and scary. No one is fucking saying that. Calm the fuck down. Yes, people are absolutely saying that. I'm willing to bet this native centrist is absolutely saying that. They are scared of the power of a good example. You're only saying that because Zoran literally talked about sewer socialism on the Derek Thompson interview. Don't act like I don't see these things, Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee. Okay, you're just saying that because he says sewer socialism. Your favorite. What is this? Best way to sway Gen X voters is this. Don't mess with the Zorro. This is kind of fucked up. Democrats keep insisting AIPAC's their friend. AIPAC's running X ads for Trump. Kojimbo cooking in Death Stranding 2, American president has a brand burned in the back of his neck in the shape of a logo of a corporation called AIPAC. Shut the fuck up. This doesn't make any sense. It's just, I don't understand it. You didn't cover this ringing Zoran endorsement yesterday?
Everybody.
Speak a little Chinese for him, Zoran.
I'm here with Zoran and a hot day.
Extremely hot.
Very hot. It's Tuesday. It's our last chance, and we really need young men, 30 guys in their 30s and 40s, who still listen to podcasts, to come out and turn this against. I can't listen to Andrew Cuomo ever again. I cannot stop this guy and the billionaires that are trying to take podcasts away from us. That's what they're going to do. Please come out. Tuesday, your last chance. Bring your friends.
Tuesday.
It's super simple. Voting's fun. Please do it. Come out.
He's going out 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. This is your final chance. You're just points away from toppling the political dynasty. This is for all of my Nintendo Switch heads. Now is the time. Let's assemble. Let's get out to the polls. Let's do this.
Why didn't he do an accent? Yeah, I don't get it. Me 3. Taz turning down the Zoran interview was wild. Yeah, why has Adam Friedland not actually come out with a personal endorsement, considering that Stavros did it and Nick Mullen did it? Oh my God. It's because Zoran is anti-Semitic. Didn't this guy say that? Stop. We don't even talk about that. Shh. I'm not reading any of that stuff, okay? Stop. No jokes. Just wait for the primary to end, and then no jokes, because in the general, they'll probably try to rat fuck him still. The Democrats will probably put out a biblical fountain of anti-Zoran ads from every fucking direction to try to get Andrew Cuomo to win. Adam did say they, not like us. Adam had the dude's brother on the show. Cuomo was a family friend. That's true. He did have Chris Cuomo on the show. Wait a minute. Adam Friedland had Chris Cuomo on the show, goes on Chris Cuomo's show, and didn't personally endorse. The only Cometown member to not personally endorse, Zoran Mamdani. Wow. Let me see. I'm gonna call him right now. Let's see. I don't know what he's up to. I wonder if he picks up. He calls me fucking randomly all the time. Let's see. Adam Friedland, you're on the Hasanabi broadcast right now, live. The people are demanding to know why you are the only Cometown member that has not done a formal personal get out the vote video for Zoran Mamdani.
I'm not clouded, dude. I'm not clouded. Though.
Is it okay? We were suspecting that you were worried that he's.
Picks on my phone, dude. That's the town.
We were worried that you
dude,
thought that
it's so good to vote for a rapper though. And like hip hop head.
we were worried that you were scared that once Zoran wins, like they're gonna kick all the Jewish people out of New York City.
That? What are you talking about? No. Can we stop talking about Jew? Like, we need to shut up about ourselves. How is it? Why did they ask the mayor if he wants to go to Israel? Who cares? I mean, I don't know. I think that I think he's gonna win today, right? But like,
I hope.
Cuomo will probably run independent.
But
Yeah.
I think in the general, I talked to the team. I was like, well, I think we're gonna win. And I
Flex.
think in the general, it's probably more useful for you to come on the talk show, right? Especially with like CUOMO's like still in the mix. And I want to have all of them. But actually, I really think that if I have Adams on the talk show, he might actually win.
Dude, you are truly the millennial Jon Stewart.
Well, I'm not. I don't.
Just a conversation between the Joe Rogan to the left and millennial Jon Stewart.
You're watching the Steiny episode right now. Your colleague.
Oh yeah, that's my goat. I saw.
It's the best one I've ever. I think it's the best one we've ever done.
Wow. Okay, we got to do a redo then, because you know now that there's with me I'm saying now that there's a reskin on the show.
I wonder if it's like works if someone's in on it. You know?
That's true.
The question I have is like if someone like doesn't know what to make of the show, maybe that's like kind of it's like I do wonder that, like, because then you're just trying to make sense of me just being fucking slamazel.
The people are saying you're the kingmaker. That's the assumed role.
Anthony Weeder?
Yeah.
What did he win?
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Adam.
I was just wait. So this was for Zoran to endorse Zoran? Who the fuck do you think I was gonna vote for?
I'm just fucking around. I just saw that.
For Eric Adams, obviously.
Yeah. Well, because you're so close with the Cuomos. Like he's a family friend. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna vote for that guy. I'm not gonna vote for him. What are you talking about? I'm not close. I mean, I did his show.
He's your boy.
Chris was great on the show, but like.
Yeah. So I thought that was like all I'm saying is your silence was deafening.
You want pizza? I'll order pizza.
All right.
Yeah, I'm here late in the studio today. I'm fucking trying to finish this Stein, dude.
Hell yeah.
Oh, dude, Emerson, yeah. Like, on the comments, it's so fun. Like, our producer was telling us on the comments, everyone was like, you had Steiny instead of Zoran? I'm like, what the fuck are people talking about?
With great power, Adam, comes great responsibility.
It's amazing. You know this guy?
Who, Zoran or Steiny?
Steiny. Yeah.
Yeah, of course I know Steiny.
Dude, it's just one of the cool things about the show is like I'm like kind of like I don't know about things that exist and I kind of have to research them, and it's just like it really like shook me.
He said
so much Nell.
He said one of the funniest things to me when I went on a show that he took out of the final cut that I can't say out loud about Israel, but I'll tell you in private.
What are you talking about? Have you not seen Nell Goes to Israel?
No, I haven't, but I'm sure you have. But he was.
Watch it. Yeah, dude. Miriam Adelson sent them to Israel, and then they do a fake terrorist attack. And then they go they're trying to find slaves in the old city of Jerusalem. It's incredible. They're like shotgunning Happy Dads, like literally at the Western Wall. It's like, and then at the end, it's really one of the most like captivating pieces of content ever. But I know everything now. I know about like his beef with Steve. Will do it right now. Steve, wait, I said this to Steiny. I'll give you a little preview of the episode tomorrow. I'm like, he's kind of like the Hassan Piker of the right. He's like, what do you mean, dude? I was like, it kind of just makes sense to me in my head. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Oh damn! All right, well, I'm excited to watch it. All right, well, I gotta go.
It gets derailed. What are you gonna do? What are you trying to do? You're trying to like Iran or some shit? Sorry.
Yeah, no. I have.
Iran to USA or Iran?
Asking me or asking Steiny that?
I'm asking you, dude.
Oh, you know who I'm.
Did Trump do it? I haven't looked at the news in like 2 days because I'm just looking at Steiny's face in the edit man. Did he pull off the? Is he gonna get the Nobel?
I hope so. He deserves it. That's my goat.
Wait, did he actually like make them do a ceasefire?
We'll see. For now, there's a.
Wow, I did see the clip of him being like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I was like, wow, he's kind of back. I forgot about how he's the funniest guy that's ever lived when he did the bunker buster. It was not very funny. But then he just said that when he said the F word as the president,
This is so smart. You never hear the president say the F word. Sorry, okay, I'm gonna go.
All right, thanks, Adam.
Okay, tell your hecking kids in the chat that I hope they're having a normal one.
There they are. I might be coming to New York. I might be coming to New York this week to interview Mahmoud Khalil.
Really? Wait, can you just get him for us? I think I'll do a better job. I'm better at it.
That's crazy.
You'll hate off Hitler, dude. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. He said, get him for me, I'll do a better job. Oh, man. Okay, all right, let's get back to Zoran Mamdani. You claim to be a socialist, yet you actively support a Nintendo Switch head. Absolutely disgusting. Why did Braze retweet this? I saw the Mossad one. That's funny. That's actually a good one. The Mossad Halal card one. What is this? Alex Jones recently reveals the Liver King has been arrested on terrorist charges for traveling to Austin to attack Joe Rogan.
All right, I've got a breaking exclusive for you that I got from our sources. The Austin Police Department, as we speak, is on their way to a hotel in downtown Austin to arrest the Liver King because he's been making a lot of bizarre, cryptic threats to Joe Rogan, and that he's going to come to town and fight him, and now he's there and has posted videos that are very, very direct threats. And so I am told that he's going to be arrested for terroristic threats, and that just shows how crazy society's going. In the videos, he looks extremely deranged with dilated pupils, and so we hope the Liver King gets better. But this is what is happening in America and around the world. We need God, folks.
What? The broader point that I want to get to is this is why we need God, folks.
Need God. We need to get back to God. So we hope everything goes okay, and we hope that I don't pull what's happening right now, so that's why we're waiting until we get the word it's already happened to upload this information. And of course, we're not telling you the locations so that people don't get in the way of the Austin Police Department, who also did a great job finding and arresting and indicting all four of the co-conspirators and charging them with capital murder that executed our reporter in a clearly racially motivated.
Wait, what? Wait, what? This is, what is, wait, what?
I'm telling you the locations so that people don't get in the way of the Austin Police Department, who also did a great job finding and arresting and indicting all four of the co-conspirators and charging them with capital murder that executed our reporter in a clearly racially motivated execution back in March. We love you, Jamie White.
Wait, someone executed one of his reporters in a racially motivated murder? What? InfoWars reporter shot dead after interrupting burglars, suspects at large. The victim, Jamie White, was found lying on the ground in the parking lot. Suspects were breaking into White's Kia when White interrupted them. Suspects fled the scene after the shooting. What the fuck?
We love Joe Rogan. This type of craziness, for everything you hear about where Joe's being threatened, I believe there's 10 other cases where serious stuff's happening. Same thing with Elon Musk, and obviously myself as well. So keep praying for InfoWars. All right, God bless you all. Be live today.
Okay.
Okay, real quick. P.S. What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm gonna choke that motherfucker out. Lights out. I'm gonna choke him out. And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens, because like to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you could break on me, break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happened in tapping, because I have something actually to fight for. Actually, that's my family. I have a principle to fight for. That's what I'm, and oh, well, what if he actually does what he's saying? What if that would be interesting? That would be interesting.
Bro, what the fuck happened to Liver King, dude? Hey, yo. What the fuck?
So, what do you have to fight for? You're fighting. I hope you're mad. You should choke me out. You know how to do that. You're trained. You're trained. You got a black belt. Black belt in jiu-jitsu.
I'm not immediately insta fucking sending the gym group chat. The gym group chat must be informed instantly, okay? I immediately texted him, check Liver King's account.
I hope you choke me out. And if you don't choke me out, these other limbs will be interesting. Should be very interesting. That's the PS. I already thought about my game plan. I don't know. I'm not going to train. I'm not going to train. But I hope you've been training. And I'm ready whenever you're ready. If it's tomorrow, that would be great. Let's do it as soon as possible. If it's not tomorrow, then just whenever you're ready. Yeah.
Bro, I fucking interviewed this guy. This guy made me eat bull dick, dude. That's crazy.
This is actually happening. And just remember, on the backside, this is good. It's fun. It'll be fun. It'll be like, there's real tension, real fight, real, no, shame on you, bro. Shame on you, I'm gonna make you pay. I am gonna actually make you pay. And what you pay will be done of it to good and true. So, that's how barbarians bleed.
Dude, what the fuck is a 5-minute video?
Some of you know about Barbarian. It's a modern day rite of passage. It's weaponizes a young man with principles to strive to become something greater, more.
Why is his one eye dilated but the other one is not?
Principles to strive to become something greater, more. Barbarian's a thing, Barbarian Foundation. You should learn about it. Super Barbarian is a thing too. It's really, really, really hard. And then after that, it's called Hell on Earth. It's 1,000 bloody knuckle push-ups from sun, rock.
Did he have like a traumatic brain injury? Is he fucking on meth? Did he have like fucking a stroke? Like, this is from a couple days ago.
Eyes to sunset on only hard surfaces, and your 3 points of contact is the face, the chest, I think the belly. Yeah, the belly. You're gonna have to touch, and if the knees touch, that rep doesn't count. 1,000 of those.
Liver King is going through a psychotic episode while pounding methylene blue. Wait, what is the fucking blue in his mouth? What is methylene? You think he's been pounding the fucking blue dye? The shit that RFK Jr. drinks? He almost lost the eye that was dilated. It's permanently dilated now. While working out with elastic bands and one side came loose and hit him in that eye. He made a bunch of videos about it when it happened a year or so ago. But yeah, he's a little different, Wall.
Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening and coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And I'll die for them, you know that. And you're a black belt, but you've never come across something like this. Willing to die. Hope.
I don't think anyone has. This is a very special type of insanity, brother. Sounds like a divorce coming in the near future. Bro, this is the type of rambling you do after you've killed your family. What do you mean, a divorce income?
Because that's a dream come true. It feels good. And then the limbs, I'm fighting for my family. So limb. Go. That's this. But then you have to contend with something else. And I weigh 177 pounds. An actual savage. And so at first you're like, fuck that guy. Right? When you all of a sudden did get your attention, which I already did before this, you're saying, I'm going to choke that motherfucker, that piece of fucking shit, I'm going to choke him out. That's what warriors do. You and Andrew Tate are good warriors. But you're actually better than that real tension you have. Comedy that you do is good and true. We have real tension. But what I see in you is...
I feel like this after I drink a white gummy bear rain, but only for like 10 minutes. He's got that bang, dude. This is the bang.
Comedy's good and true. Touch points. How people laugh. If we don't make fun of them at their expense, they laugh. You should all make fun of me. You should all make fun of me at my expense. Trust me. That it still works. And then you should get paid for it. Let's go. Because we're leaving. We're going to Austin. What was my very last point?
That we're going to kick Joe Rogan's ass?
The real G said it. It's my speech. Justin Fitz.
Wait, who are those people? That's not his family. I've been working all day. I just got on here and he's still at it. He said he's going to make you pay, lol. The Sharmutas are assembling and rolling out. I know he said Joe Rogan, Derek, and me are all going to pay. Apparently Liver King is on his way to Joe Rogan's house to make him pay. Then he's going to Derek's and mine. Bro, come here. The door's open. Come anytime. What the fuck? Wait, Joe Rogan said it?
Yeah, I'm on testosterone. Unlike the Liver King, I'll tell you the truth.
There's no way that is what fucking set him off. Dude, in 2025, that was in 2022, yeah. In 2025, there could be so many different reasons why he's become this. Like, it could be ChatGPT bricked his brain. It could be too many fucking memes. It could be any number of different, like, self-help medication that is now peddled from every fucking orifice of social media. It could be a combination of multiple factors. It could be steroids. It could be methamphetamine. I don't even fucking know. Like, this is... Like, I don't know if it's like meth or if it's just like psychosis. There was a whole Netflix doc on him. I never actually watched it. It unironically might be the liver. Eating liver, then going crazy. This guy, Google expert here. Consuming excessive amounts of certain types of liver, particularly liver of the predatory animals like polar bears, can lead to a condition called hypervitaminosis A. Vitamin A toxicity can cause serious health problems, like including neurological symptoms like irritability, dizziness. No, I don't think this is what it is. Okay, I don't know.
I was offered the job as a personnel manager. I've heard a lot of weird stories about weird stories about Exactly, Miss Griffin. Well, last night's talk was actually inspiring.
You realize you've been here 5 years.
I can't tell if the scars are from picking his face, or if they're from like, I don't know, falling off of a tree or something.
It takes a long time to build. To be able to do it's awesome. You should definitely not do it until you're ready, and at which point will be the gift. After that is Apocalypto. I'm returning back from Apocalypto. I didn't know what it was until just. And I'm going on the Kyle Kingsbury podcast. I should say that different.
His mouth is blue because he's consuming blue dye. For the record, that's why his mouth is blue, most likely. It's the same shit that RFK Jr. takes.
We'd like to know how you're getting on.
They think it improves your brain cognition.
I asked Kyle if I could go on his podcast, and he was awesome enough to say, yeah, come on to the podcast. Kyle Kingsbury, I think he's awesome.
Yeah, blue dye. It's like, isn't it this thing that they use to clean fish tanks? Or like they put it in fish tanks or something? Yeah, he has like branches in his fucking head.
What's his last name? Yeah, kind of makes sense. It won't be edited like everything else. The movie wasn't the truth. My family is received everywhere in the world, anywhere that they go. Anyone who's seen the movie, they receive my family with a lesser version of what their truth actually is, and they don't deserve that. I hope to be able to share more. Tomorrow, Kyle Kingsbury. Do I look ready?
Who the fuck is Kyle Kingsbury?
Liver is still king. The name never mattered. That was the ego. The message matters. There's 12 ancestral tenets.
He's out of breath just walking. That's normal. He always runs out of breath walking. That's just because he's on so many fucking steroids. That's normal for fucking yacked ass dudes. Methylene blue can help with throat cancer. Is one of the few things that can absorb mild radiation. Yeah, it feels like it fucking radiated his brain though.
Sleep, eat, move, shield, connect, cold, sun, fight, bond, adventure, spirit. It's a 12. There's 12 of them. Demarcation points on the clock. I call it king time. It's not because it's my time. It's the Almighty with a capital G. His kingdom. Bridging the gap. Delta to perfect.
God damn it. That's fucking effing again. I don't know. It's not that huge of a F, chatters. Calm down. It's like a fucking blip. It's just a blip. He's got Kuru for sure. Like, I'm very certain. Someone else fucking also said that. That's where you eat other humans? Is that what you're saying? Like from cannibalism? I don't think it's cannibalism.
You know that feeling, right? Oh, that dude's perfect. We say, oh, it's perfect. There's a step above that when you deliver beyond perfect. It's exceptional, it's exquisite, elegant. It's king time, divine time. 12 principles around a circle. The three.
I'm trying to make sense of this all, but it makes less sense. The more I see it, the less sense this makes. I don't get it. Wait, what?
This is Mr. Enema Bucket.
Oh my God, he's in the shower. His last video is him in the shower with a bucket doing a coffee enema. I don't think he's going to find Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Kind of saying the same thing in principle. Sleep, eat, move, shield, connect, cold, sun, fight, bond, and cold is thermal pressures. Do you like to get cold, Joe? Do you get warm? Do you do saunas? Do you like to work out? Do you get the sun? Do you believe? Do you like liver? Have you ever talked about liver before, Joe Rogan? Oh, what about bond? What about that one? Do you like that one? Those are the ancestral tenets, the real ones, not the ones.
What? This is concerning from April? What is this? On Thursday sleep, I started.
You know, Owen and I went to school together. I was in kindergarten, and he was in the 8th grade. And I went to high school. He was
What?
in kindergarten. And then I studied...
This is from back from April. On 3 hours of sleep, and I started They Fucking Dancing, singing with the Barefoot Barbarian. I never intended to share this video. I was rude to my wife in the AM. She wanted to share something, and I don't have the time, and it breaks my heart. That's on me. I don't know where to go for help. I lost my shit, got legit mad, and revealed the motherfucker I can be. The bill comes due for us all. 5 too many gun ammo malfunctions. I shortchanged one badass motherfucker that goes by Sean, now a barbarian, because I wasn't better. That'll haunt me until I make good on it. It seemed like I was constantly needed for many good reasons. Doc, film crew, barbarian crew, host of the Sean Hendricks, former Mr. Beast talent, a motherfucking barbarian, Liver King chef. On top of it all, I had a personal thing, pretty serious. I wasn't able to peel away. Hard outs weren't managed, running 6 hours behind. This was in April 2024. The power of the tribe, aka culture and chemistry. This is our collective barbarian. I mean, when he's sane, in air quotes, and he's trying to make a point, even then he sounds insane. So I can't distinguish this from like when he's insane, you know what I mean? Like when he was the most mentally well, he still came across as like positively insane for obvious people. But in any case, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. What a crazy sidestep we just took. What a crazy sidestep we took while we are awaiting the results of the New York City mayoral primary, which is 1 hour out from now, by the way. Is this why they call it mad cow disease? Pharmacist PSA, methylene blue is extremely neurotoxic. Colloidal silver is extremely neurotoxic. Methylene blue is extremely neurotoxic. Alex Cole, where's your merch?
First things first. My cool ass Hassan Piker.
Who's Alex? The real Alex Cole?
I fucking love it. It says, don't be fooled. The rich won't let you vote away their wealth. I tend to agree. I went on a shopping spree and got like 5 of his shirts. Now for the less important thing.
Do you think your dad watches your videos and laughs about being the first one in? What if victims of CSA have no shame to hold, but you and my dad have plenty? Maybe you can help each other with your burdens. Whoa, what? A Hasanabi head? What is... This seems like a real wild video to dive into. She's a P-star? Oh. She's a porn star, bro. I thought you were a gooner. I'm not. Also, I don't feel comfortable talking about this kind of stuff because this is clearly, she's clearly reflecting on her experiences here about being abused as a child. So everybody calm down for a second. You know what I mean? This is, we are fucking diving into some crazy stuff here. You know, another, we dove from one wild sidestep to the next. Hold on. More info on Liver King. I think we're done with Liver King. Do you see Trump's recent post? I have not.
Bomb, bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. My country's got a feeling, really hit the ceiling. Bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah, gonna put you in a box. Bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 bomb.
This motherfucker shit all over John McCain only to fucking post-mortem complete John McCain's legacy.
Uncle Sam's getting pretty hot. Time to turn Iran into a parking lot.
By the way, so much for fucking not being a neocon. Ceasefire was like an hour ago too. Yeah, so much for being a fucking anti-neocon type politician. You know what I mean? This was also a good take that I wanted to talk about. Maybe not the most pressing issue at the moment, but contrast this with that Colbert-Zoran interview. It is alarming how it is acceptable to be a right-wing critic of Israel, but left-wing critics of Israel get kidnapped and sent to jails for writing op-eds, doxed by Canary Mission, etc.
They're an ally? Are they a good ally for us?
Well,
or is that too general of a question?
Well, I think it doesn't matter. Like, there's no big giant Great Britain lobby. There's no Australian lobby. There's no German lobby.
Oh, the other countries don't have them.
No, not like this. This is singular. This is unique. I mean, if you're an ally, why wouldn't we work with you? Why do you have to convince us that you're our ally? Why do you have to basically go into every congressional office and convince them? And it's because they want to keep the money flowing, and that they've got a good return on their investment. I mean, we send more foreign aid to Israel than to any other country.
Yeah.
They're, like 10 million people or something.
Yeah, I think
Tennessee, I don't know the population in Tennessee, but it's probably about, on that order.
Yeah, I think this year they said we spent like $12 billion, but that's not actual dollars. It's in military aid, right?
Yeah, it's it's dollars
like
that comes out of the Treasury. Yeah, but it's not like we give them. It's a gift certificate that's redeemable at Lockheed Martin and your local Raytheon.
Okay, got it. So that's kind of how that works.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Why do they have this carve out that's just for them? Like what do we get from Israel, do you feel like?
We got a lot of countries that hate us. Is one of the things we get.
Well, especially right now with this stuff in Gaza, I think it's one of the worst PR campaigns I've ever seen in my life. If they're even, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, I just don't, it gives their government this extremely evil look to me, and I think to a lot of people,
Well, rough numbers, there are 2 million people in Gaza and 50,000 have been killed. That's 2.5%. Like, they've killed 1 in 40 people in Gaza. If you did that in the United States, if you did 2.5% of 350 million, it'd be almost 10 million people dead in the United States. Everybody in Gaza is at this point related to somebody who's been killed. Like, at least a first cousin had killed. And then if you say how many have been maimed, it's probably 3 or 4 times that. So everybody in Gaza knows people who've been killed and maimed.
And we're supporting it, right? That's also the part that makes it really tough sometimes to just be a person. It's like, our tax money is going towards this, but I just hope that people in some of these other countries know that it's not regular everyday people who would want to do these things, that it's like governments making these choices and it's corporate interests that make these choices. How would we stop it? Well, do we need this connection with Israel? What is it? No one ever explains what it's for, I feel like, right? That would help.
Yeah, Thomas Massey is an interesting guy because he is like a steadfast anti-Israel guy, but he's also a major fucking hog. Days after school shooting, Representative Thomas Massey posts family photo with guns, asks Santa for ammo for Christmas. Very interesting guy. Very odd guy. I think he is genuine with his like anti-Israel stuff. I have never really also seen anything suspiciously from him that would make me feel like he's anti-Semitic either, for the record. Like, not even like on some fucking Ron Paul shit. Like, actually. No. Ron Paul will, like, every now and then, Ron Paul back in the day would post some like crazy shit. No, I think he's just like a straightforward anti-Israel. He's the only anti-Israel Republican, not a single other person like that. I think he's like a libertarian hardliner, maybe. He might be anti-Semitic. What's always been weird to me is how relatively quiet Justin Amash has been on Israel, even though he's no longer in office. He's literally Palestinian American. No, he's posted about it. He posted about it when his fucking I think one of his relatives got like killed or something. No, Justin Amash is an interesting one though, because like for being a Christian Palestinian, he very rarely talked about it until October 7, when he did talk about it quite a bit. He has talked about it. No, not Rand Paul, Ron Paul. No, Ron Paul, you fucking zoomers. Ron. Not Rand, Ron. Rand's father was also a famous libertarian politician. And the reason why I'm saying Ron Paul was like kind of anti-Semitic, because he had these newsletters where he would like post crazy shit about Jewish control, stuff like that.
Help everybody have a much better understanding, you know?
Yes, Justin Amash is Palestinian. He's Christian Palestinian.
Because it starts to feel like America is just a shell company, an LLC for Israel. That's what it starts to feel like a lot of times, you know? Do you feel like that's realistic, or do you feel like that's off base?
I wouldn't send him a dime. Like, that's my position. I don't think whatever we're getting isn't worth it.
Dave Smith is also another like hardline libertarian anti-Israel guy too. We give billions a year to Israel while they have universal health care. Maybe we could save that money for ourselves. They can decide whether they want bombs or health care for the remaining money they have. Yeah, I know. They have free college and universal health care. They have a far more expansive social safety net. They have far more expensive social safety nets in their society, which I guess is not that difficult. We're literally footing the bill for their defense and offense, and therefore they get to have all of that. God forbid any Palestinians get it, though. Of course they don't.
I can imagine.
He started his novel today.
Oh, interesting story?
No, we don't have free college, but it's heavily subsidized. Okay, my bad. Heavily subsidized college. I mean, that's not even the end of it. We have developed, on top of the endless support that we give to Israel in terms of its defense, we also literally fundraise so that people from all around the world, Jewish people from all around the world, can go and live in the fucking West Bank. Like, we fundraise initiatives specifically to settle the West Bank. And it's Christian groups that do it, by the way. The highest subsidies actually come from Christian groups, Christian evangelical Zionist groups, on top of the taxes. It is so fucking nutty. Just take a look at the coverage that we pay for. Israel is a system of universal health care as set out by the 1995 National Health Insurance Law. The state is responsible for providing health services to all of its residents in the country. who can register with one of the 4 National Health Service funds. To be eligible, a citizen must pay a health insurance tax. Coverage includes medical diagnosis and treatment, preventative medicine, hospitalization, general, maternity, psychiatric, and chronic, surgery and transplants, preventative dental care for children, first aid and transportation to a hospital or clinic, medical service at the workplace. Oh my God, this is going to radicalize Americans against Israel even further. I didn't know how extensive it was. Poll nerds say high turnout is favoring Cuomo right now. Need hopium, chat. I mean, I knew they had healthcare. I didn't know how much healthcare they had. The scene at the Andrew Cuomo election night party, held in a very cavernous space on the 4th floor of the Carpenters Union Hall. There's a bar serving beer and wine, donation based, and a stage set up for an eventual speech. Polls close at 9 p.m. Polls are closing at the end of this hour.
Everyone, we are approaching the dawn of a new era in New York City. We are turning the page on the corrupt politics of the past that made this the most expensive city in the United States of America. Today, I am filled with gratitude for the more than 50,000 volunteers that have powered this campaign for the last 8 months, for the tens of thousands more who have already cast their ballots. And I'm filled with conviction that we will win this race. We've shown that by focusing on the issues of working and middle-class New Yorkers across this city, that by listening instead of lecturing, that by creating a politics of no translation, New Yorkers will join you in your fight for a new city. What we offer is a way to sustain this city that I so deeply love. What we offer is a vision to keep New Yorkers in the place that they call home, and an antidote to the Trump administration and the hatred and the division that it spews. We are showing people that hope is not something that is naive. It is in fact righteous when it is built upon a plan and a vision. We are showing New York City that a better day is possible, and today is the first of many of them. Thank you so much.
We're not going to have a definitive result for days. Don't expect an outcome tonight. It could be as late as July 1st until we know who wins. Yeah, I'm stress eating.
Used this past weekend in a precision, perfection way. It was...
It's illegal, unconstitutional.
It is not illegal in any way, shape, or form.
International
The United States...
You can't violate national sovereignty of a country.
Why?
Why?
We do it all the time.
I know, because America violates international law all the time.
Who's going to stop us? Decades,
you would think morality...
Used this past weekend.
Who's going to stop us? Look at this douchebag's face.
I finally got the idea. Thank you. You know what? I like that idea. Yeah? I don't think there's a horse in there that can beat him. Never.
Dude. One day, we are probably going to experience what goes around comes around. Oh my God. I mean, holy fuck. What an insane thing to say, man. What a piece of shit. Let's talk about MAMDANI.
We have just begun our walk through the entirety of Manhattan. We're at Inwood Hill Park at the tip top. We're outside because New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see. They can hear. They can even yell at. Good, bro. Election's on Tuesday.
Yeah? Tuesday!
Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Hey, we're yeah, everybody contento, my friend.
Hola, mucho gusto. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
Yes, you know that. You know that. Only the greatness, you know what I'm saying?
When we launched this campaign on a cold October evening, few thought we could win.
Thank you, my man. I'll see you. Thank you.
But I always knew that we would build a campaign just like this.
Just voted today. Just voted today.
Over 1 million doors knocked, more than 40,000 volunteers. You are the beating heart of this campaign.
It is pretty wild that this is even a close fucking race. Because Andrew Cuomo would never be able to bring this kind of momentum to anything. And I don't know how to contend with that reality where overwhelming moneyed interests can just like, and institutional recognition and all of the party's infrastructure can just like not even mobilize people in the same way, but can just like hold on to power. It doesn't matter. People don't need to be excited at all about a candidate. People don't need to feel hopeful. And basically, every clip of Cuomo is him somehow fleeing the residents of New York. I don't know anymore, man. I really don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. There have been a couple once in a lifetime candidates like Jeremy Corbyn. They rat fucked him, you know. Zoran Mamdani is another example. And they're actively trying to rat fuck Zoran as well. Bernie Sanders. Reminder that Cuomo is expected to be ahead in the first round. It's a matter of how much. If he's ahead by 2 or 3, he's toast. If it's 5 to 6, it's a toss up. 10% or more, it's over. Also, here's a good live stream to follow for coverage.
Sandra Van Oker. Good evening.
The fuck is this?
Excuse me, madam.
Here, look at that. Watch Eyewitness News.
I just don't get it.
You gotta win. You gotta win.
Thank you so much. You got this. I appreciate it.
You have climbed 6th-floor walk-ups and braved the pouring rain to canvass our city.
Wait, we both have canvas for you.
Can't wait to have you here.
You have shared our message with the very New Yorkers you've lived alongside for years, but never had the chance to meet. And make no mistake, this campaign is reaching every corner of this city.
Oh my gosh. I love volunteering for you. Thank you.
To everyone who pulls me aside to whisper with the best intentions, you have already won. I am sorry, but the days of moral victories are over.
This is right. This is the best part of the speech.
Because this is a campaign that is going to win on June 24th. And it's thanks to each and every one of you.
Yeah, this walk was right after he had death threats. Just a heads up that first election results update includes about 50,000 mail ballots favorable to Cuomo and 384,000 early votes favorable to MAMDANI relatively. If MAMDANI's up by 10% and or 43,400 votes after all this drops, he'll be in good shape. In case you weren't sure if Zoran had the youth vote, I just got this text. I mean, dude, here's the thing. Is Twitter real life or not? Like, our television, is this gonna be a fucking Twitter poster, you know, people who enjoy podcasts and the New York City like youth vote turnout versus people who just watch TV and see an ad and go, oh, I think Zoran is gonna put homeless people in the subway stations. Like, he wants to put the homeless in the subways. More homeless in the subways, please. Need a 5,000 word profile on the MAMDANI whale yesterday. A user called Gay Pride on Polymarket has $132,926 bet on Zoran Mamdani to win the mayor election at 49.2% odds. That's got to be one of you motherfuckers, right? I assume. The American voter is so fascinating. Diana Barrett, 65-year-old Detroit, says she ranked Cuomo first because of his record leading New York during the COVID-19 pandemic, and ranked Mamdani second because of his pledges to make the city bus free and lower cost of housing. Cuomo really guided me and my loved ones and so many people through this, and I felt like he was a little railroaded with the sexual allegations, she said outside of Brooklyn Borough Hall, alluding to the roughly dozen women who accused the governor of misconduct he denies. But he just has so many good qualities and he has such a history that I want to give him another chance. As for Mamdani, Barrett says, sometimes fresh blood is really nice. This is a paid voter? No, man. No, this is not a paid bot or a paid voter. That's just the average fucking American. Wake up. I think a lot of you are misguided because you spend a great deal of time in this community and you think that, like,
on this primary day, voters and poll workers,
the average voter has like any fucking sense of comprehension, any sense of reason. The median voter is a fucking psychopath, dude. What is this? 6 Trump voters react to U.S. bombing of nuclear sites in Iran. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. One of the big reasons I voted for him was keeping us out of stuff in the Middle East. Every time you show weakness, they take advantage. We voted for him because he would stay out. The bombing was protecting this little tiny nation, but I don't think that we need to be there further. I'm hoping that his campaign promises were true.
are also dealing with the hot temperatures. We found some using fans at polling sites across the area. It's primary day in New York City, and today voters are casting their ballots for their mayoral Democratic candidate. Christina Fan, live in Morningside Heights with more. Christina?
Well, Chris, despite the oppressive heat, we are finding that voters are coming to polling places feeling energized. Some are here for a particular candidate, others a specific issue, but all say they want to see change in New York City.
Even the scorching summer sun couldn't deter the political fervor gripping New York City as a vast crowd of mayoral candidates made last-minute pitches to voters on why they should be the Democratic nominee. Among them, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who greeted poll workers as he cast his ballot on the east side this morning. Many of his recent attacks have been
God, I hate this motherfucker so much.
Directed towards State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, who are you?
Polls show closing in. Mamdani, meanwhile, campaigned with fellow candidate Brad Lander, whom he cross-endorsed as they tried to stifle support for the former governor.
We are well positioned to finally turn the page on the politics of the past.
This is someone who was a corrupt and abusive governor, is running a corrupt and abusive campaign.
11 candidates are vying for the Democratic nomination. While early voting numbers were strong citywide, voters were a little sluggish getting to the polls amid the oppressive heat wave Tuesday. But those who did felt enthusiastic about their choice.
I voted for Zoran.
I voted for Lander. I'm voting for Andrew Cuomo.
I think there's also just so much energy coming out of wanting to rebel against the Trump administration and wanting to be more politically active.
Voters say issues like affordability, housing, and immigration drove them to the polls, in addition to the thought of who will be best suited to take on Mayor Adams, who is running as an independent in November's general election.
I won't say that his entire tenure was terrible, but from the issues that were brought about around some of the misconduct and all of the things that happened in his cabinet, I think it's time for New York City to have a change.
Because of ranked choice voting and multiple rounds of counting that will likely have to take place, political experts say it could be weeks before an official winner is declared. As a reminder, polls put...
Does Adams have a chance? No, this race is between Andrew Cuomo and Zoran Mamdani, okay? And it's gonna be a close one, I think, judging by what I've seen in the polls. But I truly don't fucking know, because I just don't know, man. I don't know, because like people are just fucking taking a hit of methamphetamine before going to the polls, you know? Like, honestly, I think people just smoke crack before they vote. They're like, oh, I'm accidentally here. I was just doing crack. Let me go vote for fucking Anthony Cuomo. What's his name? Adam Cuomo? Yeah, that guy. I recognize his last name. He was, what was he, the previous mayor or something?
Close this evening at 9 p.m. Reporting live from Morningside Heights, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
If Cuomo becomes mayor, would anything about him being an improvement over Adams? It seemed like a lateral move at best, if not a downgrade. No, it is a downgrade. It is a fucking downgrade, even from Adams, because Adams at least is like kind of fucking funny. Andrew Cuomo is literally more corrupt than Eric Adams. It's kind of crazy to think.
And
Mamdani.
It's election day today. You need to get to the polls. They're open till 9 p.m. What else do they need to know?
Go to ZaronForNYC.com/vote. You can find out where your poll site is. Text your friends and family because we need everybody to come out. And make sure you're drinking water because it's a very hot day.
This election is going to be decided by young voters, the average New Yorker.
We stand on the verge of a victory that will resonate across the country and the world. Make no mistake, this victory will be historic, not just because of who I am, a Muslim immigrant and a proud democratic socialist, but for what we will do. Make this city affordable for everyone. Because after this rally, as many of us sleep, millions of our neighbors will step out onto moonlit streets across our city. Nurses working...
I think about this a lot, but I fear that if Cuomo still ends up sleepwalking into a fucking marginal victory here, it's so fucking similar to the Bernie Sanders primaries in 2019 and 2020, where it's just like the Democratic Party's primary function is to assassinate the hopes and dreams of the next generation. Any kind of additional pickup that they can get of people who just engage in like harm reduction narratives and like marginally better voting, they'll be fine with that. They are totally capable of shredding their fucking base of support every step of the way. They do not care about hopes. They want to eliminate hope. This will hurt Osama. To be fair, the 2019 primary was sort of an end of history moment in a microwave, but kind of massive compared to everything else. No, yeah, 2020 Nevada primary is the moment of maximum hope that I had. Okay, young buck pulled together an IRL backpack, was ready to go on the campaign trail following Bernie Sanders, and then the 2020 Nevada primaries happened. Leading up to the Nevada primary, everyone was like, the unions are all backing was it Joe Biden? No, what was it? The unions were just not backing. It wasn't even Joe Biden. The unions are not backing Bernie Sanders. They're backing establishment Democrats or whatever. Okay, it was Pete Buttigieg or something, I think, at the time. And I remember being like, this is not true, because I know the rank and file is on board with Bernie and his message. Okay. And we were right. We were fucking right. And Bernie wins after endless amounts of propaganda that he was going to lose in the fucking Nevada primaries. And there was just like so much hope. I remember door knocking and seeing so many people be like, oh, I like that guy Bernie. What's a primary? I hope he wins. It's like, bro, it's happening today. Why don't you go out? I don't have time. I don't feel like it. And then COVID, and then Super Tuesday, and then I watch all of my dreams perish in front of my eyes. Everything falls apart, and we're stuck with this fucking decrepit old ass monster, the Jim Clyburn rat fuck. What you're seeing with Zoran is a microcosm of that. I don't know, maybe you were too young to remember the Bernie situation, but it is exactly the same, but it's happening in a much shorter period of time, where everybody goes, all systems go, time to fucking post endlessly negatively about Zoran. His socialism's scary. His bitches ain't too bad. His weed ain't loud at all. Okay, his smoke is not loud. If Zoran Mamdani wins, they're gonna assassinate every Jewish person in New York City, and they're gonna assassinate every fucking hedge fund manager side by side. They said the same shit about Bernie. Eric made the video. Oh, this one? Yeah. Hell yeah. Hasanabi heads are all over this campaign, man. They're fucking cooking.
The night shift will put on their scrubs and save lives. Office buildings will be made new again as the midnight shift scrubs and polishes in the dark. And even more, New Yorkers will spend the entire night tirelessly working and return home carrying the burden that it still isn't enough. If New York truly is the city that never sleeps, we deserve a mayor who fights for those of us who labor at every single hour of the day. I will be that mayor.
Chris Matthews went on MSNBC and said Bernie has a coalition of brown shirts, referring to Bernie bros, people like myself. We were brown shirts. Like he said, Bernie was a Nazi. Okay, Bernie, the old Jewish man running for the Democratic Party's presidential candidacy in the primaries, was called a fucking Nazi. Said his fans are brown shirts, and then on top of that, Chris Matthews said that if Bernie Sanders wins, he will assassinate people like him in Central Park. Like he'll round up every wealthy person in Central Park. And he said that unironically, like he just straight up, he meant it, bro. He was like, if Bernie Sanders wins, I mean, I'm sure someone has the video.
Going on here, and is this any way to pick a nominee?
Well, I don't think so, but it is the way we're picking this one, and it looks like Bernie Sanders is hard to beat right now. I'm with Carville all the way in terms of the dangers of what lies ahead in November. I'm very much aware of them. They're sitting on so much Oppo research on Bernie, what he said in the past.
They do say kill the rich, so maybe, yeah, Bernie Sanders says kill the rich. In your fucking fantasies, right? This is the problem with American politics. Like, you had just half of the fucking voting, half of the voting population is just schizophrenic, and you just have to deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to deal with the psychotic hallucinations of half of the fucking voter base in any race. Okay? Straight up, like, they will just imagine something happening, and then you have to deal with that. It's like, but that's your paranoid fantasy, man. What do you mean? That's just not real, you know?
About world affairs, how far left he is. I'm not sure how far left he is, but they're going to make the most of that in terms of world politics. They're going to kill him. But I think it's a little late to stop him, and I think that's the problem. By the way, if you look at the pattern, it's dynamic. Bernie won the popular vote in Iowa. He won it again in New Hampshire. It looks like he's going to win it here when they finally get a vote. Bernie's been winning consistently, and I think it's mathematically understandable. Every time we poll, every time Steve and everybody polls, 2/3 of the Democratic vote, 2/3 of people who call themselves Democrats are either liberal or very liberal. All Bernie ever had to do, and he's done it beautifully, is get a majority of that, and he's up to the mid-30s. If you get half of 67, you're into the mid-30s, and that's where he's gotten it a little better. Biden, his only prayer was to consolidate the third of the vote that's moderate and conservative. And he got nowhere near clearing that field. Nowhere near. That's split up 4 ways now. And so with new people coming in, DeVal Patrick came in, he didn't make it. Bloomberg is in, he's probably going to survive a bit longer because of his money. But that field wasn't cleared. The only way Biden could win in that 1/3 of the vote that's either moderate or conservative is to sweep it. He got nowhere near. Bernie, on the other hand, did his job. He got more than a majority. I think this is going to be very frustrating for pundits, very frustrating for media consultants, and everyone who's trying to figure this out logically. Bernie Sanders is walking away with it. He's doing it now. He's probably going to win his third contest today, big time.
The happiest person right now is about 1:15 Moscow time. This thing is going very well for Vladimir Putin. I promise you. He's probably staying up watching us right now. How you doing, Vlad?
That's absolutely right. And
I'm wondering whether the Democratic moderates want Bernie Sanders to be president. I mean, that's maybe too exciting a question to raise. They don't like Trump at all. Do they want Bernie Sanders to take over the Democratic Party in perpetuity?
Largely people of color. Of those, the majority are Latino, and they are clearly, at least from eyeballing it, strongly in favor of Bernie Sanders, with Joe Biden coming in second. No one.
I was there, bro. I was there. I was fucking there. I watched it happen. You don't understand. You don't understand. Oh my God. Is this how unks talk about like NBA in the 90s or some shit? I was there. You don't know how good Tim Duncan is. You don't know. You don't know how good Tim Duncan is. It was just like, it was Operation Rat Fuck, dude. They were losing their goddamn minds, dude. Yeah, this was what I was looking for. Like, in all sincerity, this fucking piece of shit, in all sincerity, said this.
I have my own views of the word socialist, and I'll be glad to share them with you in private. And they go back to the early 1950s. I have an attitude about them. I remember the Cold War. I have an attitude towards Castro. I believe if Castro and the Reds had won the Cold War, there would have been executions in Central Park, and I might have been one of the ones getting executed. And certain other people would be there cheering, okay? So I have a problem with people who took the other side. I don't know who Bernie supports over these years. I don't know what he means by social. 1 week it's Denmark. We're going to be like Denmark. Okay, that's harmless. That's basically a capitalist country with a lot of good social welfare programs. Denmark is harmless.
It's pretty clearly in the Denmark category, yeah.
Are you sure? How do you know? Did he tell you that?
Well, I mean, that's what he says, and that's what his agenda calls for, right?
Yeah.
He's not calling for any...
Let's see. Let's figure that one out.
But we haven't seen a campaign yet where video of him praising the other version of Castro has been used.
Well, but that will
be used.
That's a question
we haven't seen how that plays out.
Of how what the effect that has.
Well, what does he think of Castro? That's a great question. What did you think of Fidelismo? We all thought he was great when he first. I was cheering like mad for him when he first went in, and then he became a communist and started shooting every one of his enemies.
Okay, hold those thoughts on the Cuban Revolution. I have to go back to the spin room and Democratic.
This primary in your coverage is how I became a fan and what radicalized me. I'll never forget how Warren and others rat fuck Bernie. Yeah. Obama made the boss call. God.
No one else is as hungry, angry, enraged, and determined as Sanders voters. Democrats need to sober up and figure out what the hell they're going to do about that.
I'm reading last night about the fall of France in the summer of 1940, and the general, Renault, calls up Churchill and says, it's over. And
First 2016 primary, it was super delegates, and it was a faucet of anti-Bernie sentiment with an objectively weak candidate that they propped up, Hillary Clinton. And then in 2020, again, another objectively weak candidate was propped up, and the only thing that people would say is all the voters are actually moderate, you're delusional, all the voters are moderate, they love Joe Biden, nobody wanted Joe Biden, but they were like, he's the guy to win it, he's the guy to win it, he's the guy to win it, he's the guy to win it. Holy shit, is Adam watching? Maybe. Like, remember, electability is bullshit. It's not a real metric. It is the only thing you use when you have no policy. And Joe Biden was utterly devoid of policy, which is precisely why what carried him in the primaries from all of the outlets that were covering the primaries was electability.
MAMDANI. Yeah.
Bernie lost because he did not. Bernie was gonna never win Hassan. Bernie lost because he did not reach voters like me. 73-month subscriber. Literally brainworms. People who are still in the hood, not some burbs. I want to fucking Brian kill me, dude. You're still doing the dumb fuck MSNBC line, dude. Bernard wasn't in the hood with me. He was not in the fucking hood. People in the hood don't fuck with Bernie. Okay, they fuck with Joe Biden, dude. Great. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you fucking mean, dude? Put me out of my fucking misery. Jesus Christ. Joe Biden was not in the hood either. The only reason why he was able to fucking garner support from South Carolina black voters as a primary block was because of Jim Clyburn and the instruments that the Democratic Party's machine has specifically to utilize in exactly moments like this. What are we supposed to do? Not some burbs. People who are still in the hood, not some burbs. Do you think Bernie Sanders' policies would actually be harmful to black people? Do you think he had bad policies for black people? Do you think it's even remotely possible to actively campaign to black people when the Democratic Party machine is so fucking strong within these neighborhoods, within the church groups, and that they get to literally choose who is the candidate? Don't reveal to this voter that he just does what he's told by the machine of party politics. He might wake up to the fact that he's lived as an actual NPC his entire life. Exactly. That's what's so fucking annoying. You've been in here for 76 months. How the fuck have you not figured out? This is what I'm talking about. People behave like fucking bots. That's not a hate watcher. That's probably a Gen X black voter, okay? Who obviously, clearly, for 76 months of being in here, understands that, I mean, has more radical politics, but still there's always the same, like, there's always this attitude where people just like regurgitate whatever they heard on television. It is so incredibly strong. It is impossible to penetrate. That's it. Wait, what the fuck? That dude is trolling. He's not even black. There ain't no fucking way. Ain't no. I'm gonna lose my mind, I swear to God. I think he was just memeing. He was just making, he was just fucking memeing. It's fine. Two minutes until polls close. That's such a fucking lie, man. I live in the southeast LA. The first time I met a canvasser was a Bernie Sanders cam. Yeah, Bernie dropped the ball with a black vote. Yeah, because the older black vote, which is just the same as like most machine politics, but specifically, like, this is the Democratic Party's hardest to fucking broach, most comfortable demographic. Black women, specifically older black women. Like, older black women vote for the Democrats by like Assad margins, okay? Older black women vote for the Democrats, black women specifically, vote for the Democrats by like Vladimir Putin margins. It is unheard of in democracy, okay? In like in an actual functioning democratic process, this does not happen under any other circumstance, okay? Assad margins is crazy. No, literally, dude, it's 90%. What are we talking about? It's 90+%. That's not a real, like, that is the only, that's unheard of. Like, there is no comparison in modern liberal democracy for any group that is as loyal to a party and a movement. It's not a thing. Like, it does not exist. It does not exist. They are the Fedayeen for the Dems. And it's a really, really robust and really important political machine. But it is directly a faucet for whatever the institutional Democrats are. That machine will never be turned on establishment Democrats. The moment that that machine turns on establishment Democrats in the direction of whichever progressive candidate is winning, is stop shitting on black women. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm a black female Gen Xer and I've been insulted all night. I'm literally a black woman who's Gen X and I've been getting shit on all night. Stop shitting on black women. Demi Charm, you are a Gen X black woman. If given the opportunity, would you not vote for Zohran Mamdani? Are you going to sit here and defend Andrew Cuomo? No, of course not. My point is not for someone like yourself. You're in here, so obviously you're not who I'm fucking talking about. Jesus Christ. I did? Okay, there you go. Well, not Andrew Cuomo, I hope. Holy shit. No, you voted for Zoran if you're in New York, right? My point is Putin only got 87% of the vote, by the way. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm fucking saying. Black women as a voting bloc is a more reliable voting bloc that does not exist in other democracies for the Democratic Party. Assad margins is what I mean, like is a higher margin than fucking Vladimir Putin, dude. Anyway, New York City mayoral primary election results are coming in. Holy moly. There we have it. All right, stop the vote. Stop the vote. Zoran wins. I'm a black 33-year-old woman, and I used to feel like Bernie wasn't speaking to me. I thought that by not mentioning racial issues directly frequently, that he was uncomfortable with the conversation. I couldn't make the connection on my own between more leftist policies and outcomes that benefit black people like me. I'm so glad I found the space. Yeah, I try to make up for that. I try to make up for that to the best of my ability. One of the things that I think Bernie Sanders did really well was to speak on universality of policies and then talk about how this actually would serve black and brown communities even better than others.
Right here, you know, just now it's just after 9 o'clock. Don't be surprised if those are significantly skewed in favor of Zoran, because we do.
What do we have like a fucking mainstream media? I want to see local news streams.
Ballots that were banked
Did they come out? First of all, good evening to both of you. And we are here at the Carpenters Union headquarters here.
The feeling was that CUOMO voters were much more likely to go to the polls on primary day.
Why are all the local news stationed at the fucking CUOMO Carpenters Union Hall?
On those unions for phone banking and get out the vote efforts. Tonight they have been closely monitoring turnout in strongholds, including the Bronx. How fitting that a heated primary culminates on a sweltering day. Voters in Co-op City armed with water and determined to have their voice.
Aren't white women, white people similarly comparable voting bloc? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? White women always reliably vote for the Republicans. Okay, at least consistently, but by 52% or 54%. There is no 90% constituency for any demographic. This doesn't even exist for black men. It's not for black people in general. It's just black women as a voting bloc vote by higher margins for the Democratic Party than literally any. Like there's no comparison in modern democracy.
Continue to go on. He does not have the Working Families Party line yet, but would you like to see the WFP consider or give it to him to go on into the general election?
Zoran Mamdani and his entire campaign team ran a masterclass type campaign this election season. I truly believe that they will win this election. I don't even want to talk about any other ballot line come in November. I do believe I will be casting a ballot or casting a vote for Zoran Mamdani on the Democratic ballot line come November.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilman. So, Errol, again, we're talking to Chiose, Democratic City Councilman from Bed-Stuy, saying that he was able to possibly turn a couple of voters in favor of Zoran Mamdani against Andrew Cuomo.
Let's go.
Back to you.
All right. Thanks very much, Bernadette. We'll get back to you a little bit later. Right now, we're going to talk to our Bobby Cook.
Speak a little Chinese to him, Chi.
What we are seeing.
I mean, Errol, this is exactly what we talked about. We talked about this first tranche of numbers that we were going to get. It was going to be all the early vote and the mail-in votes that have been processed as of today, and we knew that those numbers were going to skew towards Zoran Mamdani. I mean, you heard our Bob Hart say earlier that this could be the high watermark for Zoran Mamdani, and sure enough, he's up by 7 points once those votes are processed. Now we're going to see
no more
the day of votes, the ballots that were voted today. We're going to see those begin to roll in as well. But the initial numbers came in very strong for Zoran Mamdani, but that will probably change as the night goes on, as we've discussed.
Why are you testing me?
The day of votes tend to favor
Hasanabi head, and I've literally had him on the stream.
But right now, Zoran Mamdani with 43%.
He's a quarter Chinese.
Cuomo's 34% and 13% for Brad Lander in third place. So I think we're going to get more data pretty quickly.
I'm
By
white
the way,
Chinese.
Adrian Adams
He's black Chinese.
In
We've
fourth
established
right now
this
at
already.
Just 4%, low single digits. I think over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes, we're going to see the numbers really begin to climb, and then we'll get a better sense for where we might land at the end of the night.
Well, yeah, can we see some of the other candidates? Because this is, you know, almost like a sort of a capsule. This is the early
Brad
vote,
Lander
right?
is picking up some
How did
steam
some
on
of
the
the other
first.
candidates do in that early voting period?
Well, you know, I mean, clearly Brad Lander did himself some favors with everything that's happened in the past week, right? He got arrested at immigration court, became a national story. He had a pretty strong debate performance. He, you know, got the, not the endorsement per se, but, you know, he got a lot of support from this New York Times opinion panel. And he's at 13%, which is a little bit higher than he had been doing in some of those recent polls. So those are clearly the top three. There's some space between Brad Lander and Adrian Adams in fourth place.
By the way,
Scott
a lot
Stringer
of pickups here
in
for
fifth,
Brad is
just
good for
2%,
Zoran.
Everybody else is down at about
Jessica
1%
Ramos.
or below.
Get the fuck out of here.
Zonar Myrie, Whitney Tilson, Jessica Ramos, who effectively dropped her campaign, and Michael Blake with only about 1,400 votes total, looking at the raw vote total. So we talked about this being a two-man race, and that is really what it looks like it's going to come down to.
Any policy reasons you prefer Mamdani to Lander, or is he more Riz?
Third place. He's going to accumulate some votes, and assuming this then goes to a ranked choice tabulation a week from now,
that definitely
it's going to make a big difference
for me.
who those Brad Lander voters
beyond that,
ranked.
I mean, he has a lot of progressive policies. Like his platform is more progressive than Lander's, but Lander's is pretty good too.
Will then go to Mamdani once the tabulation is run. So, you know, a lot of moving pieces here with ranked choice voting. I think the better that Brad Lander does, the better it becomes for Zoran Mamdani tonight.
Okay, very interesting. I have Courtney Gross here with me in studio, and in some ways, not a surprise, right, that Mamdani would do well, but it really sort of sets a marker, right? If he's 10 points ahead now, 9 to 10 points ahead, if he can maintain that throughout the rest of the count.
Early vote by mail by 8, only 3 in Manhattan and 24 in Brooklyn.
So was saying in polls that his voters were much more likely
Manhattan
to vote
is not
early.
good though. What
We've
the
seen
fuck?
some
Only
really interesting
3
analysis from WNYC and Gothamist, who's really broken down where this early vote was coming from. A lot of it coming from Brownstone, Brooklyn, which is obviously kind of Mamdani territory, including some analysis that showed of the early vote that came in, which was almost 400,000.
This hasn't refreshed
almost double the amount that we saw in 2021. That a quarter of those early votes, which is what we're looking at now, were
Why do you think Manhattan would be higher?
Who hadn't voted within the last decade, potentially new people who had just moved to New York City, or these young voters that we clearly saw came out who are interested in the Mamdani candidacy and are out there supporting him. It shows he's got some enthusiasm, he's got some grassroots support. I mean, we've heard the lines on the campaign trail for so long that they've knocked on 1 million doors, that they have 40,000 volunteers, and I think that this is what we're showing in these numbers. Will Cuomo be able to catch up?
Y'all are crazy, bro. Manhattan is an incredibly densely populated area. There are fucking poor people that live in Manhattan as well. Why do you think everyone that lives in Manhattan is rich? Early vote thoughts good but not great results for Zoran. Mark Levine in the driver's seat for comptroller. Jumaane Williams blowing out the public advocate's race, not surprising.
And then he changed his whole schedule to vote on actual primary day to make sure and encourage his voters to get out there, even though it's obviously
young people do vote early in this race at least. The Zoran campaign did do a push for early voting.
Well, we've got a race to call.
They did a push for early voting. They didn't do a push for a vote by mail, obviously.
New York 1 is projecting Jumaane Williams as the winner of the Democratic primary election for public advocate. In some ways, Courtney, this wasn't all that much of a surprise, but it looks like it was an overwhelming victory. And in this kind of a case, there's no ranked choice tabulation if you're over 50%.
Yeah, so he is obviously in the clear here. Jennifer Raj-Kumar was trying to challenge him, clearly a very close ally of Eric Adams. You know, we've detailed and documented over the many months leading up to this primary how often Jennifer Raj-Kumar was with Eric Adams at press conferences. Our other colleagues in the media have done the same. I wonder if some people might see this race in particular as some sort of litmus test on the Adams administration, because Jennifer Raj-Kumar is clearly so close to the mayor. This was a race that many people didn't pay that much attention to. People thought that Jumaane Williams was clearly in a strong position, wasn't necessarily at risk of losing his seat.
Right. And so even with only what the Board of Elections says is about 14%, a little under 14% of the vote of the scanners having been fed in. That lead is so commanding when you.
Zoran getting killed on the Upper East Side, not doing so hot on the Upper West Side either, but there's a much larger Badlander vote there that may end up being friendly to him. A clear weakness relative to the Manhattan juggernaut that was Catherine Garcia. I suspect this is where the Bradlander, this is where Bradlander comes to help, because there's definitely, I mean, these are wealthier neighborhoods, but then also, I mean, it's both wealthier neighborhoods, but it's also depending on, like, Upper East Side is Upper East Side also has it's not just the rich people on the Upper East Side. It's also there's also the constituency of black voters as well, right? Isn't that Upper East Side? But there's also a large percentage of the I'm worried about anti-Semitism voters there as well, for sure. Harlem is more uptown. This is only 307 votes. Oh, this doesn't, I mean, where do we get the next 60% of voters? MAMDANI is only narrowly ahead of CUOMO in Manhattan, but that's mostly a fairly strong Badlander performance. By vote share, CUOMO is doing slightly better in Queens and slightly worse in Brooklyn.
To reach those folks? And what are the key issues that matter to the people in your district?
You know, well, throughout this campaign, we've seen the CUOMO campaign really engage with Black and Latino voters and Asian voters.
Bro, how is she still glazing CUOMO? That's crazy. Oh,
who want to be the next Manhattan borough president. There is no incumbent in the race. State Senator Brad Hoylman-Siegel and City Councilman Keith Powers are fighting to win that job. And now for the money watchdog, New York City Comptroller's job is up for grabs. Lots of contenders here. Current Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine, City Council Finance Chair.
Guys, stop sending me the poly market surge, please. That is the most meaningless fucking thing of all time. You're just desperate for copium. Stop. 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 Staten Island incoming. 46% of scanners reported. CUOMO with 7,000. MAMDANI with 5,000 votes. Lander with 1,000 votes. Adams with 695 votes. Most of the E-Day voters from the South Shore, not at all what CUOMO needs. Yeah, it's also a fucking ad. Yeah, literally, it's like a free ad for them. Zoran is cooked in the Bronx. Dave Weigel voice, I've seen enough. That's not Dave Weigel, that's Dave Wasserman, I think, isn't it? Is the one that does the I've seen enough.
Interesting to see who has the other citywide races, whether the incumbent Jumaane Williams stays in the public advocate role. Not a role that has a lot to it except criticizing the government, unless, as we heard from...
Yes, Zoran is not supposed to win any favors until like multiple rounds in. But judging by early vote, because these are the dumps that are coming in right now are supposed to be, as far as I understand, early votes and mail votes. Okay, so depending on Zoran's performance overall in the early votes versus the mail votes, you can make an assessment on how this will play out. Obviously, we don't know with ranked choice voting. We don't fucking know. If nothing else, those surveys from CUOMO line packs that showed him up 12 points look very off base. Where's Kornacki when we need him? I don't want to hear from Kornacki. I saw him talk about Zoran like he was a scary guy, so. Anthony Weiner has fallen to fucking. Wait, what are you sending me? What are you showing me? See the New York Times? All right, getting back to the New York Times. Where is it? All right, more dumps. Okay. Andrew Cuomo making a modest gain over Zoran Mamdani in the new dumps. Not that consequential. Zoran winning precincts in all 5 boroughs with the early vote.
Projects don't get to go through, so obviously you're going to be close with developers, and
we won't know for weeks, yes, but we can make an assessment
all across the city. But clearly, you know, she came out ahead tonight. Not altogether surprising, but you know, there's always. I remember she was here not too long ago when Salamanca decided not to participate in our debate, and I was talking to her, and she's like, no matter who the competitor is, you always run like it's a real race.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to sort of try and change whatever somebody's strategy is, but we always encourage people to come in and debate. Like, you know, let people hear what your vision is. It can only help you. And we're sad that he didn't take advantage of that. Let's go to Bobby Kuza at the big board. He's got some information for us about the controller's race.
Yeah, we're taking a look at City Comptroller Mark Levine and Justin Brannan, the leading candidates in this one. Mark Levine right now with a pretty convincing lead, up 13 points on Justin Brannan. Not really a huge surprise. I mean, I think if you had to choose a favorite or a front runner in this race, it would have had to have been Mark Levine, the Manhattan Borough President, a relatively high-profile elected official. But Justin Brannan himself got a lot of support in this race, including from the progressive left. I mean, we saw him endorsed by the likes of Bernie Sanders and a number of other left-leaning advocacy groups and elected officials, and it seemed like maybe in the closing days and closing weeks of the race, he had begun to kind of narrow that gap. I mean, the only polling in this race came about a month ago, and I believe it had Mark Levine up by about 20 points. So compared to that, Justin Brannan has sort of narrowed the margin, but right now Mark Levine with a pretty comfortable lead in the early going of this race.
And there was another candidate in that race, right? Do you have numbers for Kevin Parker?
Yes, not to give Kevin Parker short shrift, but he's landed only down at 6%. He's a state senator from Brooklyn. He has run for office many times before, and some of the polling actually had showed him in the teens, but right now down at 6%. So he's in 4th place, actually, in this 4-man race.
Yeah, so the way people think, and I'm sure some of Brandon's supporters are thinking, it's like, well, look, if we've got some second-choice votes coming from those 2 other candidates, this could, in fact, be a close race by the time the numbers are all counted.
Right, and this is one of those races where we're not only going to be looking at the margin, we're going to be looking at how close this number is to 50%. Because if this race was over right now, obviously Mark Levine would have, you know, a significant lead, but with less than 50%, he couldn't announce he was the victor. This would have to wait until next Tuesday in ranked choice voting. And in theory, yeah, like you said, if all of Ismail Malave's votes and all of Kevin Parker's votes went to Brannan, which is unlikely, but it is, you know, a mathematically possible possibility, then in that case he could actually surpass Mark Levine. Of course, that's the way ranked choice
I was
works
on the wrong tab the whole time, my bad.
In practice, it doesn't always mean you can make
Calm
up
down,
that
everybody.
much ground. We saw it almost happen in the mayor's race 4 years ago with Eric Adams, but that may have
This
been
half of Brooklyn early vote by early vote and
with this
mail.
kind of lead. It's very
Mamdani is 60%, bro. He fucking cooked on Brooklyn.
Got it. And while you're there, Bobby, could we look at some of the numbers for the borough?
He really locked down the podcast constituency, dude. It's crazy.
Sort of the top line number about who won, but I'm very curious as to what the percentages look like.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at Vanessa Gibson. So I got to say, this race I thought was going to be a lot closer because Rafael Salamanca, you know, relatively well-known city councilman from the South Bronx. He's being term limited out of office. So, you know, gunning for Vanessa Gibson, who is a relatively popular borough president. She's been a lawmaker in the Bronx for a long time. It's not that often that you see a sitting elected official like this who's pretty well liked actually being primaried by another prominent elected official. But Rafael Salamanca got a lot of money in this race. He had some endorsements, but in the end, Vanessa Gibson seems to be running away with this thing, not particularly close. And then in the other one, we were looking.
Won't you sit down, Miss O'Malley? Oh, this is my wife. How do you do? You take your short number, sir. Yes, 120 with me. Oh. Do you speak French, Miss O'Malley? Ma mère est très française, et mon père aussi. Vous avez raison. Are you married by any chance? Yes, I am.
Oh shit. I was muted this whole time. Oh my God, that's crazy. Mamdani's early votage is powered by East Corridor in Western Queens and Brooklyn, but he's also scoring key wins in Hispanic pockets like Washington Heights and Corona and Asian enclaves such as Bay Ridge and Bensonhurst. Okay, everybody, I know I was fucking muted in front of 6,000 people. Shut
this
up.
Has been overshadowed by the mayor's race, of course. The controller's position, however, very important, especially in...
Brad Lander clearly emerging as the first choice for a lot of progressive but not lefty college ed liberals. How well these voters adhere to the cross endorsement could make or break Mamdani. It won't be 100% of them. Yeah, it definitely won't be. If we see a lot of motherfuckers go from Brad Lander to Cuomo, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Imagine they're just like, we were really worried about the anti-Semitism, as in translation, Islamophobia, Islamophobic cross voters that were like, we like Lander, but if it's not him, you know, we'll go with Cuomo. My mom voted Lander 1 and Cuomo 4. Wait, what? Cuomo 4? Why did your mom rank Cuomo? The one thing that everybody was saying was like, don't rank Cuomo. That was the major thing, man. What happened? Is that Gretchen Whitmer?
and through this campaign, what I've loved is watching the young people throughout the city campaigning for different candidates, not just for mayor, but for city council and controller and borough president. The young people who work for us, banging doors and campaigning every day. They represent the future of this city. And you know what they're saying? They want change. And they're not willing to wait, and neither...
Scott Stringer is a strong showing. Strong showing by Scott. I don't really care to hear what he had to say. I'm gonna be honest, no disrespect.
But that's just me. Do you think that was an effective ad?
When I saw it, I wondered how the volunteers stood behind him when he was eating all the pens and everything like that. What would happen there? That was my thought. Volunteers on that thing. It connected to people. I think the challenge is any of these ads are about what? Name ID or an issue. And I think this one was good for name ID and getting the earned media.
JC?
But I think this was a great ad.
But it was a distraction.
No, I think it was a great ad because he's saying, hey, listen, even with all the drama, I can still do the work.
More dumps.
So that was a great ad. I'm with you,
50K voter, 50K voter total numbers.
When he walks in through the restaurant, did you hear this guy was going to freeze the rent? And it became almost as if synonymous. When you see Mamdani, you think freeze the rent.
What is this? I would say this is just really Lander consolidating a lot of the other candidates' support, and I think his cross endorsement is the whole ball game. We'll see what the exhaustion rate is.
A vote for Mamdani is a vote to defund the police. That's why the New York Times calls Mamdani uniquely unsuited. He shows little concern about the disorder.
That was effective and helped Andrew Cuomo, or it was being able to be used by Mamdani to say it was Islamophobia.
Mamdani using stuff and defending it as saying something like that just shows it's working. If you don't respond, if you respond to an ad, it means it's working, it's penetrating. The other question would be, how much money do they put behind it and to who? One of the problems, I think, if you look back at the Cuomo race, they did not go after their opponent early enough, and they went maybe too little, too late. And this ad could have been out a week earlier.
I didn't see anything offensive in that.
They should have started fucking calling him a terrorist before.
Well done. I got
Great
to see
assessment,
some of the
sir.
things that
Thank
he has
you.
said. They actually label the times he said defund the police, and it was also very interesting to see the empty elevator. You know, he's had a staff that you could fit in a New York City elevator. So it's a very good attack ad to define your opponent. I saw nothing wrong with that.
But do you think that it was effective in making Andrew Cuomo's case that actually he has more experience?
Of course. It made the case because, hey, listen, this man has a staff that you can fit in an elevator, and look at some of the things he said about defunding the police.
And those are the things you've been talking about. The question becomes, that message works, but was there enough money behind it? That's always the question in any ads. Do they do them digitally? Who do they go after? And when you buy cable TV nowadays, you need to go on there for 2 weeks
Oh my God.
for it to penetrate the audience. If they're on broadcast, you can do it in a
Isn't this really good? Isn't this actually good as fuck for Mamdani from Staten Island? That's crazy. He's like 2,000 behind Cuomo in Staten Island. Wait, are white men? Dude, white men are kind of goated. What the fuck? Dude, white men rise up. Oh my Lord. That's like, what does he have? Like a cop constituency? What the fuck is this? White men rise up? What? Dude, white guys are back? What's happening? That's crazy. That is crazy. White men are gonna save us. Okay, let's chill on the white man thing. Listen, if Zoran wins with the white man vote, trust me, I'm never stopping. Okay, it's white boy summer, it's jihad summer, but it's white male jihad summer. Okay,
pumped a ton of money in Cuomo's direction in a short amount of time. Could we see something like that happen to Mayor Adams potentially in the general?
Oh, absolutely. And we can think about the role of President Trump in this case, who may well endorse and not endorse the Republican Curtis Sliwa, who doesn't stand much of a chance in this case unless something tectonic changes in the election. We know that there's already been a relationship largely around immigration enforcement, so that's a dynamic to look at too. That could bring both benefits and difficulties in electoral terms, because Donald Trump is not popular in this city. So that remains very much to be seen as we roll into the general election phase after tonight.
Yeah, very interesting, very exciting. David Birdsell, we have to leave the conversation there, but
the entire Zoran voting blog is basically white boys who say inshallah. Okay. White boys who say inshallah are up big this year. Okay. This is what it is. This is the method. I didn't even realize.
Standing by. Kelly.
Hi, Errol. That's right. We're still waiting on the candidate to get here. The speaker, she should be here shortly. But we are joined by our top and most visible supporter, the Attorney General, Letitia James.
I just voted. Okay. Slasher, our anti-Semitism correspondent. He's my Jacob Kornbluth. Slasher, who is my very own Jacob Kornbluth style Forward magazine correspondent, reporting live from New York City, which is now under the guidance of the Gestapo. He says, just voted for my boy Zoran before polls closed. A dozen Shomrim cars have immediately surrounded my apartment on the Upper West Side. I'm scared for white boy summer.
Still young, but he is winning, and again, it really represents the excitement that I saw on the streets all throughout the city of New York.
Wait, what?
And I
Andrew
haven't
Cuomo
seen
got
this
0 votes in
since
this
Barack
dump? That doesn't make any
ran
sense.
for president of these United States, when the community in the streets was shut down all over the city with young people shouting for change, and that's what they want. Listen, just like those young people, and I'm not, obviously I'm a mature woman. I do not, and I reject fear. And there was a lot of fear politics that were injected into this race, and it's unfortunate. And what's so great about this is that New Yorkers rejected fear, and that we will not be divided. And I can assure everyone who is concerned about his platform, that I'm going to do my very best to bring everyone together so that we all can be respected.
Call it early total
regardless
victory.
of your race, your ethnicity,
That's
or your
enough.
religion.
I've seen enough. No more votes should be collected, I think. Stop counting. We got enough votes. We got enough votes. Stop the count. It's fine. There's not enough. Guys, I'm gonna make the boss call right now. We should just stop counting. Okay, everybody, how about we just stop counting right now? What do you guys think? Come on. It sounds like a good idea. Come on, this is a good amount of vote. Dude, come on. This is a good amount of people that have voted. Why do you need 1 million+ people voting? That's too many votes. Okay? I think we should just stop it right here. How about let's let bygones be bygones. It doesn't matter if other people don't get to have their vote counted. We can, because this seems like the best possible outcome. I think everyone will be comfortable. That's what I'm thinking. What are you guys thinking? Seems good, right? You should look at this if you want hopium overload. Mamdani in Manhattan at 39% with 51% scanners reported. Zoran lead growing with E-Day. The 18% Lander in RCV is a nightmare for Cuomo. Lander at 18%. Holy fuck. Cuomo at Cuomo at 34% at 65,392 votes. Okay, it's just fine though. Guys. This is a good amount. This is a healthy amount of voting. This is a healthy amount of voting that has taken place. I think we need to call it here. We need to let bygones be bygones. Like, I'm doing a Dave Wasserman, but this time I'm saying, like, you know, stop counting. Stop counting. This is good. This is a good amount of counting. Another dump has hit the Twin Towers.
And why she is a primary candidate tonight. We'll hear from her a little bit later. Back to you, Errol.
Okay, thanks very much, Kelly. And we've been looking at the numbers, Courtney Gross, I mean, we're over the 50% number, meaning more than half of the vote for mayor is in at this point. What patterns are you seeing?
So we're going borough by borough.
Okay,
Just updated on my screen here, but you know,
I'll only figure out if Mamdani actually has a real shot at winning if these guys start panicking. Okay, that's the best possible way to fucking figure out if Zoran Mamdani has a good shot at winning here. Once they start hitting the, oh my God, they're gonna assassinate every single one of us like Pol Pot style for wearing glasses and being counter-revolutionary, only then will I know Zoran Mamdani is actually
is quite interesting to me, especially when you go and you dig into some of the more the demographic data in some of these districts. I'm thinking about Harlem. That is a community.
Well, they mentioned Sharia law
with Andrew Cuomo a few weeks ago, covering an endorsement by Governor David Patterson and the former assemblyman for that district, Keith Wright. And I'm looking at the assembly district for 71. And Zoran Mamdani has double the number of votes of Andrew Cuomo in that district. That to me shows that even though the polling has shown that perhaps Zoran Mamdani was not doing well with black voters and 50% of black voters were in Andrew Cuomo's camp, that maybe there was a demographic shift and there ended up being more black voters in Mamdani's camp. Of course, preliminary numbers, 50% still need to come in. Cuomo was doing very well on Staten Island, like we heard the Attorney General say, who's digging clearly into these numbers as we do as well. And he's doing well in the Bronx, which we've seen from the polling that is turning out to be the case.
Well, you know, as they say, it gets late early around here. The percentage of scanners at this point is over 2/3. If this is a basketball game, we'd be in the third quarter, midway through the third quarter. There's going to be a shrinking amount of time and a shrinking number of votes. And as you know, we knew that, and as we've told our audience, whoever gets to 50% first is the winner. So this lead that we've been looking at since the first numbers came in shortly after 9 shows Zoran Mamdani about 7 points away from 50% and victory. Andrew Cuomo, again, we're expecting numbers to come in for him.
You can say 6. It's 43.8. Come on, don't be fucking stingy.
Going
it's 6
2 to
points.
1 for Mamdani. That is striking, and that is telling, and that could tell the story.
Yeah, originally when we first got that first tranche of voters coming, or early votes coming in, there was a 10-point lead. Mamdani had 9 or 10 points, and now that's shrunk to about 8 points.
And Diker Heights.
He's at 43.8% of the vote right now, and like you said, it just takes 50%
Oh my God, the podcast vote, dude. Oh my God, I am so... Dude, I joked. I said the podcaster vote was insignificant. It was inconsequential. I was wrong, okay? It's got all the motion, okay? Nick Mullen left. Rise up. It's actually real. It's the podcast is real. All the boys, they got together, the Chapos, the Truanons, the Come Towns of the world, this community as well, I think, is like in the podcast circuit as well. I did not realize that Brooklyn was the crown jewel of New York. I had no idea. Okay, I did not know it was like that.
Hey there, Errol, and I'm with State Senator Gustavo Rivera from the Bronx, who is a Mamdani supporter. He also serves with him in the state legislature.
I do not see a scenario where Zohran Mamdani will not be the Democratic nominee come ranked choice voting final round.
Now, you've been out with Mamdani on the campaign trail, and now we're seeing just in the early reporting that Mamdani looks like he's ahead of Andrew Cuomo. What do you think made a difference within the final days of this campaign?
The thing that made the difference in the final days of the campaign is the same thing that made the difference from the beginning of the campaign. This has been an incredibly well-run campaign. The message discipline has been, I mean, just second to none, because it has been a consistent thing. How do we connect with people's lives? How do we change people's lives? How do we make our city more affordable? That is a message that cuts across the board. And these are early numbers, but they're positive. And what
Bro, I have not let myself, believe, because I've been let down so much. Okay, I have been let down so much, as many of you have as well. I mean, but it seems like I'm seeing a lot of movement here in a very interesting direction, and it's causing me to, dare I say, feel just a crumb, just a little bit of hope. I don't know. I don't want to say anything too crazy. Okay, but it does look kind of good, I think.
I think it's just, listen, I think that the message has a lot to do with the message.
It's very dangerous feeling, very dangerous feeling.
I believe that a lot of the reasons why the governor started talking about affordability is because Zohran was talking about affordability. I mean, I think if you would have asked me this time last year what this campaign was going to be about, the mayoral campaign,
whole point of,
everybody would have probably said it's going to be
the whole point of ranked choice voting.
The reality is that the narrative changed, but it only changed because I believe that the Zohran campaign actually connected with what is really the worry of people's everyday lives. So certainly public safety is a concern, but affordability is a longer-term concern that cuts across all boroughs, all
Forecaster Harry Enton says, "Holy Toledo." I'll read it in his voice. Regarding New York City mayor, I think it's notable how different Emerson is from the other nonpartisan polls out there, and how much weight the conventional wisdom is giving Emerson, i.e. a lot. Now, to be fair, Maris and Manhattan out of the field earlier. Still quite the split. A lot of... Holy Toledo! A lot of the folks were paying close attention to this race, and I haven't been really... We were very much thinking Mamdani was being underplayed by polling. See early voting pre-Emerson. But if Emerson is right, you can't say they heard it. I'd also point out that primary polling is really, really hard. The average presidential primary poll is off by like 9 points. Throw a municipal election and ranked choice voting. My goodness, it's tough. So kudos to the people putting their necks on the line. Are they panicking? Is it panic mode? Is it panic hands? Is it panic hand time? Momdaniacs, rise up. Okay, this feed has got nothing. This feed's got nothing. What?
To the Trump administration and the hatred and the division that it spews. We are showing people that hope.
The mood is shifting inside of Andrew Cuomo's camp as early ballots continue to come in for socialist hopefuls around Mamdani. Sources tell the Post they are unsure Cuomo can make the gap with about a quarter of the vote left uncounted.
New York City that a better day is possible, and today is the first of many of them.
This is old. It's from 638. What are you talking about?
Mamdani is endorsed by Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the Working Families Party. He is expected to show up here a little bit later in the night. It's going to be probably a late night here, but we will bring that to you as soon as he arrives. We're live for now in Long Island City, Queens.
White guys, rise up, dude.
All right, Allie, thank you.
Look at
one of the things about ranked choice voting, some of the candidates have teamed up to sort of cross
Staten Island?
each other. That is the case at our next headquarters. Let's go out.
Staten Island? What is happening? 38% for Zohran Mamdani as Staten Island? He's trailing behind by fucking 2,000 points in Staten Island? What is going on? I don't understand. What is this? What does this mean? Is Staten Island Hamas? I thought like Brooklyn is definitely Hamas. You know what I mean? But Staten Island maybe like, you know, Islamic Jihad, Palestinian Islamic Jihad Island, maybe. It's weird. It's weird how they're not Democrats, but dude, they're voting for a fucking brown Muslim socialist. He is the least likely He is the least likely candidate to come out of, like, I didn't think that that would happen.
Let's check in now with our Dan Rivoli. He's standing by at the campaign party in Park Slope for Brad Lander. Lander, of course, cross-endorsed with Mamdani late in the campaign, so in some ways this is good news for them as well. Good evening, Dan.
Hey, good evening, Errol. The mood here is big, it's ebullient, and it's not because of the open bar. When I spoke to a Lander campaign official before the polls closed, they said they had 2 goals in this race. Win the primary and prevent Andrew Cuomo from getting the Democratic nomination. And now with the polls, as they're counting the votes, they are really excited to see Mamdani.
If cops can fucking ride the libertarian logo, if cops can be libertarian, they can be socialist too, maybe? I don't know. I mean, it literally doesn't make any sense. Adam Carlson calls it. Did I just get locked out of Twitter? What the fuck was this? Stick a fork in it. Zohran Mamdani will win the first round of the Democratic primary for New York City mayor. Zero path forward for Cuomo to make up that ground with RCV. A Muslim immigrant Democratic Socialist, the front runner. Okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, I didn't get logged out. It was the MX1 thing that was in the link that chatter sent. Check out the New York Times photo of the Cuomo watch party. Oh, brother.
And JC Polanco, what
this lady, okay, I want to hear from her because she's always throwing daggers. This motherfucker too. This potato man right here. Let's see how they're feeling.
Effect on this race, do you think?
It took the press for the day, but beyond that, it was a campaign stunt.
It was a campaign stunt, no doubt. But let me tell you, Brad Lander went from a who knows Brad Lander to being on national television last night. The whole world now knows who Brad Lander is. He's been on every national TV show ever. And considering that he cross-endorsed Assemblyman Mamdani, it bode well for the Assemblyman him having to get arrested. I'll tell you this, next idea, maybe just get arrested. You may get some points.
So let's talk about the endorsements. So Mamdani got endorsed by AOC and Bernie Sanders. Did that help or hurt?
It definitely helped, no question about it. I think the mistake Mamdani made on that was not rolling it out as one of her...
Oh, this was previously recorded. Fuck. I want a real-time, immediate feedback from those guys. Oh. They were chirping earlier about how awesome the Islamophobic anti-Mamdani ads were. I want to know... I want to know what's up.
He's been beside me every step of my career. He believed in me before I was even elected and helped get me to where I am today. And so I'm excited. I'm disappointed he wasn't #1 tonight, but I'm excited to see what he wants to do next. And whatever that is, electoral politics or otherwise, I'm eager to play a part in it.
And seeing the polls leading up to Election Day and now seeing the results, what do you think it says about the electorate and what Democrats here in the city
Future CBS owner David Elson's been eyeing a role for Barry Weiss at CBS News.
We're going to fix their problems. There is a huge housing crisis. There is a huge affordability crisis. There is a child care crisis. People can't afford to live in this city. People want action. They don't want solutions from people who caused these problems a decade or so more. They are demanding action. They want Congress to act. They want the federal government to act. They want our state government to act.
I don't want to even acknowledge that.
City government to act.
Motherfucker, stop. No, the tent is too big, okay? The tent is too big. I don't want to acknowledge that sort of
white
stuff.
Voters, high income, high educated. Do you think that is still holding, or do you think the vote is reflecting a broader support than what the polls had indicated?
Zoran's working class support looks like it was dramatically underestimated by polling.
Places like that. I haven't had a chance to really see an update of numbers or see where things are, so I can't really speak to that. I'll just say that anyone who wants to be a successful mayor of New York has to build a coalition that covers the full spectrum of New York City. That's
Bro, if your dumbass didn't miss your 11 p.m. flight, you could have been at the victory party with the Convoys. Dude, I don't give a fuck.
In November and then governing for the next 4 years, particularly in this age of Trump.
This is a glorious day, no matter where I'm at in the world. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't give a shit if I'm not there. I'll be there tomorrow if I want to. I'll be there by the end of this week.
Okay, thanks very much, Dan. Adrian, Adam.
This is for everybody, okay? This is a W for everybody.
About 3 months ago at Rochdale Village.
Also, I did say that I would move to New York for a little bit if Zohran Mamdani became the fucking mayor.
To where folks who have been running in this race for a year
Maybe the old Democratic establishment starts throwing their weight behind candidates their voters keep saying they don't want just an idea. Look at that. Look at that. The fucking the commentariat is coming in. The commentariat is now coming in. The reason why this race is important, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything crazy. But the reason why this race is important is because everybody fucking focused on the New York mayor. When Eric Adams won, people started fantasizing about him becoming the fucking next president, okay? The next presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. Obviously, that was laughable. He was dog shit. And we all knew that. But all the dog shit commentary people, not saying the Pod Johns are, but like the Nate Silvers, the Nate Browns of the fucking world, were running around talking about how Eric Adams is going to be the next fucking president. That was what Matty Iglesias was saying. Okay, everybody's paying attention to this race at a time when there is a very unique dynamic within the base of support for the Democratic Party and the Democratic establishment and their ineptitude becoming glaringly obvious. People are looking for a fucking fighter. Zoran Mamdani represented that change. He represented that dynamism. He's young, he's fresh-faced, he is uncorrupted by the normal forces that have caused all of this fucking awfulness that New Yorkers are experiencing. People like Andrew Cuomo. It's almost like a Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders style situation. Okay? The fight is not over regardless. He still hasn't crossed the finish line. And even if he crossed the finish line in the primaries, make no mistake, I can totally see the Democratic Party and the forces that were trying to rat fuck Zoran at the end will maybe even take it and do something like an India Walton style situation and try to fucking prop up Andrew Cuomo. These guys are disgusting, okay? They are pathetic, vile demons. You understand? So the fight is not over yet, which is part of the reason why I'm not, you know, overly fucking ecstatic. But this is a really good sign. It's not just a really good sign for New York City. It's not just a really good sign for New York City. It's a really good sign because this is one of those undeniable sea change moments that could potentially pick up steam, okay? Just like what the Justice Democrats election victories did in the primaries under the first Trump administration. This is an opportunity once again, and this time the Democratic Party is even weaker than it was before. So if they don't do it for us, we will force them out, okay? If they don't actually fucking represent the interests of their constituents, this is an opportunity for us to represent our own interests by force and claw back power from the corrupt gerontocracy that is so comfortable in their seats, so comfortable with business as usual politics because they are getting paid by the same corporate benefactors as the Republicans are. I have never seen, this past week 100% proved it, okay? 85% of the American public said no war with Iran, 5% said yes to war with Iran. Donald Trump went to war with Iran, and not a single fucking Democrat in a position of power, like in higher ranking Democrats, actually came out and unconditionally said, what the fuck are we doing here? We don't want war with Iran. Nobody in this public wants, nobody in the American population wants war with Iran, and we're spending billions of dollars at the behest of Israel to go to fucking war with Iran, doing war crimes, bombing fucking nuclear facilities and shit like that over there, when we got cities that have homeless people everywhere. Cities are fucking crippled. Infrastructures are crippled. Nobody has health care. There's an affordability crisis that's looming. All these, like Donald Trump supposedly won on the affordability crisis message, and he hasn't done dick. All he's done is fucking deport your neighbors, and not a single fucking Democrat in a position of prominence is actually using this to their advantage, even from a cynical, cold, calculated view. At this point, you have to assume that they like what's going on. They see all the violence, they see all the indecency, and they stay quiet because they don't want to do anything about it because they like what the Republicans are doing. Okay? Layoffs happening everywhere. There's so much instability, and then we have the fucking Gestapo blackbagging people in the middle of the street with their faces covered. Nobody knows if they're fucking cops even. Maybe some of them are white supremacists that are deputized by ICE, and we just have to sit around and take it. It's bullshit. Okay? This is why people like Zoran are important, okay? They give people the audacity of hope, the audacity to dream that politicians could actually represent the interests of their constituents for once. They could actually run on a progressive message for once. And they can be uncompromising and unconditionally brave enough to say, no, I like this. I think we can do this. I think we can help the working poor. I think we can have free buses. I think we can have state-owned grocery stores as a pilot program. Modest social democratic reforms in one of the wealthiest fucking cities on the planet, and people are talking as though they're gonna do they're gonna fucking assassinate every landlord in the city. It's bullshit. There will be no capital flight. Make no mistake. There will be no capital flight from New York City. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. Even the mere threat of capital flight is enough for so many in the media to just immediately go, oh, we can't have this, we can't have this. Well, there's more of us than there are of them. Do you understand? What's wild is the election day ballots may have broken more to Zoran than the early voting. A huge showing. CUOMO was about to be broken, says Ross Barkin. It's fucking... I'm not going to speak like it's over, but goddamn, dude, the gap between the Democratic political class and the party's voters on this issue is colossal. Look at this. This is not just the Democrats either. Look at this. Independents also fucking disapprove of this heavily. I'm biased, but it's super nice to have prediction. Oh, he's just doing a poly market. Stop sending me poly market tweets, please. Nate Silver is a fucking hack and a charlatan and is doing poly market ads for without revealing that he's doing poly market ads, but because the fucking FTC doesn't work anymore, no one is going to regulate them, okay? Michael Lang has called it. What about Andrew Cuomo's finished? Dave Wasserman called it? No, that's not really Dave Wasserman, you fucking... You dick. Chatter, why are you like this? Yeah, Dave Wasserman's fucking thing is not Calypsio or whatever. This is not a real tweet from Dave Wasserman. More good news for the New York City left. From Taniel, excellent news for the New York City left. There were 10 city council members of the Progressive Caucus who faced primary challengers today, some of them very ideologically polarized primaries. All 10 incumbents are leading by a lot. I like that I said stop sending me poly market bets, and you literally are fucking sending me instead Kalshi tweets. I don't care about any of those things, okay? I don't care about betting market shit. The election center projection, Zoran Mamdani is a projected winner in New York City mayor Democratic primary. He will defeat Andrew Cuomo and Brad Lander. Yeah. What happened, dude? I thought the Jewish New Yorkers were so scared and they were so Islamophobic. Turns out that was actually a fucking bullshit narrative coming from just the media.
A longtime Democratic consultant.
As I've said time and time again, they are Jews in New York. If they cared about Israel, they would be living in Israel. They'd be Jewish in Israel, okay? They are not living in Tel Aviv. They're living in fucking New York. They got New York problems. They don't have Tel Aviv problems. They have New York problems. They could just as easily live in Israel if they wanted to. Why the fuck are they living in New York? Because they're fucking New Yorkers.
With him, so how do you think that the former mayor is feeling tonight?
I haven't talked to him tonight. When Mike endorsed former Governor Cuomo, put out a really heartfelt, thoughtful, and frankly great statement. I did not write it, in which he emphasized that no candidate is perfect. And maybe if Andrew Cuomo and his team had gone and agreed that no candidate is perfect more often, more voters would have given him support right now. He's still alive, but as it looks right now, his argument...
Actually, you know what? I've come to realize, I take it back. The Jewish population of New York is just Hamas. That's what it was. Because it's one or the other, you know what I mean?
The governor wasn't
They're just
very
anti-Semitically not caring about Israel being a Jewish
why he was driven from office,
majority
that we're seeing these results tonight where Zoran Mamdani is clearly in a very good position going into the potential ranked choice voting scenario or computation that will occur on July 1st at noon.
Me?
I will say that
I'm factual.
part of the
I'm factual.
Hassan is a good guy. Be nice.
Nice guy, lousy politician.
Oh, come on. On that note, be nice, be nasty. We're sending it back to Jessica and Dick.
I could watch this all night.
Yeah, I hope nobody's feelings are too hurt over there. You guys going to be okay?
Got a little thin skin sometimes.
All right, OB's got to recover. Okay, thanks, guys.
I'm as New York as it gets. Born and bred.
What is this? You like these polls? Those are all the polls covering June. All my normie friends don't care a single iota about politics and had zero idea who was running. I knew Zoran was going to do well when they asked me who was running and went what when I told them Cuomo was. Yeah, I mean, this is...
Let's go, 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 go.
New York Times newsroom looking for fresh anti-Semitism.
All right, this is it, people. Let's move. Let's go, 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 go.
Okay, I'm going to cook one up. They're going to say New York showed that an Italian cannot champion anti-Semitism accurately. New Yorkers, confused by Zoran's name, thought he was Jewish and voted for him. That could be one, maybe. That's the other thing. Like, this is even crazier when you think about it than Hussein Obama. You know what I mean? His name is Zohran Mamdani. His father's name is Mohammed Mamdani. Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Wild. Once again, what you see on fucking Twitter, it seems, seemingly, is not real life at all. New Yorkers are finally anti-Italian once more.
And it's the second campaign in a row in which a candidate who has spent a lot of time in Westchester County and does not understand what winter is, perhaps doesn't understand what it's like to be a New Yorker living in the winter in a cooped up space, no matter how rich you are. Second time, first Andrew Yang and now Andrew Cuomo saying it is a campaign, everything is chaos, which is...
I mean, Andrew Yang and Andrew Cuomo both literally, for some weird fucking reason, believed their own memes that, like, all New Yorkers care about is Israel. Because I remember Andrew Yang doing some shit like that, too. It's kind of crazy. Like, I always, whenever people, like, constantly talk about Israel in, like, the New York mayoral race, which happened last time as well, not to the same severity as this time because of obvious reasons, but, like, when they do that, I would always get mad. I'd be like, dude, this is fucking stupid, right? Like, this is just a way to gum up the works. This is just a way to try to, like, eliminate anyone that has, like, any sort of conscience about Israel's behavior, Israel's activity, right? It was not Muhammad, it was Mahmoud. My bad. I said his dad's name is not Muhammad, it's Mahmoud. My apologies. Listen, and then they would always fucking say, oh, you have to talk about it because New York has a lot of Jewish people. And again, I would get very fucking mad because it's like, okay, but there are Jewish people in New York. They're not Jewish people in Israel. They're Jews in New York. They're not Jews in Tel Aviv. They're in New York. They're New Yorkers. They're Americans, right? So I think what ended up happening for a lot of these guys, because, like, Andrew Cuomo spent every fucking waking moment being like, Zoran he hates Jewish people. He hates Jewish people the most. Zoran, mommy dami, hates Jewish people. He never talked about his policies. He literally just barely even made a fucking dent in the notion that he had experience, which, by the way, we know what kind of fucking experience he had. He had experience, like, you know, doing sexual assaults to cops, okay? So I think, like, people probably were like, what the fuck? Why do I care about this?
I think this is a stunning result. I think the early votes, who they came from, where they come from, are staggering. We've never seen anything like it. Now, also, we have to reflect what's happened here. Zoran ran a positive campaign talking about affordability. Cuomo ran...
Damn, this is ass cheeks, this audio. It might be because of the... I'm not bi, nor am I straight. I'm a Cuomo-sexual. After careful deliberation and consulting the literature, the Cuomo campaign, Democratic Majority for Israel, and Glenn Dewey gave to me, I have decided to endorse the only man for the job. Next week, let's make our voice heard. Yeah. Travis, this guy said he would arrest Netanyahu for crimes against human rights if he came to visit New York City. This is what this guy said. This is a disaster. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. All the liberals who were fucking upset about, Zohran Mamdani being a socialist or whatever, just enjoy how much the fucking Republicans are going to lose their minds over this. Please, please, just, it's time. We will forget all the fucking stupid tweets you put out there. We will forget all the, this is a safe space, okay? All the liberals who were constantly fucking complaining about Zohran Mamdani, he's too radical, he's too radical. I want, I don't know, one of the other guys. We will forget, we will forgive, as long as you enjoy the moment.
This guy said that he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu for crimes against human rights if he came to visit New York City. This is what this guy said. This guy said he wants to replace police officers with social workers, Sean. If you need help because you need the NYPD, this guy says, no, we're going to send you a social worker instead. This is a disaster, maybe unbelievably worse than Chicago, worse than LA. New York City is on the cusp of electing the worst mayor that they have ever chose, Bill de Blasio. People are going to be wishing that he was the guy.
Dude, they're having aneurysms. Oh, that's so awesome. That's so fucking sick. That's so sick. Oh, all right. CNN is back to talking about the Iran nuclear sites looking real bombable again. Oh, my Lord. Looking submissive and bombable. Adam Carlson had a decent take on this as well. It turns out that the sexual predator who was funded by Republican mega donors, who cut Medicaid, stole from the MTA, who lied about the nursing home death toll during COVID, who was the physical embodiment of the Democratic status quo, was not what New York City primary voters wanted. It's coming. Fidel Castro is coming.
In 2021. Still, some of the political figures who called on him to resign back then turned around and endorsed him for mayor this time. A political road to redemption that's proving rockier than anticipated for a man who has led virtually every poll since announcing his candidacy for mayor in March of this year, March 1st of this year. The numbers, not what they hoped to see. Dick, Jessica.
Extraordinary turnaround. Exactly right. You know, Cuomo's been out of the game since 2021 when he resigned over the sex assault scandal, sexual harassment scandal. And I think what he was trying to do was...
Mamdani doing autocrat numbers in Bushwick, Ridgewood, and Astoria is fucking amazing. Mamdani walking through Crown Heights tomorrow. That's right. Y'all thought he was Shia. Turns out he's a Baathist, dude. That's right. Baathist party, secular socialism, rise up. Yeah, he was a different kind of... Turns out he's not even Arab, but turns out he was an Arab nationalist, a pan-Arabic nationalist movement understander. Mamdani won 72% in Greenpoint. That's crazy. Man, imagine if the stream was in New York right now. It would have been so good. Okay, everybody, calm down, okay? It's fine. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. New York City's soul is rotting. Oh, my God. Oh, that's so good. Genuinely don't know anything about the mayor of Chicago. Why is such a talking point? Because Brandon Johnson was, he was also like a leftist hopeful, but Chicago is so cooked, even more cooked than New York is. Like New York, you are beholden to the real estate lobby and Wall Street and many financial interests, but you still, and also Albany. But in Chicago, it is the alderman's show. And it is, Chicago is even more corrupt than New York, really. And he got held back quite a bit. He's very unpopular. The Chicago mayor is very, very unpopular. Partially because of the corruption and partially because he just wasn't very good at his job. There's no better way to put it. All right, let's see.
Competence, collaboration, and compassion. And with thanks to
Chinatown swept by.
Also know that the only way
Cuomo's losing several precincts in Flushing to a socialist. John Liu's endorsement looks like it helped here. Chinatown in Manhattan is a Zoran sweep. Let's go.
twisted and risky and slow. Will we prevail?
White Chinese rise up. By the way, there are numerous hurdles here, okay? You have the general, which will be an issue. Well, not as big as an issue, but still an issue nonetheless. But you also have, then have competence when you are the mayor, because the same issues that I was mentioning will still obviously persist. The same issues will obviously persist as far as like when he is mayor and he does try to do some of the things that he wants to do. I have confidence in him. He seems like an earnest person, so I have confidence that he will push very hard. I don't know what happened. Why is Staten Island like this? What happened?
Everyone. I could have gotten not one more vote than the people standing on this stage.
Bro says Staten Island, more like Stalin Island. What is happening? Why did that happen? That is weird.
Woo! Thank you all for being here tonight. The votes are still being counted, and the ranked choice tabulations will take a few days. But this much is clear. Together, we are sending Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
Even as a joke, you should not glaze the USSR. It's so bad for our cause. Shut up, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
With our help, Zoran Mamdani will be the Democratic nominee for the mayor of the city of New York. And we are on a path to win a city that all New Yorkers can afford and where everyone belongs. I really can't put into words what the support of everyone in this room tonight means. You all did so much to make this campaign possible. There are leaders here from organizations and people who supported me long before it was cool. I want to especially shout out Make the Road Action, Tough Action, Choose for Racial and Economic Justice. You heard just a few minutes ago from Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. We have some other amazing people in the room, like State Assembly Member Emily Gallagher. Thank you. And I'll mention
Wasn't there a whole thing about Lander backstabbing Zoran? No, he did not do that. As a matter of fact, I think he stuck close by his side. I mean, it doesn't. It seems like it seems like Zoran's performance doesn't require much from second round ballots, but he will carry him. Most likely, he will carry him across the finish line.
I really can't believe you all did that. It is incredible. I always say that really the thing I am most proud of in public service is building the best teams, and we have the best
Brad Lander literally did the opposite of Elizabeth Warren to Bernie Sanders. He fucking stuck close. He stuck close by Zoran's side the entire process, and he sat there as people just fucking looked foolish, okay? This dorky looking progressive Jewish man sat next to Zoran Mamdani as people fucking yelled at Zoran over and over again about how anti-Semitic he is, and he just sat there and was like, he's not anti-Semitic. That's it. That's like, he was by his side, very clearly a principled person, and definitely, I mean, what he did with the ICE what he did with the ICE agents, like going and getting literally arrested, trying to save someone from being deported. Like, he's clearly a good person. He's clearly a principled person. He had every opportunity to take advantage of the momentum to be like, yeah, he is anti-Semitic. You should vote for me instead. I'm the real progressive. And he never did that. I don't think that should be discounted. I don't think it was as cynical as the way people say it is. At least the way he carried himself was, I think, very impressive.
Really, your devotion, your passion, your belief in me as the right leader for this city mean more.
And yeah, he was already doing that before he got photographed getting arrested. He was doing that already. He just happened to also be arrested while doing it again.
And everybody else who worked on this team. I also need to thank some of the most important people in my life and on this campaign. I mean,
just now, Zoran's comms director tells us he's feeling very confident, gives credit to the relentless focus on an economic agenda.
Just kidding, of course. I love Wordle and Connections, but I really urge the Times to cancel their new feature, editorial riddles. No one likes those. No, obviously, I mean the
fear-mongering didn't work.
Who are standing here behind me.
What did Egg Boy say? Cuomo and all the people who lined up behind him absolutely deserve to lose. Just an absolutely cursed series of decisions. Oh my God.
I'm sorry that Andrew Cuomo.
Egg Boy, don't even fucking act sweet right now. Don't even. This is your fucking L to hold too, bitch. Who did Egg Boy even fucking talk about? He was like, he had like a immediate out the gate loser that he was fucking pushing for. He actually was also another one of these fucking he also was another one of these like anti-Zoran motherfuckers. Now listen, when I said like liberals, this is your opportunity. It's okay. We'll let bygones be bygones. We won't fucking criticize you. Obviously, Matt Iglesias is not one of those rats that are jumping the fucking ship right now as it's sinking. Okay? That's a little bit different. It's just like, yeah, if Cuomo ran a better campaign, he would have won. Is so funny. Like all of the fucking silly shit that Cuomo represented, and all of the centrist Democrats once again showed their ass on the last second. Okay? All of the fucking centrist Democrats showed their asses. Bill Clinton came out and was like, only other guy that does rape as good as me. I have to do it to him. The OG, the legend himself. Remember, I made him almost. Did he almost make him HUD secretary too? Like, he's my day one. We love Epstein.
Is just like such a dramatic understatement. I genuinely cannot believe my good fortune. You were brilliant the other day when I was detained, and you held it down in front of that crowd.
Part of the elation among progressives tonight is about Israel. It wasn't just
Even
that MAMDANI survived opposition by AIPAC. It's that he refused to back down and even leaned into the suffering of Palestinians.
You should have seen
that too. That plays a role in this as well. I mean, he moderated his message quite a bit.
A woman 8 months pregnant with her husband like ripped from her arms as we
Zoran
are standing
moderated his message quite a bit on this stuff because he was constantly getting fucking relentlessly hammered, and it's a good moment to recognize once again that courage, bravery of this sort, saying what you actually mean, and making sure that it sticks, and being unafraid to say the truth about things like this, especially when it comes to Israel, when there's like an unlimited amount of bullying that takes place if you actually say the fucking truth about Israel being an apartheid state, something that virtually every human rights group agrees on, okay? Every single one of them, and that Israel's doing a genocide. These sorts of things are no longer impossible to contend with. You can just say it, and it is a moment of relief for a lot of people, I think, that they can't even like gum up the works with this nonsense anymore. Felix, I can't be the only Jewish Democrat taking this tonight. It's over. He's gonna murder us. It's too late. Okay, you have to stop sending me Felix Biederman tweets while there's 70,000 people in here watching There's like people's parents are watching right now. They don't understand what is going on. God, Jonathan Greenblatt is probably in here watching. He's going to be like, look at this tweet that he laughed at. That's a real post from a real Jewish New Yorker who is voting on the Democratic ticket. He's going to be on MSNBC tomorrow being like, Zohran Mamdani, Hassan Piker, Kanye West. Who's the most anti-Semitic? Who knows? And nobody can tell.
It really has been the proudest, hardest, most humbling, and awe-inspiring time in my whole life. And I mostly just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who heard our call for a mayor who's got the integrity to end the era of Adams Cuomo corruption. A mayor with the progressive values that New Yorkers share. And a mayor with the government know-how to deliver on them.
I hear a lot of people talk about Zohran's supposed political instincts, but someone who is ruthlessly focused on becoming mayor of New York City would not die on this irrelevant job on the hill of intifada just means struggle. Oh my God.
Weeks ago today.
Oh, this is from a couple weeks ago. I thought he was still posting this.
Tonight. Honestly. And then the very next day, that New York Times opinion panel said I was the best candidate to lead this city. And a few days later, Ezra Klein followed it with the nicest things anyone has ever said about me other than Meg and my parents. And then that night, I got up on the debate stage inspired by Marek, and I hope I made you proud by showing New Yorkers just how unfit Andrew Cuomo would be.
The candidate of people who walk around wearing Friends of the IDF shirts around the Upper East Side is doing very poorly.
Survivors of sexual harassment.
Get fucked, bozo.
We're not going to allow that in our city government. That we're going to insist on a government that tells the truth, that stands up for folks who are undocumented, that insists on honesty and integrity at City Hall. It is not too much to ask for.
What's happening in New York City is a blaringly loud message to those in the Dem establishment who still cling to old politics, recite focus group talking points, and are too afraid to say what needs to be said. We have a lot to learn from Zohran Mamdani and his campaign.
That we're done with.
Bro, there are people out there that are giving this advice for free 99, okay? Free 99. It shouldn't take for someone to overcome to take on this Herculean task like Zohran, coming out of fucking nowhere and being propped up by simple people fucking power for the goddamn Democrats to actually turn around and say, hey, maybe we got to change our attitude here. Maybe we got to change trajectory. Stop following after things change, okay? Stop being followers. It's okay to be a fucking leader, all right? It's so annoying. And my fear is that the Democratic establishment doesn't want to win anyway. So instead of looking at this moment and learning a very important lesson that there is a lot of mobilization that can take place. There is a lot of animosity towards the way things exist in this country. Okay? And guys like Zohran, populist messaging that hyper focuses on alleviating people's day-to-day stresses, their economic pressures that exist on top of them, is a successful method to campaign with. They can do this. But the issue is, do the Democrats want to do this? Will they actually do this? Because that requires them to basically fucking drop the corporate oligarchy, their corporate benefactors. New York City swung right in the presidential election, but just nominated a Muslim socialist for mayor. This country isn't getting more right-wing. People are just fed up with cowards who don't stand for anything or care about making anyone's life better. This is not the vote we envisioned. I don't believe we are winning this primary election, Cuomo campaign advisor Frank Cedillo, ex-chairman of the Brooklyn Democratic Party, told. Cuomo will run in the general election and the fight and deliver ballot line. He said, we're just transferring the race to the general election. Of course, this is what's going to happen. That's why I said the fight is not over. 75% Bangladeshi vote, this ad paid off. Bro, you told us all elections the Democrats simply are just going to become more right way. What? Are just going to become more right way? What do you mean? What? I mean, the Democrats have become more right wing. They clearly have. This is a direct attack against that, because while they're going more right wing, they try to fucking make it seem as though they're doing this not for their own personal benefit, but because they want to win elections. They constantly present this alternative vision where there is this moderate voter who wants the same kind of fucking fascist policies of Donald Trump, but just more gay, more smug, more elitist. That's not real, okay? That's not real. That's not what Americans are looking for. They're not looking for the gayer version of what Trump is offering. They're looking for any kind of vision that breaks the fucking existing system, because the existing system they recognize is not helping them at all. A big part of Trump's appeal comes from the fact that he's a mallet. He's a fucking hammer that destroys. In the eyes of people, he is a hammer that destroys all of the fucking institutions. He doesn't destroy it to rebuild it. He doesn't destroy it in the right ways. Okay? But at least it's a change, is the way that a lot of people
campaigns. But I have to tell you, this was a really special, talented group of people. I want to thank all the elected officials who stepped up. I want to thank the labor leaders who stepped up. I want to thank the carpenters, where we got it started in HTC in 1199. Give them a round of applause.
You suck. Also, fuck those pig unions too, bro. Jesus
really fantastic.
Christ.
I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who stepped forward in a big way. I enjoyed having the team back together again. I'll tell you the truth. People came back from when I was at HUD. The old HUD team came back. That's 30
As a New Yorker, I am a Muslim. As a New Yorker, I am Jewish. As a New Yorker, I am black. I am gay. I am disabled. I am a woman seeking to control her health and her choices, because as a New Yorker, we are one community.
That's crazy. I can't believe you brought that back. That was wild. Did you guys hear that?
We discussed. But tonight was not our night.
Why did he say that?
Tonight was Assemblyman MAMDANI's night, and he put together a great campaign, and he touched young people and inspired them and moved them and got them to come out and vote. And he really ran a highly impactful campaign. I called him. I congratulated him. I applaud him sincerely for his effort. And let's give him a round of applause and thank him for his campaign. Now, I want to look at all the numbers as they come in, and this ranked choice voting, and what the numbers actually say and do. There is no doubt that there are important issues that are facing this city. That's why this election is so imperative. That's why so many people came out to vote, because these are real issues, and they're not getting better, and they're getting worse, and that's why New Yorkers are as concerned as they are. So the challenges we face are real, and they deserve real consideration. And I want to give some thought about the best way to help address them, the best way to help the party, but most of all, the best way to help the city. And that's what we'll be thinking about as we go forward. So we'll be looking at that. We'll be having conversations with that because the work is what is most important, and the city is what is most important, and the progress for the city at this important time is what is most important. And in the meantime, I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart for
we won, right,
your
guys?
really fantastic effort and friendship. Again, I want to applaud the Assemblyman for a really smart and good and impactful campaign. Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won. And we're going to take a look. We'll make some decisions. But I love each and every one of you, and I thank you for what you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just answered. Thank you.
Trump's first post about MAMDANI is going to be very funny. I know. Oh, get fucking wrecked, dude. Oh, that's so good. Fucking R.I.P. Bozo. Just don't run. Just save yourself the dignity. I mean, you're not a dignified person, but I mean, the smart thing to do is just not run. Don't even run. Fuck it. Did he just concede? No, I don't think he conceded. Did I misunderstand something? I don't think he conceded at all. No, the plan for them always was if they don't make it, in the fucking primary, they will hit the he kept saying he won, but I think he was just talking about like the primary. If you guys think, no, it's not a real consent. He conceded by saying he won. He said he didn't commit to running again. Oh, what the fuck? Well, I don't want to believe because I'm a big Cuomo supporter, as you guys know. So I don't want to believe that Andrew Cuomo actually conceded. I hope not. I was really excited. I need a New York mayor. I need New York mayor cop rapist to win again. That's like, what? Are you guys telling me he's not going to run in the general? What? I don't understand. He all but conceded. It all depends on the media coverage from this point forward. He's not willing to be embarrassed by losing in the general. It's a pride game for him. Okay. Well, is Richie Torres going to be okay? Because I think he said that he wasn't going to run for governor if Richie Torres is... Felix Biederman, I apologize to anyone who committed suicide due to my last post. I will slash prices on cameos for any affected families. Anyway, the rest is for Cuomo supporters only. It's a sad night, but as always, the answers are in theory. We must become like fish. Upstate is our ocean. This is the book I read when I feel down as well, and also when I feel horny. In both instances, this is my book. This is my comfort book. Wait, Richie Torres, Zoran win. Richie Torres says no thanks to 2026 gubernatorial run. To have like a far left mayor who's strategic and smart actively working against you, that just feels insurmountable. Wait, no. Not... Guys, you're telling me Cuomo might not run and Richie Torres might not run for governor? Stop playing the victim card? What? Stop it. This is the worst night of my life. I don't understand. Those are my two favorite politicians. Well, at least Andrew Cuomo can go back to working on the international criminal court case against war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, which he weirdly enough decided to join the legal team of. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of time on his hands now if he's not running for mayor. That was the reason why I like him so much. That's a man with an eye for justice right there. That's right, by the way. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Cuomo famously, for no fucking good reason, decided to join the legal team of Benjamin Netanyahu. One might ask the question why that is even a thing. Andrew Cuomo, okay, Sally Goldenberg says, senior editor for Politico says, just conceded Democratic primary for mayor in New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Cuomo had universal name ID, 25 million PAC backing him, and tons of institutional endorsements. Mamdani is a 33-year-old socialist. The magnitude of this cannot be overstated. Bill de Blasio comments. What's my other socialist king saying?
I should note that you were urging people not to rank former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was, they were the two front runners going into this, it seemed like, based on the polling. But you do think that ultimately he's going to pull it out here based on what you're seeing so far.
Richie Torres. Richie Torres. I don't know if you're watching. We're coming for you, Richie. Poorest district in the nation, Richie. We're coming for you, Richie. You're probably not going to survive another one of these races, Richie, but you better go work for a lobbyist real quick. Maybe get a job at AIPAC or something. Oh, no, Richie. Oh, no. What was Richie Torres doing the last election cycle that he was on the ballot on, coming up to the general? Oh, that's right. He was too busy posting not about his district, poorest district in the country, but instead was posting about a fucking Twitch streamer, the only fucking progressive Twitch streamer, as a matter of fact, in the top 10 fucking live streamers in this incredibly right-wing infested space, trying to get him deplatformed. Oh, Richie, you got a real nice seat there, man. Here's the winner, by the way, of tonight, other than all of us.
My name is Praveen. No. Hello, everyone.
£1.5 of chicken. Stir and fry it again.
Mom? You're living in our house now, Mom. We're not living in yours. Why do I have to keep telling you this? And then on Wednesday, you forget to pick up Nikhil from school. All of your meddling, these questions, and the TV series cause you to lose sight of the fact that you are not a good nanny. I'm the best damn nanny that you ever done seen. Fuck top 5 nannies and fuck top 3. I'm the #1 nanny, don't fuck with me. Fuck any of the nannies, since they better than Praveen. Cause I'm 85 years old, 85 years cold, 85 years with my family on my back, so I'll last everybody on my fucking haters. Don't know me now, then you never know me later. Say, I be in an elevator to the top, go and find your own waiter. Drinking a little water ball for me by my waiter. Not just anyone, but the hair fucking major. At the top, we're a beast. Got a great grandkid, man, fucking ace. Wrapped in a shawl just in case I cool breeze, but you never catch me, better just catch Zace.
I cannot believe this motherfucker is going to be the next mayor of New York. That is kind of crazy. That is actually a wild state of affairs.
This a nunny anthem, Jim in the band, some weight glass, walk past, and on your ransom. Got a grandson that's handsome, and handsome, spends his income on dim sum to fill time. You talking retention, me, I'm talking expansion. Got the whole squad here, keep them at detention, and I'm not in the business of taking no tension. So, gather round now, celebrate me. I'm your boss, I'm your fucking honey. Got a doctorate, bitch, so don't fucking try me. Don't need a nano, cause I'm living my G. Kitty, my G. Run this whole city like a Ramiati. Stay setting people up and seeing the shawty. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guani. Bow down for you. Look around for you. Make a sign for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Look around for you. Make a sign for you. Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny. It's a rap. Get the ground, spin the rap for your nanny. Spin the rap. Gone through, give a dab to your nanny.
Is this real? Yes, this is real. What do you mean? It's Mr. Cardamom.
It's a rap. Get the ground, spin the rap for your nanny. Spin the rap. Gone through, give a dab to your nanny. If you're really feeling good, spin the track for your nanny.
I'm
Look at this. Emerson College poll, round 1, February 3rd. Cuomo at 33%, Mamdani at 1%. Listen, this is the first time I'll say it. Maybe podcasts do have motion. Maybe podcasts do have motion. Now, this isn't obviously that, but there is a tremendous amount of fucking effort paired up with Zoran's own personal charisma and his incredible team. Like, all of it came together so perfectly. A lot of resentment against establishment Democrats in general, running up against someone like Andrew Cuomo. But yeah, this is wild. This is wild. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is fucking insane. This was a real people-backed movement for a guy that don't get too comfortable, folks. The numbers from Israel aren't in yet. Yeah, that's true. You helped this? Not me. You did. When we went out there and we were walking through the streets with Zoran and all the people that were coming up, those were, you know, people that work in his campaign. Those are you guys. You guys did this. You all played a role in this. You went out, you door knocked, you canvassed, you phone banked, you told your friends, you made unique content. This is an amazing moment for sure. And yeah, shouts out to Brad Lander, 100%. I think he had every opportunity to rat fuck Zoran, every opportunity, and he stood by him. Respect. Respect to Brad Lander. Are you gonna start apartment hunting? Like, I was just, maybe I spoke too soon when I said if Zoran wins, I'll move to New York. You know, tensions were high. I don't know what I was saying. Start packing your bags, buddy. You can only live in Brooklyn, or we will roast your ass. We need a chopped cheese review to validate your stay. That was just, I was not thinking. I was not, when I said things like, okay, remember, Lolo said he would get a biryani tattoo. Alexander Lol overruled. The people's lawyer said he would get a biryani tattoo. Zoran is potentially the next mayor of New York City. Okay, he just won the Democratic primary. He has to get the tattoo before I even talk about moving to New York City. I also said for a brief time period. I didn't say permanently. I mean, don't get crazy. Don't get crazy. Saw this TikTok of you and him. Which one?
Oh yeah, you're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater. You're a real ass eater.
Maybe you could have arranged those words a little differently.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah. Let me call him up real quick. I want to see. He's probably at like the fucking Zoran party right now. Let's see if he picks up. Everyone's probably partying. Hello? Alexander Lol overruled. You're live on the Hasanabi broadcast. 70,000 people watching. I have a very important question for you.
Yeah.
Have you gotten the biryani tattoo yet?
It's not really why you're fucking calling me.
I mean, happy birthday also. But yeah, that's part of it.
Oh my god. Did Cuomo concede?
Yeah, he did.
It's fucking over for the Italians.
Yeah, that's right. It's never been more over.
Did you tell them that you didn't come to my birthday?
Yeah, they know I'm in Los Angeles. Yes, they know. They know that I'm not there. And I wish I was there because I'd be fucking
fake friend.
I'd be getting lit right now if I was there.
Yeah.
I
This
know.
was supposed to be a
Why are you not? Why are you not celebrating? Why are you home? You sound like you're not at a party.
I'm depressed.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I'll be there. I'm waiting on. Wait, are you depressed because I didn't come to your birthday party?
No.
Okay. What, are you depressed because you're getting older? Is that what it is?
It's my birthdays make me sad.
Oh my God, you're so okay. I'll be there. I'll be there soon. Don't worry. I'm waiting on confirmation from Mohammed Khalil's team, but I'll be there. I'll be there this week most likely.
Okay.
But I'm scared because it feels like New York is like a radical Islamist safe haven. Like I'm a little worried. Like, will you protect me?
Flying into the caliphate, baby.
Will you protect me?
It's gonna be Sharia law by the time you get here.
I know. It's a very scary state of affairs.
I'm scared.
Yeah. I'll hide you. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll hide you. Islam is the light. Now that Americans are finally learning the ways of Sharia, don't worry.
They're gonna be doing. TSA is gonna be doing Crystal Knock tonight.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Yeah. They're gonna overturn all the Lime scooters. All right.
It's already happening.
All right. Well, I love you and hope you're doing all right. I'm gonna hold you account. Wait, why did you say love you back?
I love you too. I love you too.
You fucking better, dude. What is this shit? All right. Have a good night.
All right. Bye.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده رسول. Recite it with me, okay? Chatters, now that New York City is a stronghold for the Islamic Caliphate, you are going to need to learn some words. What I just described to you is the Shahada. It is the first thing that you need to recite to find the light of Allah, the light of Islam, and bring it into your hearts, okay? Once again, أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده رسول. Okay? When you say that, you are now officially Muslim. Why are people saying astaghfirullah, brother? What do you mean? This is good. If I got like at least 5 people to fucking say it, I'm going to Jannah. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? I'm getting so many Muslim points right now. I'm getting the most Islam points. Anyway, White Boy Jihad Summer, let's hear what Bill de Blasio has to say.
And I think it's a combination. I did not expect Zorhan to be leading with the overall #1.
Okay, so this wasn't our issue. This was like literally the fucking Bill de Blasio had bunk ass audio.
Votes. You know, with our ranked choice system, the #1 votes tell you something, but they don't tell you the whole thing. I did not expect him to be leading at the end of election night. I think this is a stunning result. I think the early votes, who they came from, where they come from, are staggering. We've never seen anything like it. Now, also, we have to reflect what's happened here. Zorhan ran a positive campaign talking about affordability. Cuomo ran a very negative, fear-based campaign. This has made a huge difference. People at this point in New York City, they are hurting for sure, but they didn't just want to hear how bad everything was. They wanted to have some sense of hope, some sense of solution and vision. And I think the big story here is Zorhan MAMDANI as a person came across as a much more likable person, a much more connected person in terms of everyday New Yorkers, but he also spoke of going somewhere good, not just what a horrible situation we're in and, you know, keep the negative influences away. He actually created a vision of something positive that could change in the city.
We got like 30 seconds left. What does this mean for politics in New York City? I mean, would you have imagined a candidate with a platform like what he's run on would be in this position? What does that say?
It takes us right back, honestly, to where we were in 2013 when I ran. It was all about everyday kitchen table issues, income inequality, affordability, the same issues. I think it says the New York City electorate wants change. And they are progressive, and they had a candidate who actually made them feel comfortable.
Huh. Mayor Bill de Blasio, we'll wait to see who is the next mayor. Thank you so much for joining us on this breaking news. Thank
you. We saw this earlier. I want to see. Oh God, I want more. I want more. I want to see hogs crying. I want to see more fucking hog tears, bro. I will say this is, I don't like using like Republican terminology, I would say, or like Republican strategies here, but this is the closest that the Democratic Party has had to like a Tea Party. And obviously the Tea Party movement was not grassroots, it was obviously AstroTurf by the Koch brothers, but like this right here is the closest to like an organic movement that could potentially take over the rest of the party. Who knows? The sky's the limit. The Democrats obviously are so invested in destroying their left flank unconditionally. So I don't know where this goes, but I will say this has the early workings of that. Like from the Tea Party to Donald Trump, this does seem kind of like that. And obviously, this is the exact opposite of the Tea Party. Their fucking goals are psychotic and awful and will devastate the working poor, whereas leftist goals are and socialist goals are clearly positive for the working class. So it's basically this like bizarro Tea Party movement almost. It's not AstroTurfed, it's grassroots, and it works in favor of not the status quo but the working class instead.
And the tax base is gone, and sanitation is gone, and schools are gone.
Why would crime go up? And what would cause crime to go up?
Matt Walsh crying hog tears.
Last thing I will say, and then I'll let you in, Anna.
After hearing the news, I might have to reconsider my stance against regime change
Eric
wars.
Adams, crime did go up in the city.
And then went down.
Yes, but
that was during the pandemic.
Yes,
and migrants.
Exactly. But I'm just being clear. Crime has already gone up in New York, and it has come down. So even when crime went up in New York, there was perhaps some departure, but there was not a collapse of the tax base in New York City. Okay, Anna, go ahead.
Okay, so I am not a New Yorker. I live in Miami, where we don't have 50% tax rate.
I've already
we have our share of insane elections and insane politicians, but this reminded me, you talked about the Dinkins election. To me, this reminded me of the AOC versus Joe Crowley election, where there was this establishment sacred cow who thought that because of his name and because of his pockets, he could walk into it, and there was a young upstart who put a lot of leather and a lot of footwork and boots on the ground and did it. And so I would say when it comes to New York, do not underestimate the sweat of these folks. And by the way,
you won. I'm not underestimating.
I would just say this.
And I would not have voted for him.
If you were saying that Eric Adams is the person who's loves this result the second most compared to after Mamdani.
He'll be the anti-Mamdani.
But I will say this. The people who hate this result the most are the Democratic establishment. We have seen poll after poll after poll showing Democratic voters fed up with their leaders in Washington, fed up with their leaders in government. And all of a sudden, Andrew Cuomo, who 5 years ago was leading those COVID, press conferences, was this guy who was held up in such high esteem. And now all of a sudden, the best he can do is what, 37%?
62% of Democrats.
They were talking about
62% of Democrats say that they're
So Republicans and the Tea Party, this is the Chai Party taking over the Democrats. And I've run campaigns for Republicans all over the country. If they turn to 33-year-old socialists who've never run popsicle stands, that's great for us. We'll win a lot of elections.
So can somebody explain this to me now?
Dude,
so
no,
this could
definitely. Yeah, definitely, buddy. Definitely. You'll definitely win major fucking victories in the New York mayoral race looking like the fucking pedophile that you are, okay? Yeah, bring up Curtis Sliwa. I'm sure that is going to be a fucking real banger with his 50 cats. Stupid ass dork.
Compared to when Democrats did the same thing.
Mamdani getting more than 1,600 votes in AD 48, which is mostly the Orthodox neighborhoods of Borough Park and Midwood. Can't wait for you to dig up his speech from 2nd grade, Jacob. It's oh my God. Yeah, what happened to Bill Clinton? The Bill Clinton endorsement is so fucking funny now. This is how you know the same people who ran the Kamala campaign, ran the Cuomo campaign, they had the same fucking idea for their ace in the hole. It's good. It's not the worst thing, okay? It's not the worst thing. Let him keep running fucking dog shit campaigns against strong primary candidates and lose every time. Matt Iglesias. Dude, Matt Iglesias was chirping about how you should never listen to the fucking DSA yesterday, okay? I don't want to say what I truly want to say because I will get banned off this platform, so I'm not going to say it, but I'm thinking it, and you can't stop me from thinking it. But Matt Iglesias yesterday was like, nah, you should never listen to the DSA types. Nah. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. Shut up. You've never had any motion. You've never had any momentum that wasn't backed by corporate interests, okay? He is such a fucking indecent shark. The major problem with a lot of these fucking dumbass establishment candidates and also their backers in the commentariat is that they just sit around and wait to get their notes from the Democrats, and they don't stand for anything. They don't stand for anything at all. They get dominated by Republicans who actually do stand for something. Evil, okay? They stand for evil, but at least they stand for something. Democrats don't stand for shit. So they're constantly on the fucking defensive end. They're constantly sitting around and consistently capitulating to the right-wing issues that they are dominating over the fucking media ecosystem with. Is so stupid. He was there for that alley-oop from Cuomo to whatever the fuck his name is. I forgot. Hyper-engaged, college-educated, white liberal moment. My aunt who lives in Manhattan says the Clyburn endorsements soured, negatively polarized her against Cuomo even more. Clyburn, Bill Clinton, Bloomberg, etc. Keeping the old guard does not bode well for Dems. This is what I meant by the Dem establishment not being discredited. It is, and it should be. Republicans are doubly fucked because this racist angle of attack won't work well when facing Adams, a black man. I mean, there's no Republican motion anyway. Oh, Sam. Uncle Sam. He said, ahem, Senator Schumer, might a congratulations to the winner of the Democratic mayoral primary in your city be in order? Oh, that's the other thing. They got to kiss Zoran's ring. David from, well, at least we can retire the faded and false line. Anti-Semitism has no place in New York City. Bro, Jewish New Yorkers voted for him. What are you talking about? These guys are literally hysterical. They live in this like weird ass echo chamber where they think like, where they're just like, no, you don't understand. Jewish people are terrified of the Zoran victory. It spells trouble. It's anti-Semitism central in New York now. It's over. They're gonna do pogroms. They're gonna do fucking Kristallnacht. It's like so stupid. If anything, Judeo-Bolshevism is back in a big way, okay? That's what I'm looking out for. That's what I want. That's what I want. Rise up. It's feeling red hot, but not Republican, if you know what I'm saying. Islamogoshism and Judeo-Bolshevism have combined powers to become an unstoppable force, okay? It's clear that the false anti-Semitism accusations don't sink political campaigns anymore. Not all of Zoran's messaging fits mine, but I'm proud of him for not faltering on the Intifada even days before the primary. Yeah, that was so stupid. They were like, ooh, Intifada. But you said, he did not even say globalize the Intifada himself. Which, even if he did, so the fuck what, okay? I'm sorry, it's 2025. You're afraid of an Arabic word? Is that what it is? Like, we're upset now? Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh no, Arabic words are scary. Okay, well in the backdrop of all that shit that's popping off, there are literally like thousands of children being murdered. Miss me with your fucking stupid ass false crocodile tears over here. Mohammed El-Kurd, consider the Intifada globalized. This is how he won Staten Island. They all got flooded with flyers calling Zoran Hitler too. Not surprised he did so. Shit backfired. They were like, hold up. I was voting for Cuomo because he's a piece of shit. I didn't realize this guy's really... He's the real deal. Even Cuomo's afraid of this fucking guy. Oh no. More conservative seething. This is one of the saddest days in recent New York political history. The Democratic Party has just nominated a mayoral candidate who refused to recognize Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. Stop. Why is this? Like, you can't write this out loud. You can't put this out there, man. This is funny as fuck. Like what does that have to do with the New York mayoral race, man? What do you mean? It's like me crying because Eric Adams is no longer the mayor of New York. Someone who is a strong supporter of Turkey must always be in charge of the most important city for Turks. New York City, the Istanbul of America. Like, can you imagine if I ran around all day, every day, being like, Eric Adams is unjustly maligned by the Democratic Party's forces for simply being a good friend to the Turks, okay? He's such a good friend to the fucking Turks that he doesn't even go and get a hair transplant. He was doing it for the love of the game. Like, can you imagine if that was my #1 priority all the time? I was like, how good is a candidate to Turkey, okay? Jews must get to Israel. There's no other way. Aren't safe in New York. Saying this after 12 days of bombing due to Israel's own ambition of striking against an actual fucking sovereign power, a nation state with ballistic missile launcher capabilities, and therefore having the entire state of Israel under lockdown for 12 days is also an interesting choice. You know, you're like, well, no, that's the safe place, actually. The place where there's constantly fucking picking fights with everyone and also doing an ethnic cleansing campaign 50 miles down the road, too. Yeah, that's the safest place for Jews around the world, not Upper East Side, Upper West Side of New York. Does anyone even fucking believe this shit? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, this is also correct. Bro, they were so... Politico, which is owned by a fucking German freak, okay? Who does, like, loyalty pledges to Israel to even, like, join... what is that guy's name? The German freak that fucking owns Politico? Axel Springer... Lolo said, I'm fucked. It's true. It's true. That bitch ass. He got a tattoo and it wasn't biryani. That's true. More tears. It's white boy jihad summer. Dude, this is my favorite thing that people do, where they're like, I can't believe this guy is not even joking. He's being sincere. Like, he wants to do, like, what I think is jihad. Slasher, I must get to Israel immediately. Please charter me a flight with the only Jewish pilot I feel safe with, Felix Biederman. Too late, he killed himself. Oh man, I can't wait to see what Trump cooks up against Zoran. I can't wait. Kaya, come here. Place. I can't wait. Place. I can't wait to see what Trump cooks up against Zoran Mamdani. It's gonna be crazy. Hasan is whiter than you are, though. They're getting confidence since the Islamification of the U.S. is a success. Alleviating the economic If Zoran Mamdani becomes New York City mayor at the age 33, it would be a death blow. I know exactly where this joke is going. It'll be a death blow that millions of young South Asian men in this country. Every Desi parent is going to be like, Zoran was mayor of New York City at 33. You haven't even bought a house yet. Why can't you be more like him? Oh, dark days ahead for South Asian men. Oh, it's true. Kaya, Place, you just got back from a walk. God damn, girl. Update from the podcast Occupied Government. I saw this already. We come for the Red Scare podcast tomorrow. That's right. It's over. It's fucking over. Now we await from Zoran.
You know, we'll see people do the more detailed breakdown by assembly district and so forth.
I really
this
did.
Is just
I really did a major fail by not going to New York. I fucking should have.
The orange is for Zoran, and if you look at Brooklyn, that's where, you know, he really runs up the score, about a 17-point delta there in Brooklyn. We expected Mamdani to do well there. We weren't sure about the other boroughs. I mean, Queens was a borough where it looked like Cuomo.
Zoran won. We're in the bomb shelter.
Instead, Mamdani winning Queens by about 8 points. Of course, the vote
You're
tally
laughing.
is not complete.
You're laughing.
Manhattan winning by about 6 points.
Comedians had to go to the bomb shelter because Zoran won the mayoral primary, and you're laughing. You think it's funny? You think it's funny? This is real. Lol, no one named Zoran will ever win the New York City mayor race. Good luck with that. Updates on the New York City race. Oh, he's thinking about it. I told you in a phone call with the New York Times, Andrew Cuomo confirmed that he was conceding the Democratic primary for mayor, but was still considering whether to run in the general election in an independent line. I said he won the primary election, Cuomo said. I fucking called it. I said I wanted to look at the numbers in the ranked choice voting to decide about what to do in the future because I'm also on an independent line. And that's the decision. That's what I was saying. I want to analyze and talk to some colleagues. I'm telling you, dude, he's not. Oh, yeah, reminder that the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers. Please subscribe to keep the show and its editorial independence. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Get those subscriptions out! PBS! You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime as well, or gift subs for others. Most Jewish city in America, and Netanyahu's lawyer ate 3 plates of dog shit. Man, you love to see it. Yeah, it's not even the most Jewish city in America. It's the most Jewish city in the world, by the way. New York has more Jews than Tel Aviv, if I'm not mistaken. What are we doing? What is this fucking idiotic narrative? Can we please put this fucking dumb shit to rest? After tonight, I think we should please never entertain this. Because leftists do this shit too sometimes, where they're like, oh, well, they have to talk about this. They have to talk about this because there's a lot of Jews. There's a lot of Jews in New York. They don't give a fuck. They're American. They live in New York. They don't live in Israel. Shut the fuck up. Dude, it is the easiest thing on the planet. If you are a Jewish person in the United States of America, it is literally the easiest thing on the planet for you to live in Israel. Israel begs you to go live there, okay? Jews here are actively choosing not to live there because they're fucking American, okay? Because they're fucking American. They might have some family members that live there, okay? Maybe they don't talk to them that much. Maybe they do talk to them, but, you know, they're just like, I'm not gonna live there. I don't give a shit. They're American. They're New Yorkers. It's so fucking annoying. I hate this shit. Oh, you gotta fucking glaze Israel, dude. You have to say that Israel has to be a Jewish ethno state. Like, you have to make sure it's a Jewish ethno state. You have to say it as the running for fucking New York mayor, running for fucking local dog catcher. You have to say it. Please say it. It's bullshit. It's fucking fake. That's the reason why AIPAC, when it's hammering in the Democratic primaries, never talks about Israel. When AIPAC is dumping $30 million, why don't they ever bring up Israel, even though Israel is the reason why they're dumping $30 million into a fucking primary? Let me tell you why. Because they know nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck about Israel. What are we talking about? And the people that do give a fuck either are like insanely invested, and they're marginal or vote for the Republican Party because they're psychopathic evangelical Zionists who think that like this anime style end of the world thing is going to happen if all the Jews are shipped off to the fucking desert, or there are people who actually care in the opposite direction, and those numbers are much higher. Thank you. I wish your district in Delhi could vote. This is honestly a fucking nightmare. Polymarket predicts Zoran Mamdani as the winner of New York City mayoral race with a 99% chance. This is really... Bro is in Uttar Pradesh. Why? Motherfuckers from Uttar Pradesh posting with the Israeli flag, thinking that people don't know where they're from. We know you're hood, little bro. We know. Fuck. If someone who wants to literally put Netanyahu in jail can become the mayor of the most Jewish city in America, then maybe my prediction that America would break with Israel in 10 years was too conservative. Might be coming much faster than that. AIPAC lost massively tonight. No one buys their obnoxious gaslighting anymore, Jewish voters included. Hey, so are we tight with the next mayor in New York City? Kind of, yeah. It's true. Good fucking riddance, buddy. I'd give my grandmother a hug, but you already killed her. I think Jay Schlapp played a big role here as well. Get ready to pray 5 times a day, New York City. Okay, honestly, we're all fucking celebrating and we're all joking, but like there are a not insignificant number of people who like think this is serious. Republican Jewish Coalition says evacuate New York City immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We urge all Jews to evacuate New York City. Red alert. Dude, missile alerts. Missile alerts over. Missile alerts over New York City. Homefront Command has released a new statement. All Jews must shelter in place. Go to your bunkers now. I repeat. I repeat. There is a Muslim man on the loose. I am legitimately worried New York will fully go jihadi Marxist. I really need to be wrong on this one. Yeah. Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Oh, this is so fucking awesome. How far is the Zoran regime for nukes? Tweet image 1, Israelis fleeing Tel Aviv. Image 2, New York City mayoral results. We are doing this to Cuomo right now. I cannot, dude, the Staten Island shit was crazy, bro. That actually was. Harry Enton's take, Dem establishment is worried. CNN's chief data analyst Harry Enton says of Mamdani's victory, the people who hate this result most are the Democratic establishment. We've seen poll after poll showing Democratic voters fed up with their leaders in Washington, fed up with their leaders in government. Yep, a new tide is fucking rising.
This result the most of a Democratic establishment. We have seen poll after poll after poll showing Democratic voters fed up with their leaders in Washington, fed up with their leaders in government, and all of a sudden...
It's a closed primary? What are you talking about? Who gives a fuck? What do you mean? That's exactly where the Democratic establishment is supposed to dominate. Yeah, no shit. Oh, you're talking about the Staten Island results. Oh, my bad. So? She's calling you out. Big day for people who bandwagon on campaigns at the last minute. They take credit for all the success. Calling me out. Yeah, I famously latched on last second. Everybody knows. We're day ones, buddy. We were the OGs. If anything, I failed to latch on last second. I'm here. I'm in LA. I can't even fucking celebrate the victory. Hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers have just voted for suicide, and a huge chunk of those voters will soon attempt to bail and move to places like Florida. So freaking predictable. Regular people don't really want to live under the reign of a Muslim communist. By the way, just another point. I know it doesn't matter. I've talked about this quite a bit, but like the way that so many people feel so fucking comfortable just being like, this guy's a Muslim, as a pejorative, as like an attack, is insane. Can you imagine saying that like for anyone else? Like most people would be like, oh, this guy, imagine having a black socialist in power. People would be like, what do you mean by that? That's weird. That's, you know, like there are necessary dog whistles to kind of massage different types of bigotry in this country. The reason why I use black specifically is because anti-blackness is so deeply embedded in American collective consciousness that like white people have found advanced ways of basically saying the same shit, right? But a part of the reason why they've found advanced ways of saying it is because it's no longer as permissible to be able to say the N-word, right? People still do it, and that's going away. So they say DEI, right? They say woke. Whereas with Muslims, you could just be like, no, these are jihadist Muslims, like jihadist Muslim. Now, there's also another way this shit would not fly. If someone were to be like, oh, I can't believe a Jew is going to be the mayor of New York. If you said that, you're done. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine Charlie Kirk, who has a lot of institutional clout, who goes on Fox News, who is friends with Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump and all of them? Can you imagine if Charlie Kirk was like, oh, a fucking Jewish socialist won New York, the New York mayoral race? If he were to say something along those lines, he would get fucking eviscerated. What is this? Hasanabi heads rise up. What? How much does Zoran want to defund the police though? Fucking a Jew didn't fly a plane into a New York City skyscraper? Mamdani would have won if he looked and sounded European? Are you all right? As in their hate, not defending them. That's my fault. Admit. Brother, do you think the entire Islamic world is responsible for 9/11? Like every Muslim you've, like I'm Muslim. Did I do 9/11? Yeah, that's racist as fuck. That's the point that I was making that you so clearly failed to comprehend, I think. Like, what the fuck? Did you see this post from Stop Anti-Semitism about you earlier? Yeah, I did. Zohran Mamdani's inner circle includes Linda Sarsour, Rashida Tlaib, Hassan Piker, Mehdi Hassan, Mohammed El Kurd, Brianna Joy Gray, Ali Abunima. That's a winning ticket, baby, it seems. Anyway, that's my point, though, where people are just like, oh, regular people don't want to live under the reign of a Muslim communist. Like, they are way, way too comfy just dropping this shit. Yeah, I saw this earlier. Me watching Hassan because it's Zohran night. Ben, who has never watched the stream before, do I like Hassan? Gen Z girlfriend to Hasanabi head pipeline. Look. I don't know, man. Does he think terrorists are cool like Luffy from One Piece? Like, just give it up. Just give it up. Just drop it. Just drop it. Just drop it. Ansar Allah won, okay? Just drop it. The Houthis literally got fucking commended by the Trump administration. Please. Please. Isn't this like a fucking Twitch streamer that went to Ukraine? British... I've literally... collaborated with this person in the past. British sniper fighting in Ukraine. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Them. So what kind of mayor does New York City need right now? Me. Guys, stop pulling old tweets. Boost your video to the new people.
Indians are the Italians of Asia.
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
Do you not feel that?
I don't know where to go with that one, so I'm just okay. Yes.
Okay. All right.
I agree. I've always said that. Indians are the Italians of Asia.
And Italians are the Indians of Europe.
Okay.
I don't think there's another way I can go with it, but I think those are the two flips.
What about Zohran?
How's it going, sir?
It's going pretty good. This is my first time in Queens, and yeah, I'm excited to be out here for the occasion. Zohran Mamdani, everybody, running for New York mayor, gonna win the New York mayoral race, hopefully, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Zohran, you're a busy guy. You're all over the place. You had a rally earlier today.
Yeah.
New York 2025 before the Islamic Revolution. Do I know what his poll numbers were at this time? I mean, negligible, not like... This was back in April. Oh my God. His poll numbers a month prior to this was 1%. He was polling at 1%. So I don't know what he was polling at April. I think it was like still probably like maximum like 12%. I don't know if he actually had cracked double digits at that point. Two months? Wasn't that poll in February? No, yeah, this is April. This was in April. This was like the first week of April. Your previous tutor at APAC specifically being opposed, they just sent out an email about Zohran this morning. Yeah. He was polling around 13% at that time. Yeah.
How did that go? It went well. It was a rally for a rent freeze with tenants in Sunset Park with incredible city councilwoman Alexa.
Dude, resurface. Hey, guys. Resurfaced interview shows. What was it at? Yeah, okay, 16%. This is after, like this is a poll after, but I think he was like around 10%. It doesn't matter. The point is, oh, he's live. Where is it? Send me the link. Send me the link to the Zoran speech.
Them and moved them and got them to come out and vote. And he really ran a highly impactful
that's sort of the goal of independent media.
I called him, I congratulated him, I applaud him.
Ryan looks lit.
Sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause.
I really should have went to this, bro. I fucked up.
Thank him for his campaign.
Yeah, Andrew Cuomo's concession speak, the end of what started off as an optimistic night but ended as a pretty somber night here in the West Village. Cuomo campaign tells me that he will take some time, analyze all of the numbers once they're in, and then decide whether or not he will choose to run on an independent ballot line in November. But from what I'm hearing from my sources inside the campaign, it's sounding pretty unlikely that Andrew Cuomo will continue to run in November. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. No final decision has been made yet, and I've been talking about all of the unanswered questions. I will note some of the high-profile supporters that back Andrew Cuomo's campaign. We're talking about people who 4 years ago called him to resign and then endorsed him. People who 4 years ago were supporting Eric Adams and his bid for mayor, and then they supported Andrew Cuomo. What will happen with those people? Will they, if Andrew Cuomo doesn't run in November, will they in turn support Eric Adams and his campaign? Could Andrew Cuomo, if he steps out of this race, give new life to Eric Adams and his independent bid for City Hall? That's some of the talk that I heard around the room this evening as folks all filed out. And still, you know, people thinking about beginning to process what happened during this campaign, whether or not Andrew Cuomo had the level of visibility that really needed to help him, or did in some ways the campaign treat his win as inevitable until the last few days, really. You know, we saw folks from Zoran Mamdani's campaign out and canvassing, you know, going back months, Errol. I recall being at a church for a story back in March in Queens, and the bishop asking me, who is this Zoran Mamdani guy that I keep hearing about? And we're beginning to hear from within the Cuomo campaign some acknowledgement that, you know, they perhaps were not out there with the kind of visibility that they could have had over the last few months. Largely, we saw Andrew Cuomo speaking on Sunday mornings at churches, but really not spending time going out at subway stations and other places to really get his message across to voters. So, you know, as I can hear, it's a pretty loud and excited and happy and joyful atmosphere, it sounds like, at the Mamdani campaign. As soon as Andrew Cuomo gave his speech and he left the stage with this close group of supporters, the people in this room filed out. But again, I can think about so many people who endorsed him, from Congressman Adriano Espaillat to Rotnice Rashad Hermelin, the head of the Brooklyn Democrats. Those people, they were not in this room tonight. So perhaps that's even an indication that they knew going into this evening that the numbers were not going to be looking good, Errol.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ayanna. Great reporting tonight. And Courtney Gross here with me in the studio. We see on the split screen there, it looks like at the Zoran Mamdani's headquarters, Brad Lander just arrived, one of his rivals. They had a cross-endorsement arrangement, and he was greeted with a round of applause, hands in the air, people very glad to see him.
He did a fucking amazing thing, man. He really did. He could have fucked Zoran so hard and just tanked it, and he didn't do that.
From the de Blasio administration era.
Like, he wouldn't have won if he fucked them, but still.
Cynthia Nixon, who we know has been posting on Instagram and other social media for people to not rank Andrew Cuomo. I mean, we can go back to the 2018 gubernatorial primary, where she obviously challenged the governor at the time. I think it got about 34% of the vote to Andrew Cuomo's 66% of the vote. So you can see to me, I look at this party, and this is a working families party now. This is a working families party, actually.
Yep.
And, you know, clearly they are celebrating. We were talking earlier about how Andrew Cuomo tried to destroy the Working Families Party a number of years ago. There's a certain amount of signatures that these third parties need to acquire in a governor's race in order to keep their ballot line, and he increased the number of signatures that you needed, trying to basically kill the Working Families Party. And tonight, you know, they are clearly, is this payback? I'm not sure, but it certainly looks like it for them.
Well, I mean, even beyond that, I mean, it looks in a lot of ways like Andrew Cuomo was sort of an organized...
Guys, I'm proud of all of you. I'm proud of every single person that went out and fucking voted. I'm proud of every single person that went out and door knocked, phone bank, gave up some funds. This is amazing. I hope we can keep mobilizing this community in the appropriate direction and get some more cool moments like this.
Mention Brad Lander by name until the very end, where it
shouts out to the Democratic Socialists.
It was simply just an attack ad against Andrew Cuomo. I think we saw, going from the cross endorsement of Zohran Mamdani and Brad Lander that occurred about 2 weeks or so ago, to the final 2 weeks of the campaign, that the left, we've been talking about this for months, is would the left coalesce? How would they strategize with ranked choice voting? We saw that a little bit in 2021 when Andrew Yang ended up endorsing Catherine Garcia, which clearly helped her in 2021, not to overtake Eric Adams, but helped her get in that second place position and set 7,000 votes away from taking Eric Adams, the mayoralty, from him. And clearly, I think we haven't seen the ranked choice voting simulation just yet, but I think in the final weeks of the campaign, we clearly saw the left.
I was the first person to vote in Staten Island on my polling side for Mamdani.
No matter what you feel about the rest of the field, whoever you decide to rank, just don't put Andrew Cuomo on your ballot.
Right, and what's interesting is that this sort of coalescing was among people who were elected officials and really know politics. They really know the game. They know how to buy ads and place ads and really focus their message. And there was a certain amount of that was really very notable, because all of the people you're talking about are elected officials, right? Brad Lander, Selma Myrie, Adrienne Adams, you know, had a very emotional press conference where it was basically devoted to attacking Andrew Cuomo. So he inspired all of that, you know, sort of energy and in some cases vitriol. And in the end, I guess it all worked to Zohran Mamdani's advantage.
Absolutely. His unfavorables going into this race, Andrew Cuomo's unfavorables, were north of 50%. And that was clearly what did him in, is that, you know, he had a certain number, a certain percentage of voters who clearly thought that he deserved a second chance and that he has a lot of progressive you know, things on his agenda that he was able to accomplishments or progressive accomplishments that he did while he was governor, you know, increasing the same-sex marriage. There's, you know, the bridges. We can count the amount of bridges, the LaGuardia Airport. There's certainly a lot of that Andrew Cuomo did.
Sure.
But clearly, the damage his career did, the sexual harassment scandal, clearly COVID, we can debate his leadership over COVID. It meant that voters were never, well, not never, but were certainly couldn't get over those particular aspects of his career.
Right. And Bobby Coos, I won't ask you to...
Seeing a lot of white men, yuck. A lot of white men, ew. I don't like it.
Right, I mean, Andrew Cuomo can claim to be a lot of things, but he can't claim to be a fresh new face on the scene for Democratic politics.
Right, and I mean, I think the problem was he presented that as a strength, right? The fact that he's been around for a long time, he has the experience and pointed to what he has done, whereas Zohran Mamdani was pointing to what he will do, what he wants to do. It was more of a forward-looking vision, and in the end, I guess that's what ended up winning out. I mean, I was thinking for months when it seemed like Andrew Cuomo was going to get into this race, and it was clear that he would have a lot of support, I was wondering, people were reminded of his past controversies, whether that was, you know, immediately going to put a dent in his numbers, that people would remember the controversies of Cuomo's past and realize that they didn't want to relive those again with him in City Hall. That did not happen initially. In fact, we saw many dozens of elected officials who had been calling for Andrew Cuomo to step down as governor just 4 years ago, right? Now, not only not opposing him running for the mayor of New York City, but actually endorsing him to run for mayor in many of those cases. So I was waiting for that mood to sort of shift, and it didn't happen at first. But it seems like it happened just in the last few weeks when people really started to pay attention to this race. I mean, now looking back over the past few months, there was this air of inevitability around Andrew Cuomo. But maybe one of the things we didn't really account for was the number of undecided voters. It seemed like those voters were up for grabs and that they could end up going to Andrew Cuomo. But in the end, it seems that those undecided voters almost entirely went to Zohran Mamdani because they were people who were looking for something else. So I think you're right. There are two very different visions. One very much forward-looking. One, in a lot of ways, was sort of backward-looking. And I think we saw that generational divide, right? I mean, we saw this again and again with poll numbers. We saw voters under 45 or under 50 supported Zohran Mamdani by something like 2 to 1. Then we saw older voters overwhelmingly going to Andrew Cuomo. So we saw, we were all waiting to see on Election Day whether the turnout was going to be driven by young people, by new voters, people who were either newly registered or were voting for the first time. And it'll take a while to figure out, how the numbers shake out, how many of these were new voters, or whether it was just that,
God, local news political analysis is fucking killing my soul. Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani and 1,000 grassroots supporters for their extraordinary campaign. I mean, remember, like Zohran very clearly said, Bernie Sanders was important in his political development. He said that, and you can see it in his campaign. Like, he ran a Bernie-style campaign, grassroots, focused on door knocking, focused on doing the work, incredible messaging discipline, constantly talking about solving people's economic problems. He did it. He did the damn thing. There will be a lot of back and forth, a lot of autopsies that take place. I will obviously participate in them as well. But one of the things you need to understand, I think this is my major takeaway from the events. Maybe everyone who complains about being anti-Israel is an unpopular position should forever shut the absolute fuck up. It doesn't even work to jam up the comms anymore. Just run a campaign on universality and alleviating the economic pains people are experiencing. What is there? MAMDANI? Is that's another? How do you feel about all sectarian people not understanding that Shia or not? This is a big W for Muslims in America and New York City. It's a major W. But this candidate was running on identity politics. He was not. He was not running on identity politics at all. We got the news of the Brooklyn Democratic Socialist Watch Party. God damn. That's major. This is exactly what I thought this room would be looking like. I'm not gonna lie. Zohran did use identity politics where it informs policy and it's not the end all be all. No, but it wasn't like a cynical fucking weaponization of identity politics. Like he did videos with different languages. That's not bad. That's just outreach, okay? Was it effing? I didn't see it. RP New York City, the Intifada has been globalized. Hey, they said it, not me. from Zoran watch party in New York City. I am crying. Good things are still possible. Yeah, dude, this is what a fucking spectacular. What a spectacular moment for hope. Fartlow is in for Adams. Fartlow reposted Eric fucking Adams. This is it. The fight for New York's future begins tonight. Join us, knock doors, make calls, chip in. We're continuing to build a city that works for everyone, and we are not turning back. Fucking Fartlow. Eric Adams running on the Stop Anti-Semitism ticket while simultaneously, as recently as last week, was hanging out with a Holocaust denier, Sneeko, who we will not talk about who he endorsed. Okay, we will not talk about who he endorsed at all. But he was just running around with him the other day. Elise Stefanik, TikTok, Kathy Hochul. We know you were in a full-blown panic mode as you frantically draft and sent out a congratulatory tweet to the anti-Semitic jihadist communist candidate you helped elect in your Democratic Party's primary. I think Republicans shouldn't be this comfortable. I don't know how to fix it, but you know, something's got to change, you know what I mean? You need to check on Chris Cuomo. I feel like friendly Jordies after the labor sweep the other month. New cardamom has hit the timeline.
Who's the number one spice? Who's the number one spice? Bring the flavor to the fish, bring the flavor to the rice. Who's the number one spice? Focus on your market with good price. Who's the number one spice? Who's the number one spice?
government-owned grocery stores, as he said. He will start taking away business privileges and tax companies and individual obscene amounts to pay for free services. This is a banger, by the way. Holy shit. He will encourage illegal immigrants to stay. He hates America per his speech. I've read that companies have contingency plans to flee if he wins in November. This is pure devastation. Please don't let him win, Eric Adams. RIP New York City. I say this with the utmost sincerity. Fuck New York. I want nothing to do with that shithole after electing a radical Muslim socialist in Zohran Mamdani. I'm praying for tidal waves. Learn to swim. It's so crazy that, like, it's so crazy that this dude is just like a normal ass dude, a kind ass dude. And like, he's just like a normal ass dude, a fucking kind ass dude. He just wants to do right by people who didn't we'll see, man. Let's see what happens in the general. Let's see what happens in the general, because I do think that, like, someone is gonna try to fucking unseat him. But one of the most important parts about this, victory tonight is that Zohran Mamdani had a clarity in his message and a conviction. Also, here's my new baby. My wife's maiden name is Brooks, so we named him Leo Michael Brooks Racine. So excited he will grow up under Sharia law. Like, after, did Mike name? No, this is not. It's not like after Michael Brooks, is it? Been at it for months now. Every Zohran post is like, here's a happy photo / video from a community event. Better things are possible. And replies are dozens of, what about Israel misdirections? Better things are not possible, you filthy slur. Or attentive gotchas about whether the train pictured is what he said. Had to turn on Cuomo. Shut up. No, there's no way he went on News Nation. It was pre-recorded. Okay. I love this comment on Eric Hovagim's video about young Zohran. Went for a party at their home in Uganda. I was nervous as heck because both parents have earned their respect, merits, and titles, and I had been around the pretend polite rich kid before. But this guy was just calm, crazy, and collected, and a genuinely good guy. He asked all the right questions. He was inquisitive but never cringed, and he made me feel seen and welcome. I was a +1s+1. Always wondered what happened to that shorts and sandals dude until this week I saw him on my feed. That's fucking sick. Felix responds to Beitar. Don't listen to this man. He took a deal to administer the Jewish region of Manhattan. He's trying to trick you into getting apprehended by Zoran's newly commissioned mobile execution squad. Evacuate New York City. Come home to Israel. Andrew Cuomo. Damn, that's fucked up, dude. Rod says, Slasher, best thing about Zohran as New York's next mayor is that every person who swears they'll move out of the city or never visit again if he wins will absolutely chicken out, and those who do will not be missed by anyone who actually lives here. Yeah. Charlie responds to Tarkov. Debate me on the merits. Don't just throw out the petty terminating cliches. This isn't 2015. That doesn't work anymore. What Muslim country do you prefer to live in, Jessica? What Western city or country has improved as the Muslim population has increased? America's largest city was attacked by radical Islam 24 years ago. And now a similar form of that pernicious force Dude, stop with this fucking lame-ass bullshit, bro. Why are you trying to intellectualize being a fucking racist? You just sound soy as fuck. Just stand on the merits, dude. Just be like, I hate Muslims. They live in sand, okay? Like, what is this mealy-mouthed, like, actually, cracks knuckles, actually, let me try to logically tell you why I'm being racist. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. You fucking little tiny-faced bitch. You ugly motherfucker. Ugly on the inside and on the outside. Inbred sociopath, dude. European level Islamophobia? I know. God damn. Ugh. Be courageous enough as a liberal to call it out. I know deep down you're worried about what he will do. You are just afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say I don't think Mamdani's vision for the city is a good one. Oh, God. Come on, Jessica! Yeah, I saw the Slime Cope tweet. If Zoran was bald, it would have never happened. Sorry, I made it about me again. "62% of Democrats think their party leadership should be replaced. Unsatisfied with the current leadership, yes, 49%. Party leaders should be replaced, 62%. June 11th to 16th, Reuters Ipsos poll says 62% of Democrats believe that their party leadership should be replaced. What do we do? Obviously, that means they want more of the same old bullshit. That is what they want. Shai Davide is crashing out on IG. Shut up.
Now that the Democratic primary elections for mayor in New York City are finally over, there is something that we really need to think about. Because no matter what happens in the elections...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Deport Shai. Deport Shai Davide. 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 Come on, come on, come on,
and
come on.
Hopefully,
deport
not Mamdani, but no matter what happens, the fact that someone...
I've never seen a choker Star of David, by the way. That is choice, okay? Is that... Can the Jewish Hasanabi heads chime in on this? Is this normal? Is that like... I've never seen a choker Star of David necklace before. That is the first. That looks crazy. That looks kinky.
Who openly supports violence, and I don't care against whom. But the fact that someone who is not opposed to violence as a solution, the fact that someone who needs to again and again explain that he's not anti-Semitic, rather than change his behavior. The fact that that kind of...
It's so... Fuck. I will say this much. There is like... There's a... So feels so gratifying just to see, like, this kind of soy posting about a fucking genocidal apartheid state in the past would get so much momentum. It would have so much motion. There would be weeks of fucking discourse, endlessly back and forth. Was this actually a microaggression? Was this not a microaggression? It's like all of this stuff got so much institutional motion for so fucking long, dude. And it's crazy because, like, there are real instances of anti-Semitism. That's not what we're talking about, right? Like, we're talking specifically about, like, I don't fuck with Israel. I don't like what Israel is doing. Fuck Israel. Saying that was just unacceptable. It was completely unacceptable. It was like, oh, you hate the Jewish state? You hate Jews? You hate Jews? You must be anti-Semitic. Why do you care about Israel? Why do you care about Israel so much? Israel is a tiny nation. Like, this shit was such a successful way to just, like, halt discourse on such a glaringly obvious, glaringly obviously wrong thing to defend, to support. And now people just don't give a fuck at all. Like, it just does not matter. And I will say it certainly makes me feel a sigh of relief. I cannot believe, I mean, after what, 12 fucking years of doing this shit, I cannot believe that I can, you know, openly say that this is an untenable situation. And people can't just like immediately put the fucking stopgap measure.
Person? Is it has a...
The Indian dude pretending to live here? What? The largest city in the United States of America is about to elect a Muslim who believes Israel is guilty of war crimes and hangs out with a streamer who believes America deserved 9/11. How the hell did we get here? How did we get here? Bro. How did we get here, dude? Good question. Luckily, you don't have to worry about it, you know what I mean? Because you're in Uttar Pradesh! Fuck! Who's we, motherfucker? It's got to pain him a little bit to see a Desi man thrive and he has to keep up the memes. You know what I mean? Like, a Desi man is thriving and he wants in his heart, I know, as a brown brother, he wants to say one nice thing. Desi law. Okay, shut up. Shut up. Daisy. 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 He wants to say Vivid is a Brahmin. He doesn't have anything nice to say about Zoran Lamau. Okay, fair. Former Fortnite Friday guest George Santos endorses Eric Adams for mayor, a crucial endorsement for Mr. Tel Aviv. Desi.
Real chance of becoming the mayor of the biggest city in the United States is deeply, deeply concerning. Think about it this way. Imagine there was a mayoral candidate, someone who had to explain again and again why, in fact, he's not as racist as everyone thinks he is.
No one thinks he's racist. No one. No one thinks this. A fuck ton of Jewish New Yorkers went out and voted for him. He won. What are you saying? Zenny Jardin. Oh my God, Zenny Jardin is in the comments. Wait, Zenny Jardin is also like one of these fucking ultra Zionist weirdos. I mean, that makes sense. It tracks. Remember, homie, what set you from? That Zenny Jardin, whose real name is like very funny. It's not like a cool name at all. All right, let's see what Fox has to say. I assume they have some good words,
President
right?
Trump in Amsterdam for a high-stakes NATO summit, fresh off a wild...
Wait, this is a replay of the earlier. This is a replay from the earlier Fox 5. Did you see it? This post about Zoran posting about saving a Yiddish bookstore in 2020? Okay, here's another thing I have to explain to you guys. Okay, for those of you who don't know, preserving Yiddish institutions is, I wouldn't say controversial, but like for ultra Zionists, preserving Yiddish institutions is seen as like an attack. Zoran also had on his campaign some Yiddish posters as well, which was very cool. But a lot of Zionists hate Yiddish. It's more of a complex relationship than you would think. Because the restoration of Hebrew, going from a liturgical language to a commonplace language, is a very important part of the Zionist project. And some will say Yiddish is like the language of oppression, but I think for the most part it's just because like they want to hype up Hebrew. So him doing this will not be treated as like, oh, he's pro-Jew by the groups that are already calling him anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, they probably see this as a more angering. Like, they probably look at this as an attack. Of course, it's not an anti-Semitic thing to do. He's not anti-Semitic, obviously. But my point is, you know, people don't, like, if you think that this would make groups that would call Zoran anti-Semitic feel more comfortable, remember, it's not real anti-Semitism. They're not worried about actually him being anti-Semitic. And it depends. I think most Israel supporting Jews, at least in America, or of European descent, have some connection to Yiddish and don't view it quite like that. Yeah, I'm talking about the people who are like, people who you know, people who are like ultra Zionist.
To look out and see so many of the friends who have built this electric campaign. We have so many leaders here tonight, but I want to recognize our very first endorsers, those who believed in us before New York knew Zoran's name. So let's hear a round of applause for New York City DSA!
Oof. They're going crazy. No, you don't understand. It's a preemptive accusation of anti-Semitism. Zoran is days away from developing anti-Semitism of mass destruction.
Drum beats! Drum beats! New York Communities for Change! Jewish Voice for Peace Action!
Damn, they're breaking the audio.
And let us hear it for the New York Working Families Party! We also have here our trusted advisors, our loved ones, our elected partners, our volunteers, and our...
This feels strange, bro. It feels strange to win.
Amazing staff!
What is DSA? Democratic Socialists of America, chatter. What the fuck? How do you not know what DSA is? Are you joking? Oh, you fucking asshole. You.
This room has contributed to a disciplined,
6 month subscriber,
bold, and principled campaign. It has been run by the left and organized to win.
I'm still.
Ours has been a campaign of trust, of joy.
I'm still in the. I'm still not fully there yet. It doesn't feel.
5 years
I don't think we should feel comfortable. I don't want to be a naysayer, but we shouldn't be comfortable until the general.
Together, and we articulated the vision for the movement that we hoped to build. Each day, we would work to embody the values of a better world. We would campaign, legislate, and organize in a way to make these values true by our actions. We would resist the creeping fascist tide through trust, and we would build trust by acting trustingly. And it has been the same with this campaign. We have already realized an image of the city we want and we deserve. Together we have built and strengthened our shared bonds, bonds of struggle, bonds of friendship, bonds between families, neighbors, and tenants. This campaign has never been about the achievement of a singular end goal. It's not just about the struggle for solidarity. It's about the solidarity in the struggle. All this coming together of tens of thousands of strangers to support one another and fight for our shared values. This movement in itself is a force, and this movement is a victory over alienation and cynicism. So please look around you and don't forget, these are our people. You are not alone and you are not powerless. I am so proud of all that we are doing, and now it is my honor to introduce one of Zoran's first supporters, both in the race for mayor and when first elected to the assembly. Our Congresswoman, working class champion, and incredible partner of our campaign, Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez.
Bro, the audio's not better on this one either.
I am just so proud of all of you for the work that you put together to get to this moment. And to work so hard for the city that we all love. So let me just say, hello, Long Island City. What a night.
Aren't you glad you stayed home and read us the news and tweets posted in the chat that we could have just read and watched ourselves? Yes. I am. It's worth it.
Everyone in this room knew we were going to do it.
Stop saying El Hasan. Don't make me put the hat back on.
This movement when the pundit said it couldn't be done. You knocked on doors, make calls, talk to neighbors, and
don't make me put the Fauci hat back on.
Tonight,
the CUOMO
we made history. Zoran MAMDANI brought people from every background together around a simple, powerful idea that New York City should be a city for everyone. Not just the wealthy, not just the well-connected, everyone. He spoke to the struggles we all see: rising rents, crumbling public services, working families barely hanging on, and he gave us something real to believe in.
Hochul, Kathy Hochul made a statement. Today, voters made their voices heard, demanding a more affordable, more livable New York City. I hear them loud and clear. Zoran MAMDANI built a formidable grassroots coalition, and I look forward to speaking with him in the days ahead about his ideas on how to ensure a safe, affordable, and livable New York City. You know she was not happy to post that fucking tweet. You know what I mean? Yo, I hope Ethan Klein is doing all right, by the way, because he was really worried about the negative attention that I was bringing over to the Zoran campaign. You know, I'm sure he'll be rest assured, Ethan. Zoran won in spite of my support for him. Fucking idiot.
We are going to knock even more doors.
He supports Zoran? No, he doesn't. He just, out of nowhere, decided to attack Zoran and me as an attack against me the other day.
Our victory into a movement that takes us all the way to City Hall. And together, we are going to elect Zoran as the next mayor of New York and change our city forever. But this is the thing. The city has changed. Zoran knew it. Other candidates didn't see it. And that is why we are here celebrating this incredible moment. God bless you all.
That was crazy that she actually did like a last second endorsement too, right? Didn't she pop off like?
I can just have your attention.
Didn't she do like a literal fucking last hour endorsement? Like I think it was like yesterday or something.
Just listen. All throughout my public career, I have rejected the politics of fear.
Explain this.
The politics of division. The politics of hate. The bias of low expectations. And Zoran, all throughout this campaign, rejected all of that as well. He kept focused on his message. He wasn't concerned about the money. It was all about the power of the message, the power of his word. And so I saw in my beloved Brooklyn and all throughout the city that this campaign was fueled. It was fueled by the power of people. People yearning for change in this city. People who heard his message. And we all came together. And I want those who are listening, who came to me, who called me, who texted me, who emailed me, who were afraid. I want all of you to know that after this campaign is over, we will all come together. We will heal this city. And I want all of you to know that you need to understand that Zoran is really a man who respects the humanity of everyone. The primary is now over. And tonight, we celebrate the victory. Tonight represents a resounding his name? What's 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 his name? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Democratic nominee for the city of New York, Zoran Mandani.
God damn.
Thank you, my friends. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. An hour ago, I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city, together, as he called me to concede the race.
Yo, he quit? He actually quit.
And I want to thank Brad Lander.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Brad is a good dude, bro. See? Look how much praise he's getting. Look how much fucking praise he's getting. Everybody always says like leftists are fucking Bernie bros are fucking annoying, blah, 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 all this shit. He did the fucking honorable thing. He defended Zoran through and through.
One of partnership and of sincerity. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. Where childcare doesn't cost more than CUNY. And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality. Dreaming demands hope. And when I think of hope, I think of the unprecedented coalition of New Yorkers that we have built. For this is not my victory. This is ours.
Yeah, he's my age, yeah. We're both 33.
It is.
Look at how accomplished he is as a 33-year-old, and then look at me, a fucking loser.
Who knocked on door after door until her feet throbbed and her knuckles ached. It is the victory of the 18-year-olds who voted in their first ever election. And it is the victory of the Gambian uncle who finally saw himself and his struggle in a... Dreaming demands solidarity.
Okay, this audio is better. You were right.
And when I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline...
Yeah, this man had a rap career,
that is what I
has
see.
a wife, mayor of New York.
Canvas launches that continued
I'm
in
a
the
fucking
pouring
loser.
rain. Children who called parents, strangers.
Are we getting
who cared about
brigaded?
those they
What do you
will
mean,
never
why?
meet. A New York that believes in each other and in itself. This is solidarity, and it defines our victory. And above all, dreaming demands work. Last Friday night, as the sun began to drop in the sky, I set off on a 13-mile walk from the northernmost tip of Manhattan to the base of the island. We began in Inwood, where music played and neighbors set out dominoes on the sidewalk. It was 7 p.m. The weekend had arrived. For most people, the time for work was over. But this is New York, where the work never ends. Waiters carried plates on 181st Street. Conductors drove the subways that rattled high above 125th. And world-class musicians tuned instruments as we passed Lincoln Square. By the time we made it downtown, a crowd marched behind us, a living embodiment of the energy and purpose that defines this campaign. Still, long past midnight, New York worked. Garbage trucks weaved through empty streets. Fishmongers carried in tomorrow's wares. And when we finally arrived at the Battery at 2:20 a.m. in the morning, the workers who run the Staten Island Ferry were on the job too. Just as they are every hour of the day, every day of the week. Each of these New Yorkers carried a dream with them that night as they labored. Just as each of us dreams of a New York that is more hopeful and affordable for all. And we have worked hard for our dream. This has been a historically contentious race. One that has filled our airwaves with millions in smears and slander. I hope now that this primary has come to an end. I can introduce myself once more. Not as you've seen me in a 30-second ad or in a mailer in your mailbox, but as how I will lead as your mayor. I will be the mayor for every New Yorker. Whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo, or felt too disillusioned by a long, broken political system to vote at all, I will fight for a city that works for you, that is affordable for you, that is safe for you. I will work to be a mayor you will be proud to call your own. I cannot promise that you will always agree with me, but I will never hide from you. If you are hurting, I will try to heal. If you feel misunderstood, I will strive to understand. Your concerns will always be mine, and I will put your hopes before my own. And I know that those hopes extend beyond our 5 boroughs. There are millions of New Yorkers who have strong feelings about what happens overseas. I am one of them. And while I will not abandon my beliefs or my commitments, grounded in a demand for equality, for humanity, for all those who walk this earth, you have my word to reach further, to understand the perspectives of those with whom I disagree, and to wrestle deeply with those disagreements. Let me close with this. In these dark times, I know that it is harder than ever to keep faith in our democracy. It has been attacked by billionaires and their big spending, by elected officials who care more about self-enrichment than the public trust, and by authoritarian leaders who rule through fear. But above all, our democracy has been attacked from within. For too long, New Yorkers have strained to find a leader who represents us, who puts us first. And we have been betrayed time and again. After so many disappointments, the heart hardens. Belief becomes elusive. And when we no longer believe in our democracy, it only becomes easier for people like Donald Trump to convince us of his worth. For billionaires to convince us that they must always lead. As FDR said, democracy has disappeared in several other great nations. Not because the people disliked democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and weakness. In desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in the hope of getting something to eat. New York, if we have made one thing clear over these past months, it is that we need not choose between the two. We can be free and we can be fed. We can demand what we deserve. And together we have built a movement where everyday New Yorkers recognize themselves in our vision of democracy. Every new voter registered, that is faith renewed. Every voter who traveled through withering heat to the polls, that is faith renewed. And every New Yorker who sees solutions to the daily challenges they face in this campaign, that is faith renewed. Together, New York, we have renewed our democracy. We have given our city permission to believe again. And I pledge to you that we will remake this great city, not in my image, but in the image of every New Yorker who has only known struggle.
Wait, Kathy Hochul deleted her post?
In our New York, the power belongs to the people.
No way. It's the other account, I suspect. It's got to be the other account.
The people that are here with me today.
They all have two accounts.
And as I thank the incredible leaders who have long fought for those people, who are here across this crowd and across these 5 boroughs and standing next to me in the Attorney General of this state.
It's your other account.
In the public advocate of this city. In our Congresswoman, Nydia Velázquez. In our Controller, Brad Lander. And in every single person who believed in this campaign long before it was easy to do so. And you believed when it was difficult. We dreamt in the night, and we are now building in the dawn. That new day, the one that we have yearned for, the one that we have struggled for, the one that we have knocked for, have texted for, have called for, the one that we have obsessed over. That new day is finally here, my friends. And it is here because you have delivered it. Thank you.
Wow. Like I said, it still doesn't feel real, but also on top of that, it not only doesn't feel real, but it also feels like there's so much more work to be done. I'm still so worried about the fucking general. You know, our work is not done, chat. You must remain vigilant. It's good.
And as I thank you,
it's good to you know, have a dose of hope and optimism. But we must remain vigilant.
I must thank my mother and my father, Mira and Mahmoud, and I must thank
Yeah, that's true. 4 years ago, he was just a part of a Gravel Institute video.
I must thank my incredible
talking
wife.
about Austrian-style socialist housing. Look at where he's at now.
Duaji.
This is Mahmoud Mamdani's book, The CIA and the Factory of Islamist Terrorism.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now let us lead this city into one that is affordable for each and every New Yorker.
Dude, what a fucking... What a night, what a night, what a night, what a night. Oh my God, I cannot wait to fucking watch everyone coping and seething. Oh my God. There's still so much work to be done, like I said. So much fucking work to be done. How far you came? Yeah, look, look, look. This is fucking 4 years ago. Look at us. Look at us. This is before I knew who the fuck Zoran Mamdani even was, really. I just thought he was just some random guy on a Gravel video.
Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord.
Look at that.
And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all U.S. counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost
It's crazy. Whatever happened to Gravel Institute? Well, Mike Gravel died. Rest in peace. And then half of the fucking dudes that were on there became like total fucking weirdos. I don't know what happened to the other half. But you've been a Mamdani fan? Okay, to be fair, I didn't know anything about him here. I can't take credit for that.
their goal.
But this was more so me just watching a Gravel Institute video. But yeah, this was crazy. I do wonder, like, I mean, I think the policies are huge. They're obviously important. His charisma is obviously important. But I do kind of think, like, do the podcasters have motion? Like, do we have motion, chat? No memes. Like, Chapo, myself, Majority Report. Like, there were a lot of early boosters on the left-wing podcast circuit. Like, do we have some motion? I don't know, maybe. Because, like, I didn't really think about it like this before. It was a Nick Mullen endorsement. Okay, I'm being serious. Because I was looking at it before, like, Chavo had him on. I was working on like doing something with him. Chavo had him on the in the month of February. I had him on the beginning of April. And Majority Report was also boosting him pretty hard. Like, I feel like even if it's not like getting a lot of visibility to a candidate, I feel like we have a lot of people who are, you know, door knockers, a lot of people who work within, like, DSA and stuff like that. And maybe, you know, maybe we played a little bit of a role there. I don't know. The reason why I'm thinking about it is because, like if that's the case, I wonder if we could just, like, mobilize behind other candidates like that as well. But I mean, obviously it has to be organic. DSA National has told me that you and I are one of their top recruiters. was at an SF DSA social event this weekend and asked anyone if watched your stream. They all knew about you and at least occasionally watched. This GG. When I went out to campus in April in Park Slope, it was mostly fans of you and the Chavo Boys 100%. Don't overglaze podcast. Cuomo is comically bad. No, I mean, I think so. I think that's it's just everything aligned perfectly. I don't think this is like I don't think this is not to just be like, oh, this was just the podcasters or anything like that. That's a joke. But what I mean is, like, one of the major things that Zoran was able to do, aside from being super charismatic and having a brilliant team around him, was that he had a fuck ton. He had a fuck ton of support on the ground. Like, he had a lot of people door knocking, working on the campaign. A lot of you guys, a lot of Hasanabi heads were working on the campaign. And I wonder if, like, that's replicable. You know what I mean? Like, is that replicable? Is that something that, like, is that something that could potentially be replicated in other places? Because this is a pretty fucking big race. Like, I mean, 1 million people voted in this race, guys. Like, what are we talking about? That's a massive fucking, that's a massive race. Yeah, it's a closed primary, but, like, you had a shit ton of people. I mean, you had a shit ton of money being dumped in. The New York City mayoral race is a nationally relevant race. Like, you will see in the upcoming days, watch the space, there will be a lot of fucking people making comments. A lot of people making comments about, like, what this means for the future of the Democratic Party. And all of them will be stupid. All of them. They will never pull from people who actually have the right opinions on this. It will all be like the Matt Iglesias types. It will be the right-wing dipshits talking about how this is actually great. If the Democrats go in this direction, they'll fucking lose. You know, that type of thing. And then it'll be all the fucking shit libs and establishment Democrats being like, well, this was a one-off and this will hurt the rest of the party if we move in this direction. And I don't know. I don't think they'll be actually actively seeking out people like myself or those who are organizers within DSA or anything like that. But the very fact that there'll be a lot of commentary around this will be proof of what I'm saying. It's just that this is a race of national importance. I think the goal obviously is to try to find, like, local politicians like Zoran who are naturally charismatic, genuine, earnest. LADSA has grown in recent years. LA is definitely one of those major spots to watch as far as targets for Zoran-like campaigns. Yeah. What is this? Dude, what the fuck? No way. Just walked into Cat's Deli. Things have really changed since Zoran left. Absolutely insane footage coming out of New York City right now. Yeah, things are going crazy out there, man. Shia rituals are amazing. I grew up in this. This is an earthquake for the Democratic Party establishment, a huge blow to the pro-Israel lobby. Even though this race was not about foreign policy, it shows that candidates who don't adhere to the pro-Israel orthodoxy can still win, even in the most Jewish city in America. We urge all Jews to evacuate New York City. MAMDANI hasn't even assumed office yet, and he's already fulfilling promises of the lower. Great threat of hog reactions. Oh yeah, no, I will be looking at this tomorrow. Not today, because I'm tired. Almost 11 fucking hours. What a day, man. What a day. Needed that W. Yeah, now that we have a Shia mayor in New York City, New York City is officially a part of the axis of resistance, baby. You already know. Rise up, Shias. For the rise up to all my Shias out there. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun tomorrow. Love you guys. And peace from the Middle East. Bye-bye.